Hello everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter. Complete Martial Arts Attributes. Chapter 501. The Secret of Combining Forces. The mixed bloods stared at the figure covered in the black cloak. They were bewildered. Based on the attack just now, the ability of this formidable character had exceeded all the mixed bloods present. But they didn't know when this unknown formidable character had appeared in their race. He was extremely powerful, so he shouldn't be unknown. Everyone stared at Rodney curiously. He was the one who brought this figure here. No one knew this mixed blood better than him. Seeing everyone's gaze, Rodney suddenly felt proud and self-satisfied. How dare you look down on me? Now you know who's the smart one. A sense of pride appeared in his heart. He was the one who had discovered Lord Zi Wang and went under his wings. Although the process wasn't smooth, he ignored everyone's gaze and lowered his head to look at Dale. He felt relieved and invigorated. Dale noticed Rodney's gaze, and a flash of embarrassment appeared on his face. He didn't think that the Lord Rodney brought was truly a powerful character. After the exchange of blows just now, he knew that this warrior was formidable. He was in no way ordinary. Wang Teng scanned his surroundings. All the mixed bloods took a step back unconsciously. "Can you prepare a room for us?" A calm voice came from below the cape. Yes. The red-nosed elder behind the counter replied hurriedly. He took the keys and quickly walked out from the counter, leading the three of them to the second floor. Personally, the crowd only dared to hold Dale up after the three of them left. "Dale, are you fine?" someone asked in concern. "I'm fine." Dale shook his head and wiped the blood off the corners of his lips. His expression was ugly. Where did that formidable warrior come from? I've never seen him before. Who knows? Maybe he came from another city. Rodney is lucky. He managed to find such a powerful leg to hug. Who knows how long his luck will last? We used to have one or two formidable warriors, but they got caught by the pure bloods and became their slaves. That man might not escape a similar fate. Sigh. Everyone started discussing, but still ended up sighing. They felt dispirited. The room turned silent. On the second floor, the red-nosed elder led them outside a door and said respectfully, "This is the best room we have. Sir, please don't mind it." "It's all right," Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. "Sir, Dale had no bad intention. Please don't mind him." The red-nosed elder hesitated before he opened his mouth. "As long as he doesn't come and provoke me, I won't look for him. But if this happens another time, I might not hold back." Wang Teng glanced at him and said, Yes. The red-nosed elder nodded fervently. A drop of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. My lord is benevolent, so he doesn't want to haggle over this issue. Tell him to understand the situation before he acts next time. Don't offend people he shouldn't." Rodney scoffed. "You should understand his situation and know why he's so sensitive to the word Lord. Don't squabble with him," the red-nosed elder said. Rodney snorted again, but kept quiet. The red-nosed elder sighed before leaving. Wang Teng disregarded their conversation and brought Zi Ye into the room. Rodney opened his mouth behind him, but didn't say anything in the end. After they entered the room, Wang Teng scanned the place and said to Zi Ye, "We're outside, so we will sleep in the same room. You can take the bed." Zi Ye looked at the only bed in the room and tilted her head. She suddenly asked, "Aren't you sleeping with me?" Wang Teng had taken out a drink. When he heard the question, he suddenly spurted out his drink. "Pff, Cough, cough, don't talk nonsense. I need to cultivate, right? I need to cultivate. Oh. Zi looked at him strangely. She didn't understand why he had such a huge reaction. This person was weird. Wang Teng sat down cross-legged on the sofa and closed his eyes. He focused on his attributes panel. Earth Force 50, dark. This was the attribute bubble he picked up from the mixed blood called Dale just now. It wasn't a pure dark force or a pure earth force, it was a mixed force. Is it because he's a mixed blood? Wang Teng thought to himself. He found this interesting. However, after the mixed force entered his body, it naturally split into dark force and earth force. It didn't exist as a compound. When the two forces split, Wang Teng caught a hint of the magic of mixed forces. He believed that he would be able to grasp the concept after picking it up a few more times. Wang Teng immediately remembered the move he had created called the Flaming Sword Tornado. It was a combination of different attributes, too. He succeeded in using it once, but there was a high chance of failure. He almost failed during the martial arts competition the previous time. If he could grasp the secret of mixed forces, he could raise the success rate and grasp this concept completely. This meant that he would need the help of those mixed bloods. Those poor guys didn't do anything, yet trouble came looking for them. The mixed bloods might not know that Wang Teng had his eyes on them. Wang Teng touched his chin and gave an evil smile. However, he retracted his smile immediately because he found it a little sinister. He coughed awkwardly and stopped thinking about this matter. He started cultivating. The next day, the three of them left the hotel. Wang Teng had turned back into Viscount Snow. He brought the other two to the manor of the lord of this city. The City Lord Manor was a majestic ancient building covering a huge area. The sun was in the sky, but it still gave off an eerie feeling. As they were walking, Zi suddenly stopped. What happened? Wang Teng asked in surprise. Zi pulled Wang Teng's sleeve and pointed at a stone wall outside the manor. There was a notice posted there, and many people were looking at it. Wang Teng was curious. He brought them over and used his power to disperse the crowd. Feeling his strong power, the dark apparitions had no choice but to clear a path for him. Although furious, they didn't dare to speak up. When Wang Teng saw the content of the notice, his face turned black. Pfft, that black incubus devil lord is so troublesome, Wang Teng cursed in his heart. This was a warrant for Wang Teng. His painting was pasted on the notice as well as some descriptions. This warrant had already spread to all the cities in the Darkland, meaning that almost all the dark apparitions knew that a human had entered their world. The warrant also said that if someone found Wang Teng, they would receive a reward from Black Incubus Devil Lord. Whether they wanted power or wealth, they would be able to get it. Chapter 502. What should I do when I'm surrounded by dark apparitions? This is very urgent. I need an answer. Wang Teng's face turned darker as he read the content on the warrant. Damn it, what's wrong with her? She's forcing him to a corner. On the other hand, the dark apparitions were excited. They started discussing happily. There's a human in our world. Ha ha ha. As long as we catch that human, we can get a reward from the Devil Lord. That's the reward of the Devil Lord. If I get it, I can definitely become a formidable character. Find that human first if you want that reward. Greed appeared in the eyes of all the dark apparitions. Their eyes turned red and they dispersed instantly. They had decided to start looking for Wang Teng. How would they feel if they knew that the human in the warrant was just standing beside them at this moment? It was dark under the lamp. No one would have thought that Wang Teng would come to Black Crow City blatantly. When Wang Teng looked at the crazy dark apparitions around him, his head suddenly turned numb. Pfiff! These dark apparitions were mad. Their eyes were like a beggar who suddenly saw a piece of fat meat. It was horrifying. Wang Teng couldn't help but shiver. What should I do when I'm surrounded by dark apparitions? This is very urgent. I need an answer. He was on the brink of tears. He felt like a sheep that had entered a pack of wolves. He was going to get torn into pieces and eaten soon. It was so frightening. Lord, are you all right? Rodney asked cautiously. I'm fine. I just want to have a moment of silence for that human. It's a tragedy that he landed in the Darkland. Wang Teng sighed and said in a pitiful tone, "That's right. This is an order given by Black Incubus Devil Lord personally. That human's fate is ominous." Rodney shook his head and replied, "Cough." Wang Teng coughed and glared at Rodney with a dangerous look. "Old Rod, you should be careful with your words," feeling an evil gaze landing on him. Rodney shivered uncontrollably. He was confused. Did he say something wrong? Why was Lord Zi Wang looking at him like this? "Lord, did I say something wrong?" Rodney asked carefully. "Old Rod, don't you think mixed bloods like us are similar to that human? In the Darkland, we have no command over ourselves." "We are pathetic," Wang Teng said. "Yes, you're right." Rodney nodded, but he was still puzzled. What was the link? Thus, don't say that his fate is ominous. That is inauspicious. We should pray that he will escape soon. Wang Teng said in a meaningful tone. "Yes, you're right." Rodney was stunned for a moment. The Lord's point of view was strange. However, he still nodded in agreement and continued smoothly. "That human will definitely get out of his desperate circumstances and leave this place safely." Wang Teng patted his shoulder in satisfaction. This man is worthy to be taught. Ziyi glanced at Wang Teng strangely from the side. She was the only one who had seen Wang Teng's true appearance, but this young girl was smart. She didn't say anything when she saw his drawing on the warrant and only asked him to take a look. Wang Teng winked at her and said, "Come, let's visit the Lord of the city." He brought the two of them to the gates of the city lord's manor. Before they came, Rodney had introduced this place to him. Black Crow City was a sacred city. A sacred city meant that there were at least 3 general stage formidable warriors guarding this huge city. Multiple towns were built around the sacred cities, depending on them for survival. Together, they formed a district. Every sacred city had different dark apparition races controlling it. This Black Crow City was controlled by one of the 13 vampire races, the Gangrels. The Gangrels were an extremely ancient vampire bloodline. Their history went a long way back, and they had multiple indomitable ancient devils supporting them. However, those presences rarely appeared in the world. They were normally in hibernation and would only wake up when their race was facing annihilation. Of course, this was what Rodney said. No one knew the exact situation. Wang Teng highly suspected that the power of these ancient vampires had exceeded the general stage. They must be terribly frightening. But he had no evidence. The strongest martial warrior of the human race was a 13-star, high-tier general. He wondered if anyone had gone further than that. As he was thinking about this, they had arrived at the gates of the manor. "Who are you?" the vampire guard shouted. "Please inform the city lord that Viscount Snow from Greystone Town will like to meet him." Wang Teng took out the emblem that represented his identity as a viscount. "Please wait for a moment." The guard turned and entered the manor. After some time, the guards opened the door and led the 3 of them in. "Follow me. The city lord is waiting for you at the drill ground," the guard said. "The drill ground?" Wang Teng was puzzled. The guard didn't reply to him. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He glanced at Rodney. Rodney was a smart person, too. He immediately understood Wang Teng's intention and stuffed a few dark force stones into the guard's hand. The guard weighed the stones and smiled. He said, "You came at the right time. The city lord has gathered all our fellow vampires and is preparing to send them to search for the human. If you can earn his favor, you might gain many benefits." Wang Teng asked more questions regarding the city lord until they arrived at the drill ground. The drill ground was at the back of the ancient manor. It was the size of a stadium, and many powerful vampires were gathered here. The guard brought the 3 of them in front of a podium and said respectfully, "Sir, Viscount Snow is here. You can leave." A calm voice came from the podium. A handsome, middle-aged vampire with a pale face was leaning against a large, comfortable chair. He appeared relaxed and had the arrogance and indifference of a vampire. Wang Teng felt a strong presence from his body. This city lord was at the general stage. City Lord. Wang Teng had already hidden his ability as he greeted the middle-aged vampire with the formalities of the noble vampire races. You must be a descendant of a side family, right? I have no impression of you, the middle-aged vampire said. Yes. Wang Teng nodded. The vampire had already checked Viscount Snow's status and knew that he was from a side family. He had no background or foundation, so he was already lucky to be able to be a carefree viscount in the remote Greystone town. There were many vampires around him when they heard that he was from a side family. A flash of disdain appeared in their eyes. Why are you looking for me? The middle-aged vampire asked. My lord, I've heard that a human has invaded our world, so I came to see if you have any orders, Wang Teng replied. You're smart. The middle-aged vampire smiled slightly. Since you've come, you can stay. Thank you, my lord. Wang Teng appeared elated. He retreated to the side respectfully. The other vampires looked at him with hostility. Everyone wanted to take their share of the loot when it came to looking for the human, including the city lord. They wanted to get some benefits from following the city lord, but they didn't want a fellow from the rural areas to join them. Lord, we don't know how powerful Viscount Snow is. If he's too weak, he might drag us down. A 7-star soldier-level vampire went up to the city lord directly, disregarding Wang Teng, who was at the side. Oh, what do you think we should do? The middle-aged vampire asked with interest. How about he has a duel with someone here? We can see his ability then, the vampire replied. What do you think? The middle-aged vampire looked at Wang Teng. I have no objections. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows and glanced at everyone intently. All right, let's have a duel then. The middle-aged vampire chuckled. In that case, I'll have a test of the Viscount's ability. The 7-star soldier-level vampire smiled. Okay. Naturally, Wang Teng agreed. The two of them stood in the middle of the drill ground. The 7-star soldier-level vampire said, I won't show any mercy. It's not too late for you to admit defeat now. I won't show any mercy either. Pray for yourself, Wang Teng said. The 7-star soldier-level vampire's face turned dark. He remained silent and moved instantly. Black light shone around him as he disappeared on the spot. He soared down on Wang Teng like a huge bat. Wang Teng raised his head. Meeting the vampire's cold gaze, he curled his fingers into a claw and pushed it up. Netherworld ghost claw. Hiss. A ray of black light appeared and caught the vampire's body, tearing him in half. One move and the vampire was torn into two. Blood splashed on the drill ground. Wang Teng took a few steps back and not a drop of blood landed on him. All the vampires present froze. They stared at him in astonishment. Chapter 503. Discussing how to catch myself with the dark apparitions. The sudden gruesome scene caused the vampires present to stand there in a daze. At first, they thought that it was just a simple duel. They didn't know that this Viscount Snow with no background was such a ruthless character. He was brutal right from the start. Even the vampires who were known for their cruelty and heartless character were shocked. The middle-aged vampire on the podium was stunned too. Oh no, I'm sorry. I seem to have used a little too much force accidentally. An exaggerated voice was suddenly heard. All the vampires looked at the person who spoke and felt speechless, shameless. Vampires were known for their strong physique, but he tore one into 2 pieces. Was this using a little too much force? It was on purpose. This bastard must have done it on purpose. The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. Suddenly they understood. Viscount Snow was giving them an opening gambit. They looked at Wang Teng furiously. The middle-aged vampire on the podium sized up Wang Teng with interest. This brat is a tough character, but with his temperament and ability, why isn't he famous? Doubts ran through his mind. However, he didn't bother about it. He felt that this Viscount probably chose to keep a low profile until his ability had reached a certain stage. As for that extreme performance just now, he felt that this young generation just wanted to leave a good impression on him. This action was understandable since he came from a side family with no background. Wang Teng secretly glanced at the middle-aged vampire and smiled. He had reached his motive. Then he looked at the torn body of the vampire. A few attribute bubbles were floating there. Dark Force 260, Advanced Stage Dark Talent 45, Spirit 40, Bewitch 10. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. Not bad. As expected, these were all pure-blood vampires. Their talents were high, and they possessed the Bewitch skill, too. It was worth killing this vampire. The middle-aged vampire didn't hoard onto the issue. He waved his hand and said, "All right, we have ascertained Viscount Snow's ability. Let's talk about searching for the human now. I don't want other sacred cities to get this good opportunity." When the dark apparitions heard him, they couldn't care about making things hard for Wang Teng anymore. Nothing was more important than searching for that human. As for the body that was torn into half and lying on the ground, no vampires cared about him. He was dead, but there was another one to replace his position. Not one more and not one less. It was perfect. This is the portrait and the characteristics of the human. Take a look at it. The middle-aged vampire waved his hand, and a beast-skin scroll appeared out of nowhere. It flew down towards the vampires. All the vampires gathered around the scroll. Wang Teng pretended that he was curious, too. He joined the crowd and looked at the beast-skin scroll. "Hey, this human is even more handsome than our race." One of the vampires suddenly frowned. "Indeed, does this human have our blood? Maybe? How can those stupid humans be so handsome?" Wang Teng felt like cursing when he heard the vampires talking about his handsome appearance so seriously. Why were the dark apparitions paying attention to this? Was this the time to discuss who was more handsome, or whether he had vampire blood? Although he was honestly handsome, that wasn't the main point. The main point was how to catch him. No, wait. He didn't want to get caught. He almost forgot his identity after pretending to be a dark apparition for so long. Cough, the middle-aged vampire coughed awkwardly. Honestly, the human's appearance also made him unhappy, but this wasn't the time to talk about it. He said, "Based on the news from the Devil Lord, this human is extremely powerful. He killed general stage dark apparitions and is suspected to possess fire, lightning, earth, wind, and even space talent. As for the other talents, it had yet to be confirmed. He's also a rune master and possesses high rune mastery." The vampires below turned serious when they heard this. This human was so strong he had even killed general stage dark apparitions before. They were definitely not his match. It looked like they could only be in charge of searching him. The ones fighting would be the lords. The Devil Lord exerted a lot of effort to drag this talented and powerful human into the Darkland. Hence, we must catch him and not let him escape. If not, we won't be able to answer to the Devil Lord, the middle-aged vampire continued. "Lord, since the person is able to kill general stage dark apparitions, we might not be able to stop him," one of the dark apparitions said. "You are only in charge of scouting. Once you find him, report immediately. Bring along the communication token. Once you're discovered his whereabouts, send out the information. I or the other two general stage lords will rush over immediately," the middle-aged vampire replied. Wang Teng felt exasperated when he listened to the dark apparitions seriously analyzing how they should catch him. Moreover, he was part of the discussion team. Damn it, it feels exhilarating and fun to discuss how to catch myself with a bunch of vampires. He could boast about this for 3 days when he went back to Earth. However, the vampires felt worried when they heard this. They exchanged glances with one another, based on the city lord's words. They might get killed if they were discovered by that human. "It's not too late to leave now if you don't want to participate," the middle-aged vampire said. The vampires were in a dilemma. Everyone wanted the Devil Lord's reward, but if they lost their lives, everything was useless. Furthermore, even if they did get some rewards, they would only get a small portion of it. Most of it would belong to the general stage dark apparitions. The desires that were ignited by the reward died down, and many vampires started backing off. "Lord, I suddenly remember that I promised my elders to pick some bloodskate herb. I think I can't participate on this search mission." A vampire hesitated before voicing out, "All right." The middle-aged vampire was unexpectedly easygoing. He asked, "Is there anyone who wants to leave?" The other vampires stood still. No one chose to back out. Since there isn't anyone else, you can leave alone. The middle-aged vampire spoke to the vampire that wanted to leave. Yes. The vampire heaved a sigh of relief and turned around. Suddenly, a red light pierced through his forehead. His body turned stiff, and confusion appeared in his eyes. Then he slammed into the ground. The middle-aged vampire on the podium kept his finger. His expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. Wang Teng felt his brows jumping. As expected of a dark apparition, he was ruthless towards his subordinate too. Dark Force 210. Advanced Stage, Dark Talent 20, Spirit 36. Bewitch 8. He gained these attribute bubbles without doing anything. Wang Teng picked them up happily. He hoped that the city lord could kill a few more vampires, but that was impossible. Well, unless he went crazy. All right, you can leave, organize your men, and start searching for the human. I hope that you can bring me good news. The middle-aged vampire waved his hand. Yes, all the vampires replied in unison. Chapter 504, Unexpected Attribute Bubbles. Leaving the drill ground, Wang Teng and a group of vampire dark apparitions walked towards the Mixed Bloods' holding place. It was impossible to bring Mixed Bloods to see the city lord as their statuses were too low. Other vampires had their own vampire servants as well, which was why Wang Teng was not the only one headed to the holding place. However, these vampires excluded Wang Teng and were not walking together with him. It was like how the main family branch would naturally discriminate against the side families. As for the holding place, it was actually just a piece of empty land. The pure bloods never cared about the mixed bloods and would naturally not treat them well. Before Wang Teng approached them, he heard a loud quarrel. A group of mixed bloods was gathered together, but he didn't know what they were doing. Not catching a glimpse of Rodney and Zi. Wang Teng frowned and walked over quickly. In the center of the crowd, Rodney was lying on the ground with a pale face, unable to get up. There was a tall and sturdy mixed blood with a collar on his neck, grabbing little Ziye's hair. He dragged her around and smiled grimly. Where did this brat come from? How dare you be so rude to me? Let me go! Let me go! Ziye struggled desperately, using all her limbs and snarling at the burly mixed blood. However, with just a fling from him, Ziyi was thrown far away. She couldn't touch him at all. Bang! Ziyi fell onto the ground with a pale face, but she gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound. She just glared at her opponent. The other mixed bloods were laughing and seemed to think that this was fun and interesting. As Wang Teng approached, he saw this scene, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. The mixed bloods saw the vampire dark apparitions walking over and gave way. Wang Teng helped Ziye up, looked at her pale face, and asked softly, "Are you okay?" Ziye didn't say a word and shook her head stubbornly. What's going on? Wang Teng turned and asked Rodney on the ground. When Rodney saw Wang Teng, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He slowly propped up his body and explained the situation to him. It turned out that the conflict was all because of the collars on the necks of these mixed blood slaves. The collars were not just a symbol of a slave, but their lives depended on it as well. There were runes on the collars. Once a slave rebelled, their masters could detonate it, and the slaves would have their heads blown up. Rodney and Ziye were both slaves, but they didn't have slave collars. Upon seeing that, the mixed bloods felt unfair and began stirring up trouble. Rodney and Ziye were alone, and they were not as strong as the other mixed blood slaves. They could only suffer a beating. While Wang Teng was understanding the situation, the other vampires were leaving with their slaves. They didn't care about the conflict at all. Wang Teng's face became dark, and he said coldly, "Did I let you go?" The vampires stopped in their tracks and frowned. "What do you mean?" "Hand over the mixed blood who did this to them," Wang Teng demanded. The burly mixed blood's facial expression changed drastically, but his master laughed. "And if I refuse? Do you wish to be torn in half as well?" Wang Teng looked at him coldly. The vampire dark apparition's heart jumped, but he was annoyed that he was actually frightened by him. His eyes became gloomy. "Boy, think about your status. You're just someone from the side family. Do you think we will be scared of you?" "Then you should try to see if I dare," Wang Teng said lightly. "You." A trace of fear flashed across the vampire's eyes, and he turned to the other vampires. "What do you say?" "Your mixed bloods were also a part of it. Let's go. Don't care about him. If he dares to do something, we will kill him together," the other vampire said indifferently. The burly mixed bloods master smiled cockily and turned to leave with the other vampires. Boom. Wang Teng didn't say another word and stomped on the ground, speeding towards the vampires. A black light flashed across his body and he brought out the strength of a 9-star soldier level. Oh shit. The vampires didn't think that Wang Teng would actually do it. His strength had reached the 9-star soldier level, which was stronger than them. Their faces changed, and they split up trying to evade Wang Teng's attacks. "Are you planning to leave?" Wang Teng made a bold move and appeared on the head of a dark apparition in a flash, sending a kick fiercely down to his head. Boom. In an instant, the vampire was plunged into the ground with only his head above the surface. The rest of the vampires were stunned. Wang Teng didn't give them time to react and rushed to another vampire, striking him with a fist. "Bastard, are you not afraid of the people behind us?" The vampire shrieked with a pale face. "Why would I be scared?" Wang Teng's fist landed on his stomach, sending him flying a few meters away. The vampire fell to the ground. It was unknown if he was alive or dead. The other vampires were stupefied. Their eyes were filled with horror as they kept retreating. Wang Teng followed them closely. Wait, we will hand the mixed blood to you. Deal with him as you please." Seeing the ruthlessness of Wang Teng, they immediately chose to give in. "I'm sorry, you have pissed me off, so I have to teach you a lesson." Wang Teng laughed coldly. "Damn it, why did it turn out like this?" Boom, boom, boom. Wang Teng was never merciful towards dark apparitions. Each hit was a heavy blow, and he pummeled them while they were pinned down on the ground. However, this time around, he didn't kill the vampires. After all, this was a vampire's territory, and the city lord still counted on them to do things. If he killed them all, the vampire city lord would probably be after him. Before he could leave the Darkland, he had to survive first. After some time, Wang Teng stopped and let out a sigh of relief. "Damn, I have endured you lot for a long time. How does it feel to be beaten for once?" Zi Yi gazed at him with gleaming eyes. Her eyes were shining with a faint glow as she clenched her fist. She wanted to beat up these bad guys too. Wang Teng lifted his head and looked at the mixed bloods around him. The mixed bloods immediately took a step back, especially the burly mixed blood. His face was filled with fear and utter regret. Why did he give the two mixed bloods trouble and offend this devil? They didn't expect that a vampire would do anything for a mixed blood. "You come over." Wang Teng shouted at the burly mixed blood. The burly mixed blood couldn't help but glance at his master, but he was already unconscious and buried in the ground. "I called you over. Are you deaf?" Wang Teng asked. "If you want to kill me or cut off my limbs, I'll do everything you say." The burly mixed blood's face and neck went stiff. "Weren't you full of energy just now when you were bullying the child? Stop pretending to be gutsy," Wang Teng said with a cold stare. "If you're not here by the count of 3, don't blame me for being ruthless." The burly mixed blood looked aggrieved as he finally walked over in the Darkland. They already understood something. You could offend anyone, but the pure bloods or death awaited you. He was the one that hit you. He's all yours now. Wang Teng lowered his head and told Zi Yi, "Lend me a blade." Zi Yi's eyes became fierce and malicious. Wang Teng wasn't surprised. To have survived so long in the forest alone, Zi Yi was not just some weak child. He took out a dagger from the space ring and passed it over. Zi Yi took it and walked step by step towards the burly mixed blood. The mixed blood knew what she was going to do. His eyes quivered, but when he saw Wang Teng standing at a distance, he didn't dare to move. Zi Yi walked to his front. Only as tall as his thigh, she raised her head and looked at him. "Kneel." The burly mixed blood was exasperated. This little girl wanted to stab him, but he still had to kneel down for her. How frustrating. But he didn't dare to disobey her. Zi saw the kneeling burly mixed blood and stabbed him with the dagger fiercely. Slash, slash, slash. 3 stabs later, blood was spewing out of the burly mixed blood's belly. His face started turning pale. At the same time, a few attribute bubbles dropped. Huh, Wang Teng couldn't help but exclaim. Not only did the burly mixed blood drop some attribute bubbles, but Wang Teng also saw an attribute with an extremely peculiar color dropping out of Ziye's body. He picked it up, Luck 1. Wang Teng was taken aback by surprise. There's even such an attribute bubble. Luck. If I pick up the luck attribute and increase it, will I turn into the son of Lady Luck? But the problem was, why did Ziye drop the luck attribute bubble when she killed someone? Chapter 505, Heart of Zhongyan. Wang Teng looked at Ziye, who was beside him, and rubbed his chin in deep thought. He had the illusion that he struck the lottery due to the appearance of the luck attribute. He pulled out his attributes panel. There was another row below the spirit and enlightenment row, luck 10, limit of a normal person. 10. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. The limit of a normal person was 10, and his luck attribute was at the maximum. That meant that he had reached his limit. But he immediately thought of something. This was the number after adding little Ziye's 1 point of luck. That meant that he had 9 points of luck at the start. 9 points were high enough. No wonder his luck was almost not bad. He thought that it was because he was fair and handsome. Now that it was 10 points, his luck would only get better. This was amazing. However, he wondered if little Ziye's luck attribute would get affected after she dropped 1 point. He had thought about this question before. Force attributes and battle technique attributes could all be increased through cultivation. If someone dropped them, they could recover them slowly. But attributes like spirit and enlightenment couldn't increase through cultivation. If they were dropped, could they be recovered? Luck attribute was in this category too. Would Ziye's luck decrease permanently after she dropped a point? This had to be verified. Since Ziye would stay beside him, he had enough time and chances to observe and study the results. Cough, that was a little over the top. He wasn't that kind of person. He treated Ziye like a kind and loving brother, but dropping luck attributes after killing someone was a little strange. Wang Teng couldn't understand the logic. He picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by the burly mixed blood silently. Huh? Wang Teng was stunned once again. He picked up 2 attribute bubbles within this short time and got stunned twice. Earth Force 50, Dark Heart of Zhongyan 1. The mixed forces on that mixed blood wasn't important. The main thing was the Heart of Zhongyan. This was good stuff. As the attribute bubble merged into his body, Wang Teng immediately felt the changes. At the same time, he gained knowledge of it in his mind. The Heart of Zhongyan was an extremely rare earth element special physique. People who possessed this physique were exceptionally sensitive to earth force. They even possessed the ability to control rocks and soil. Many images appeared in Wang Teng's mind. In those images there was a vast land with sparse plants. Huge rocks littered the land. The people there had gotten used to the environment and developed a special talent. They were born tall and burly. They could control soil and the stones, gathering them over their bodies and turning themselves into stonemen. This was a powerful defense, as well as a strong offensive skill. The more rocks and soil one gathered, the larger the stone structure around the body became. 10 meters or a few hundred meters were no problem for them. In those images, there were giant stonemen that could lift the sky and possessed terrifying strength. They could shift mountains and fill the seas after some time. Wang Teng regained his senses. He was still in awe. He let out a long sigh. At this moment, he could only think of one word: impressive. This was incredibly amazing. The race in the images was a heaven-defying presence, but it was unfortunate. Their ending was predictable. Their world was destroyed by the dark apparitions, and they were turned into slaves. There weren't even any pure bloodlines left behind. Only mixed bloods could be found. What a pity. Wang Teng looked at the burly mixed blood in front of him and suddenly found him a little tragic. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. There were some things he couldn't change alone. Thinking about it, this burly mixed blood's talent was not bad. If not, he wouldn't have possessed the heart of Zhongyan. Wang Teng touched his chin, his eyes shimmering. The burly mixed blood felt a little uncomfortable because of his gaze. This pure blood's gaze was so chilling, he looked as though he was going to do something nasty to his body. He had heard that some pure bloods had special fetishes. Could it be? The mixed blood's face turned green. When he thought about those disgusting images, his 125 kilograms muscular body shuddered. Then he shuddered and shuddered again. Do you know that the consequences of offending me are very serious? Wang Teng smiled as he opened his mouth. Sir, my name is Kun Shan. What should I do for you to let me go? The burly mixed blood felt a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. He lowered his head and asked Wang Teng carefully. Could it be that the pure blood would only let him go after doing that thing? I haven't thought about it. Wang Teng walked in front of the unconscious vampire who was the master of Kun Shan and gave him a tight slap. Wang Teng had used a lot of force, so his face turned swollen. The other party woke up in pain immediately. He looked at the smiling Wang Teng in a daze. Fear started to creep up his eyes. What do you want to do? Don't come over. I want that mixed blood. Wang Teng tilted his head and looked at him. What do you think? Kun Shan got depressed when he heard this. As expected, this pure blood had his eyes on his pure body. Take him, he's yours. The vampire shouted without thinking. Give me the key of the slave collar. Kun Shan's master gave the key to Wang Teng without any hesitation. This was a small rune key. There was nothing special about it, but as a rune master, Wang Teng knew that it was the real thing. Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. It looks like you're quite sensible. I'll let you go this time. You're welcome to provoke me again. The vampire felt frustrated and furious, but he didn't dare display it. Ignoring him, Wang Teng turned to Zi and asked, Is there anyone else that bullied you? Zi nodded. Go on. You should put an end to some things. If you can take revenge now, don't leave it overnight. If not, you won't be able to sleep well, Wang Teng said. Zi's eyes lit up. She nodded as she digested his words. She walked towards the other mixed bloods this time. She didn't use the dagger. She just gave everyone 3 small slaps. The slaps were loud and crisp. The mixed bloods didn't dare to resist. They obediently allowed the young girl to slap them. Wang Teng was disappointed for a second when he saw no new attribute bubbles. However, these mixed bloods were of a different race from Kun Shan. The members of the Zhongyan race were tall and muscular. The muscles on their bodies were as hard as rocks, and they had bald heads. They were very easy to recognize. Wang Teng didn't think that he would pick up the heart of Zhongyan from others. However, these mixed bloods were all a bunch of treasures. They belonged to different races and might give him some rare attributes. He could get some benefits from them. Chapter 506. This is how Wang Teng does things. Of course, the focus now was to farm attributes from the Zhongyan race. Wang Teng's gaze landed on Kun Shan, his eyes filled with a fiery passion. Kun Shan, who looked dumbfounded, suddenly shuddered. I'm done for now? That he was in the hands of a pure blood that had some kind of peculiar habit, his future would be bleak. If that pure blood made any excessive demands, would he obey it? Or would he obey it? Kun Shan was deep in thought, taking the problem very seriously. Then he was consumed with despair. Let's go, Wang Teng called, leading the way out of the manor. Lord, I can't move anymore, Rodney said awkwardly. Wang Teng glanced at him. He then retrieved a healing medicine from the space ring and threw it towards him. Rodney didn't hesitate and swallowed it immediately. Soon after, there was a look of surprise in his eyes as he felt that he could now move, even though his injuries were still serious. Thank you, my lord. Rodney crawled up from the ground. Zi thought about it for a while before stepping forward to hold him up. The few of them then proceeded to leave the manor. Kun Shan also accepted his fate and followed along in a pure-blood hotel. It was time for their meals. Wang Teng got the hotel owner to prepare some food. The food came quickly. Although it wasn't a feast, it was still edible. Wang Teng and the rest ate, while a hungry Kun Shan's stomach rumbled like thunder. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. Kun Shan's face turned red. "Take the collar off. Sit down and eat." Wang Teng threw the key to him. Kun Shan was astounded. There was an indescribable expression on his face. Did this pure blood just throw the key of the slave collar to him? His heart felt unreal. However, the two mixed bloods around him didn't have the slave collars as well. A sudden realization hit Kun Shan. "Is this pure blood a fool? If you don't want to take it off, you can return the key to me," Wang Teng said lightly. Kun Shan didn't know why he did that, but the opportunity was in front of his eyes. He would be a fool to give this up. He gritted his teeth and decided to get the collar off before anything else. With a click, the slave collar fell. Kun Shan was lost. A burden was removed along with the collar, and he felt at ease like a bird who had just escaped from its cage. He clenched his fist. There was a flash in his eyes as he walked towards the pure blood in front of him. "If I kill him now, can I escape? Are you trying to see if you can kill me?" Wang Teng seemed to have seen through him and smiled. Rodney raised his head, a hint of ridicule apparent in his eyes. If this guy tried to do something to Lord Zi Wang, he wouldn't even know how he died. Kun Shan's heart jumped and he shook his head embarrassedly. "I wouldn't dare." There was a trace of disappointment in Wang Teng's eyes. "Then sit down and eat. Don't make me repeat for the third time." Kun Shan sat down, speechless. He didn't know if it was an illusion that the pure blood actually wanted him to do it. After finishing his meal, Wang Teng wiped his mouth and took out a small jade bottle, placing it on the table. "Eat." Seeing the black spiritual Dan inside the jade bottle, Kun Shan's eyebrows twitched. Rodney couldn't help but gloat. It looked like he wasn't the only one. Everyone else was the same. This was how Wang Teng did things. "What's this?" asked Kun Shan. "A spiritual Dan that strengthens your body." Wang Teng lied through his teeth. Rodney secretly glanced at the blatant liar and acted like he knew nothing. "Do you think I will believe you?" Kun Shan's mouth twitched. "Even if you don't, what can you do?" Wang Teng laughed. "You're right, I can't refuse. I knew it wasn't this easy." Kun Shan sighed and didn't probe further, swallowing the spiritual Dan. "Very good," Wang Teng nodded with satisfaction. "Introduce yourself." "I'm a descendant from the Zhongyan clan, and I'm at the 7-star soldier level." Kun Shan gave a simple introduction. "How many of your kind are in Black Crow City?" Wang Teng asked, finally revealing his true intentions. Kun Shan was slightly taken aback. "Around 40 to 50. Not bad, not bad." Wang Teng's eyes lit up. "I'll give you a day's worth of time. Gather them together. It shouldn't be a problem. Yes, in Black Crow City, I'm the strongest of my clan. It won't be hard gathering them," but Kun Shan hesitated. "What are you planning?" "You don't have to know the details. Just know that I won't kill them," Wang Teng replied lightly. "In fact, if you can gather them, I can even give them a little benefit." "What benefit? Dark Force stones or spiritual Dan? What do you people want?" "Dark Force stones?" Kun Shan exclaimed. "Sure." Wang Teng nodded. "I'll bring them over at night." Kun Shan finished speaking and turned to leave. Wang Teng watched his departing back, and his eyes flashed. "Lord, that guy was stabbed thrice by little Zi Yi. What if he harbors a grudge?" Rodney cautioned. "Don't worry, if he's thinking of anything sinister, I'll make him regret being born." Wang Teng smiled. Seeing the smile, Rodney's heart went cold. "Lord, did you gain anything from the manor?" Rodney asked again. "Do not ask what you shouldn't ask." Wang Teng glared at him. Yes, I talk too much." Rodney smiled awkwardly. Wang Teng retracted his gaze, his mind wandering. He had naturally gained something from the journey to the manor. He had found out where the dimensional rifts were, and if he wanted to get close to them, he would need a long-term plan. In the afternoon, Wang Teng stayed in his room studying the heart of Zhongyan. There were a few stones placed on the ground. Suddenly the stones floated up and shattered into pieces. Then they flew towards Wang Teng's arm and congregated above it. Instantly a rock arm was formed. It was like a piece of armor. Wang Teng clenched his fist. He didn't feel any blockage, feeling like an extension of his arm. It was amazing. His strength had increased. The arm had a strong defense ability, too. Is this the ability of the heart of Zhongyan? This is outstanding, Wang Teng muttered to himself. He only had 1 point of the heart of Zhongyan talent, but he was already able to use it briefly. This proved how extraordinary the Zhongyan talent was. Heart of Zhongyan, 1000. If I can raise this talent to the limit, it must be formidable. The image of mountains shifting and seas filling up with rocks appeared in his mind. It felt incredible just thinking about them. He had high hopes for the potential of the heart of Zhongyan. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Rodney walked in. Lord Kunshan has brought the others here. Chapter 507, The Excellent Way of Collecting Wool. In the backyard of the hotel, Wang Teng saw members of the Zhongyan clan gathered by Kunshan. There were 47 of them. The Zhongyan clan members looked similar to Kunshan. There were female members as well. They had big heads. Their bodies were large and squarish, and their limbs were thick like pillars. The only difference was that they had hair. If their appearance was already like this, Wang Teng didn't dare to imagine them without their hair. How disgusting. At least King Kong Barbies would still have appearances of a Barbie doll, but the faces of these Zhongyan clan females were squarish with edges and corners just like rocks. Among these people, Wang Teng even saw a familiar person, Dale. That was the mixed blood that Wang Teng previously beat up in the hotel. He didn't know what his identity was in the beginning, but now that he knew about the Zhongyan clan, he had no other doubts. Dale and Kunshan looked similar. Although they didn't have similar appearances, there was this familiarity about them. As long as one saw them, one would immediately know that they were from the same race. While Wang Teng was sizing them up, the Zhongyan members were doing the same to him. To be honest, if it wasn't for Kunshan, the Zhongyan clan members wouldn't have been willing to meet Wang Teng. After all, his appearance now was that of a pure blood, and mixed bloods had never trusted them. Dale didn't recognize Wang Teng, but he recognized Rodney and Zi, who were standing by his side. A hint of uncertainty flickered in his eyes. Why are these two people together with this pure blood? Weren't they following around that Zi Wang? Could it be that Zi Wang was actually a pure blood? Dale suddenly thought of something as if he had understood it. He decided to expose those traitors once he got back. He never thought that Zi Wang and the pure blood in front of his eyes were actually the same person. Wang Teng didn't know what Dale was thinking, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. Whatever he was thinking or planning, it wouldn't affect him at all. He then cleared his throat. Ahem, since everyone is here, let me explain why everyone is here. The crowd's eyes were attracted to him in an instant, only to see Wang Teng taking out a dagger and passing it to Zi. He smiled. I'll give 10 dark force stones to anyone who is willing to be stabbed once by her. Once the crowd heard that, everyone was thrown into confusion. Even Zi looked at him blankly. She didn't understand why she was going to stab them. They didn't bully her at all. Lord. Kunshan's face was twitching. Although he knew that this pure blood wasn't a good person, he didn't expect him to be such a sadist. Oh, you can participate too. Wang Teng reacted in time. Kunshan, is this a problem of whether I want to participate or not? Several dozen lines of wrinkles formed on Kunshan's head. He felt as if he had fallen into a deep pit, the one that he could never get out of. Can I not participate? He asked. Obviously not. Wang Teng's expression was telling him that he was thinking too much. Kunshan. At the same time, the other Zhongyan mixed bloods started discussing softly. 1 stab, and they could get 10 dark force stones. Although the dark force stones were tempting, it wasn't a good feeling to be stabbed once. In the end, there were some that couldn't resist the temptation of the dark force stones. In reality, with the regeneration abilities of the Zhongyan clan, a stab would just amount to a small injury. The wound would recover in 2 days without even applying the medicine. Kun Shan was stabbed by Zi Ye 3 times in the morning, and now there were only 3 faint scars left. For their clan, the stronger one was, the better their regenerative abilities. The first to step forward was a female mixed blood. She asked hesitatingly, "Will we really get 10 dark force stones if we get stabbed once?" Wang Teng was a little surprised. Were the females of the Zhongyan clan manlier than the males at this time? The other mixed bloods started talking softly. "It's Kunya. Well, her child has just been born. If you count the previous 5, there are many mouths for her to feed. She would definitely need many dark force stones to survive. With a few stabs, we can dozens of dark force stones. That's enough for us to spend for 3 months. When Wang Teng heard that, he suddenly realized and nodded. "That's right. The dark force stones are here. You can collect them once you get stabbed. Of course, there's a limit to 3 stabs per person." Once he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a pile of dark force stones appeared on the table by the side, forming a small mountain. The mixed bloods immediately started breathing faster. There were so many dark force stones. If he wasn't able to defeat them, they would have tried to snatch the stone from him. "Lord, can't I get a few more stabs? My body can handle it." The mixed blood named Kunya asked Wang Teng. What the hell? Did Zhongyan members like being abused? The request was too much. If he didn't agree, it would make him seem petty. Well, you can, but there needs to be a limit, up to 5 stabs per person. Wang Teng was not benevolent. He just thought that if these mixed bloods overdid it, it would not be good for him and his sustainable wool collecting plan. But don't worry about it. There will still be opportunities next time. I'll look for you again in 2 days. As long as you're willing, I won't be stingy with these dark force stones. After hearing Wang Teng's guarantee, Kun Ya heaved a sigh of relief and walked to Zi Ye. "Little girl, stab me." Zi Ye was a little stunned. She couldn't help but look at Wang Teng all the best. "It's up to you." Wang Teng encouraged her. "Stab well. I'll treat you to good food tonight." Kun Shan and Rodney's expressions turned weird and strange. Zi Ye nodded and didn't hesitate, plunging the dagger into Kun Ya's stomach. Splurt. Fresh blood spewed out. The scene was magnificent but weirdly ridiculous. Kun Ya frowned, her face slowly turning pale. Zi Ye stabbed her thrice before stopping. She then turned to look at Wang Teng. "Don't stop, continue." Kun Ya wasn't satisfied and hurried her. 2 more, Wang Teng was speechless. Zi Ye nodded and stabbed her twice again with some conviction. Kun Ya's complexion was a bit pale. She exerted the force in her body and the wound started healing. She didn't bleed anymore as she collected the 50 dark force stones with joy and returned to the crowd. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, seeing a few attribute bubbles falling onto the ground. A smile formed on his lips. He picked them up. Earth Force 45, Dark Heart of Zhongyan, 1. Luck, 1. "It's here. It's you, the luck and the heart of Zhongyan attributes." Wang Teng was cheerful and silently gave himself a compliment. This was an excellent way to collect some wool without any problems. He had already grasped the key point. Zi Ye dropped the luck attribute because she made the Zhongyan mixed bloods drop the rare heart of Zhongyan attributes, not because she stabbed someone. This made her expend her luck attribute. Wang Teng guessed that Zi Ye's luck attribute was not permanently lost. It was just temporary and would be restored soon previously. Wang Teng was puzzled with Zi Ye's young body and no cultivation. How did she survive alone in the forest for so long? She wasn't eaten by beasts, not dying of illness or poisoned to death. Now he understood. It was definitely because her luck attribute was off the charts. Every time she encountered danger, she would always drop the luck attribute, turning crisis into opportunity. The only difference was that previously no one would pick them up when the attribute bubbles dropped. They would disappear and be wasted. Now, Wang Teng was collecting them and reducing waste, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Anyone else? As the thoughts flashed across Wang Teng's mind, he raised his head. Seeing how Kun Ya had reaped the benefits without suffering so much, the other mixed bloods couldn't take it any longer. Me. 2 mixed bloods stood up immediately. How many? Wang Teng asked. 5. The 2 mixed bloods were ruthless and chose to get stabbed 5 times. Zi stepped forward to execute it. Earth Force 80, Dark Heart of Zhongyan, 2, Luck 1. Next, the other mixed bloods also came forward, one after another. After about 24 people, Zi's luck attribute no longer appeared. The mixed bloods also stopped dropping the Heart of Zhongyan attribute, although it was a bit regretful. Wang Teng knew that he had reached the limit for today. All right, that's all for today. We'll continue in 2 days. Wang Teng stood up from the chair and stretched his back. Ah, my lord, why is it over? It's not our turn yet. The remaining mixed bloods who hadn't had their turn cried out. Don't blame me for not grabbing the opportunity. Wang Teng shook his head and kept the dark force stones. The mixed bloods didn't dare say anything, their faces filled with regret and grief. Those who had had their turns felt fortunate and delighted with the force stones they obtained. They had already forgotten the pain of being stabbed. Wang Teng had a huge gain this time. He couldn't help but take out his attributes panel. Luck, 31, limit of a normal person, 10. Heart of Zhongyan, 26, 10,000. His luck attribute had soared to 31 points, far exceeding the limits of a normal person. Heart of Zhongyan had also increased by 26 points. He felt that he could control more rocks and that the power would be stronger as well. This was the feeling of becoming stronger. Suddenly, Wang Teng thought of something. His luck attribute had increased so much, so why not try it himself? Hey? Well, since you are so unwilling to leave, I'm touched. So Wang Teng said suddenly, standing by the side. Kun Shan's mouth twitched. What did he mean by he was touched? His fellow clan members were also out of their minds. They were actually begging to get stabbed. Wang Teng continued. Let's change it up. For every punch of mine, you can get 1 dark force stone. The limit is 10. Anyone wants to participate? The ones that didn't have their turns were slightly taken aback, but they soon reacted and squeezed their way forward. Me. Kun Shan was flabbergasted. They had gone mad. His clan members had gone mad. Their brains must have been fried. Chapter 508. Vampire Race Cypherest and Shadow Merging Secret Skill. Luck 36, limit of a normal person, 10. Heart of Zhongyan, 35, 10,000. After sending the mixed bloods from the Zhongyan clan away, Wang Teng took a look at his attributes panel and felt extremely satisfied. Sometime later, Kun Shan came back. His face was a little swollen, and he was looking at Wang Teng as if he were a devil. His clansmen were bruised and swollen just like him. Was it worth 10 dark force stones? It was worth it. The status of mixed bloods in Darkland was very low. It was very hard for them to earn dark force stones. Even if these mixed bloods possessed strong abilities, they wouldn't be able to get the treatment they deserved. It was normal for some pure bloods to catch these mixed bloods and turn them into slaves, hence to them the seemingly brutal request by Wang Teng wasn't that hard to accept. Some mixed bloods even thought that this vampire was a fool. If not, why would he do something so stupid? In summary, both sides felt that the other was stupid, and both sides got what they wanted. It was a win-win situation. At night in the hotel room, Wang Teng experimented with the effects of the Heart of Zhongyan after his points had increased. He was gathering rocks and soils around his body. At this point, he was able to cover all his limbs, and the power was naturally a few times stronger than before, but that was it. With his current ability, this level of stone armor wasn't of much use. It might not be able to withstand a blow from a 9-star soldier-level warrior. Little Zi looked at him with interest at the side. She felt curious and wanted to learn it too. Wang Teng looked at her expression and smiled. Waving at her, he asked, "Do you want to learn?" Little Zi nodded. "I'll teach you. However, I won't teach you this one. I'll teach you other skills," Wang Teng said. Zi had been following him for the past few days. Wang Teng noticed that she seemed reliant on him and also discovered her luck talent. Thus, he decided to groom her properly. He believed she would offer great help to him in the future. Wang Teng was never stingy towards the people he trusted and who followed him. "Let's start from the basics. We'll take one step at a time," Wang Teng started guiding Ziyi. Ziyi's talent exceeded Wang Teng's expectations. She understood most of the things after learning them once, and her progress was astonishing. It wouldn't take long for her to cross the martial disciple gate and become a martial warrior. 2 hours later, she was in deep sleep. Wang Teng looked at her and smiled like a father. Then he closed his eyes and immersed himself in his own cultivation. The sky was pitch black. The pale red moonlight shone in through the window. Suddenly, a shadow started moving in one of the dark corners. The shadow created by the moonlight suddenly elongated and expanded. It started baring its teeth and brandishing its claws. Everything happened silently. Wang Teng's eyes were closed. His expression was calm, and he seemed focused on his cultivation. Suddenly, the shadow on the ground stood up and pounced on Wang Teng. Wang Teng opened his eyes instantaneously, a sharp gaze shooting out from the depth of his eyes. His spiritual power stabbed out like a real dagger. The black shadow froze for a second. The next moment, Wang Teng acted at the speed of lightning and punched the black shadow, bang. The black shadow flew out instantly. However, when he slammed into the wall, he merged into the darkness and disappeared. Wang Teng stood up and scanned the calm surroundings. Little Zi woke up in shock, staring at him in a daze. "Wait here," Wang Teng said. Swoosh! The shadow lunged at him from another corner. The sharp claws formed from shadows glimmered with a red glow. It was aimed at Wang Teng, wanting to tear him apart. Wang Teng looked at him intently and activated his 8-level devil scripture. His entire body was covered with black light, mysterious black patterns dotting his entire skin. In the Darkland, he could finally execute his dark skills to the fullest. Then he released his fist. Boom! A frightening power exploded instantly. Ah! The black shadow gave a shrill scream. It exploded, and a figure fell out from within, slamming heavily onto the wall. It was an old vampire. Flabbergasted, he looked at Wang Teng in disbelief. "You're not at the 9-star soldier level. You're at the general stage. Who on earth are you? You have so much bullshit." Wang Teng strode forward and clawed at the dark apparition's throat. The expression on the vampire's face changed. Black light shimmered around him. He wanted to sneak away. "Trying to escape?" Wang Teng sneered. He appeared in front of him and grabbed his throat. The black light around the dark apparition dissipated and couldn't congregate again. The vampire's face turned red, and it made a gagging sound because it was suffocating. "Who sent you?" Wang Teng asked him coldly. The vampire's throat was clenched tight, so he couldn't make any sound. He could only look at Wang Teng pleadingly. "Oh, I'm sorry. Am I grabbing a little too hard?" Wang Teng showed no signs of letting go. His tone was insincere, too. About to pass out, the vampire was rolling his eyes. The old vampire felt exasperated. "Don't you want to know who the mastermind is? Why are you grabbing my throat so hard?" He felt that he was about to die. His vision turned black, and he was starting to lose consciousness. This Viscount Snow was ruthless. He was going to strangle him to death. Suddenly, a strange red light shone in Wang Teng's eyes. It shot right into the vampire's eyes and controlled his consciousness. Finally, Wang Teng let go, allowing the vampire to fall to the ground. The guy started belching. After some time, Wang Teng knew the identity of the mastermind from his mouth. It was the ex-master of Kunshan. The other party bore the grudge and found a 9-star soldier-level elder in his clan who was skilled at assassination. He wanted to kill Wang Teng to take revenge for what had happened in the morning. He's seeking death, Wang Teng muttered to himself. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. He thought that those vampires wouldn't dare to find him again, but it hadn't been a day and someone had already come to take his life. At this moment, the old vampire regained his consciousness. He asked in bewilderment, "Did you just use bewitch on me? You have no value anymore." Wang Teng's gaze was indifferent. He slapped the vampire's head. Unwillingness appeared in the vampire's heart. Regret and other complicated emotions wafted up too. His vision turned black, and he went unconscious permanently. A few attribute bubbles floated up: Dark Force 260, Spirit 120, Vampire Race Ciphertext 60, Shadow Merging Secret Skill 1. Wang Teng kept the bubbles, his eyes shining brightly. Vampire Race Ciphertext, Shadow Merging Secret Skill. These were two extremely rare attribute bubbles. In an instant, many memories of words surged into Wang Teng's mind. They were an ancient ciphertext belonging uniquely to the vampire race. Wang Teng immediately remembered the treasure map he received that was said to belong to one of the vampire's ancestors. The words on it were similar to these vampire race ciphertext. Chapter 509, Clone. There wasn't time for him to ponder over it as another memory floated into his mind. This was a memory of the cultivation method for shadow merging secret skill. A ray of light appeared in his mind and reproduced the cultivation process perfectly. It would turn into a shadow occasionally and travel in the darkness. It was hard to gauge its position. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He immediately understood the skill and grasped the shadow merging secret skill. This shadow merging secret skill would allow him to merge into any shadow like what the vampire did and conceal himself perfectly. In the past, Wang Teng used his dark force to hide in the darkness. However, there was a huge difference between these two methods. The shadow merging secret skill was obviously more profound. Wang Teng was elated. He looked at the corpse of the old vampire lying on the ground and suddenly felt gratitude towards him. He specially came to send him this secret skill. What a good vampire also. He didn't feel as furious towards Kun Shan's ex-master as he did previously. After all, he had sent this vampire who had the shadow-merging secret skill and the vampire race ciphertext to him. But even though he was thankful, he still had to kill him. Those two things didn't affect each other. Wang Teng turned to Zi, who was still looking at him with wide eyes. He regained his composure and kept the corpse of the vampire. Then he said to her, "Go to sleep. It's all right." Oh, Zi trusted Wang Teng entirely. When he said that it was all right, she believed him and went back to sleep. Wang Teng shook his head. He remembered something and took out the treasure map from his space ring. He started translating it based on the vampire race ciphertext. Mata Mountain Ridge. Wang Teng was in deep thought. He muttered to himself, "Could it be that this treasure map is real?" Based on the recordings on the treasure map, this ancestor of the vampire race hid his treasure in the depth of the Mata Mountain Ridge. As for what the treasure was, it remained unknown. Wang Teng's gaze shone a few times. Then he threw the treasure map into a corner in his space ring. The most important thing was to return to Earth. The others could be dealt with later. Of course, that would only happen if he could still return to the Abyss world after he went back to Earth. Anyway, this ancestor of the vampire race must be very frustrated. If another vampire race member got the map, there would be great bloodshed. Numerous vampires would fight for this treasure, but it had landed in Wang Teng's hands. The treasure might lay there forgotten. The next day, Wang Teng came to look for Rodney. Vampires love to consume fresh blood. "Is there any slaughterhouse for star beasts in Black Crow City?" Rodney was stunned for a moment. He nodded and replied yes. A huge bunch of powerful and rare star beasts will be sent here every day. After they are slaughtered, they will be sent to the manors of the various noble vampires. Lead the way? Wang Teng was elated. However, he remained calm on the surface. Rodney didn't know what he wanted to do. He just nodded. Wang Teng followed Rodney to the west of the city. Very soon he saw a huge slaughterhouse. Shrill screams and howls of star beasts came from within. A strong stench of blood could be smelled too. Wait for me outside? Wang Teng walked directly into the slaughterhouse after he finished speaking. He was a vampire, so he had the right to enter many places. The slaughterhouse was one of them. A portion of the blood produced here would be sent to the different vampire manors, while another portion of it would be sold. Other vampires could come here to buy the blood. Viscount, do you have any orders? Wang Teng's Viscount identity was put to use here. The giant apparition in the slaughterhouse spoke to him respectfully the moment he saw him. The Black Crow City was governed by the vampire race, but there were dark apparitions from other races living here too. The giant apparition was tall and huge. It was cruel and bloodthirsty in nature, hence butchering was the most suitable job for him. Bring me around, Wang Teng said calmly with his hands behind his back. All right, follow me. The giant apparition led the way with his lofty body, passing through many rooms. Star beasts were being slaughtered in the different rooms, and their blood was released. The giant apparition started introducing his slaughterhouse to Wang Teng as if it was his treasure. Wang Teng collected the attribute bubbles scattered in his surroundings as he listened to him. Dark Force 108, blank attribute 90, Dark Force 108, blank attribute 90, Dark Force 108, blank attribute 100. It had been a while since he saw blank attributes. Coming here was the right choice. Wang Teng was elated. These star beasts were all dark star beasts, hence they possessed the dark force. Wang Teng didn't care about that. The blank attributes were his main motive. To return to Earth, he needed a huge number of blank attributes to increase his ability. If not, it would be hard to execute his plan. Half a day later, Wang Teng left the slaughterhouse. The giant apparition was a little stunned as he sent Wang Teng off respectfully. This vampire Viscount wasted half of his day, but he didn't buy anything. One could imagine how frustrated and bitter the giant apparition was. However, Wang Teng was too powerful, so even though he was bitter, he couldn't do anything to him. Wang Teng pulled out his attributes panel and smiled. Blank attribute 356 In this short span of time, he had received more than 3,000 points of blank attributes. It would have been so troublesome if he had to kill the star beasts himself. How smart of him. He was so smart. Wang Teng complimented himself in his heart. His blank attributes could reach 10,000 after coming to the slaughterhouse a few more times. That would be enough to support his plan. Hence, for the next few days, Wang Teng would visit the slaughterhouse whenever he had the time. The giant apparition almost went mad. This Viscount came every day, but never bought anything. Was he making a fool of him? But when he remembered the aura this vampire leaked accidentally, the giant apparition got scared. All right, there's no need to send me. I'll come again tomorrow. Wang Teng waved his hand at the main door and left directly. You're coming again. The giant apparition looked at his back view and had a breakdown. However, Wang Teng didn't come the next day. He had enough blank attributes. The vampires were all looking for him, so he mustn't waste any more time. If he got caught, he would be dead. Wang Teng used his blank attributes on Darkness Clone Technique and Shadow Merging Secret Skill. Darkness Clone Technique. 5,000, 5,000, perfected. Shadow Merging Secret Skill, 5,000, 5,000, perfected. Once these two special skills reached the perfected realm, Wang Teng finally felt more confident. At this moment, a black light was shimmering around Wang Teng. A wisp of black smoke floated out from his body and turned into a clone. It had Wang Teng's real face. He smiled and said, "Go ahead. You sent me to death the moment you called me out. You're so ruthless." The clone sized up his body before speaking angrily. "Hey, don't bother about the details. You won't really die anyway." Wang Teng waved his hand and said, "All right, you're the true form, and I'm the clone. There's nothing I can do about it. Leave it to me. I'll make sure the dark apparitions won't notice anything," the clone said. After he finished, he merged into the darkness and disappeared. "It's up to you now." Wang Teng smiled. Chapter 510. The plan was a success. The next day, Wang Teng left the city disguised as Viscount Snow. Then he pretended to discover the human's traces in a forest nearby, and a huge battle erupted. Yes, this was what happened. Viscount Snow wasn't the opponent's match, so he sent the reinforcement signal to the City Lord. Black Crow City, City Lord Manor, 3 black rays of light shot up into the sky and slashed through the horizon like arrows. They flew towards a certain direction outside the city. Not long after, a vampire army dashed out of Black Crow City. It was a huge scene. Wang Teng asked Rodney and Zi Ye to stay in the city. When they saw the huge commotion, they felt a little anxious and doubtful. At the same time, many mixed bloods also noticed the vampires' movements. They came out of their houses and looked at the back views of those vampires as they discussed in low voices. Outside the city, explosions rang out in the air. The general stage apparitions were very fast. They were shooting towards the spot where the human was discovered like lightning. The 3 general stage vampires in the city had moved simultaneously. In the air, they exchanged glances with one another. Their eyes were brightly lit. They didn't expect the human to be found in Black Crow City. The reward from Black Incubus Devil Lord was within their reach. Even as general stage vampires, they felt a little excited. After all, once they reached the general stage, they needed a large number of resources to further their cultivation. Every single rise in level was difficult. Hence, they would never give up this amazing chance. Boom, boom, boom. Loud explosions suddenly came ahead of them. The 3 general stage vampires were elated. They dashed towards that direction immediately. Boom! A figure slammed onto the ground amidst a loud eruption and the flashes of lightning. Dust flew into the air. In the sky, a figure covered in lightning was hovering in the air. The powerful lightning attack came from this person. He seemed to have felt the 3 powerful presences closing in at high speed. Glancing at the figure on the ground, he abandoned the opponent he was fighting with and turned around to escape. When the 3 vampires arrived, they saw a figure surrounded by lightning charging into the gray primary forest in the northwest direction. The dust on the ground dispersed, revealing Viscount Snow's figure. He was covered with wounds, and there was blood at the edge of his lips. He hurriedly shouted at the 3 general stage vampires, "That is the human. His lightning force is extremely strong. I can't stop him. Don't let him escape." "It's all right. Since he came to Black Crow City, he won't be able to run," one of the general stage dark apparitions said confidently. "Wait for the reinforcements here and lead them to surround the forest just in case. Don't let the human escape," the other general stage vampire ordered. "Yes," Viscount Snow said. The 3 dark apparitions stopped talking and chased after the figure. The Viscount Snow looked at them as they left. A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Soon, many vampire troops arrived at the scene. Their leaders were the vampires Wang Teng saw in the City Lord Manor. When those vampires saw Viscount Snow, their expressions changed, jealousy flickering in their eyes. This side family member had found the human. How lucky of him. The 3 sirs asked you to surround the forest to prevent the human from escaping. Wang Teng spoke arrogantly. He looked like a small man intoxicated by success. "How did you find that human?" A vampire stood out and asked. Envy filled up his eyes. "This was the ex-master of Kunshan. That has nothing to do with you. You should do your things properly first." A cold glint appeared in Wang Teng's eyes as he refuted directly. "You?" The vampire was furious. He had many subordinates, so he wasn't afraid of Wang Teng. All right. Catching the human is more important. Don't mess up the sir's orders." The other vampires spoke up to mediate the argument. Many of them had been beaten by Wang Teng and were infuriated too, but they didn't dare to create trouble at this moment. If the human ran away, they wouldn't be able to handle the wrath of the 3 sirs. The vampire led his subordinates to the forest in front with a snort. Killing intent flashed past Wang Teng's eyes, but he didn't act on the impulse. Just when the vampires were trying to catch the human outside, Black Crow City became exceptionally empty. At this moment, a black shadow sneaked into the city manor. Silently, from the black light on his face, one could see that this was Wang Teng. If the three general stage vampires saw him, they would get a shock. Weren't they chasing this human? Why was he here? Actually, this was Wang Teng's true form. The human outside and the Viscount Snow were both his clones. His perfected darkness clone technique allowed him to form two clones at once. Furthermore, his two clones had reached the 9-star soldier level in power. When Wang Teng was forming his clones, he realized his advantage. He possessed many forces, and most of them had reached the 9-star soldier level. Also, he had Imperial Realm spiritual power, which allowed him to form two clones that weren't much weaker than himself. These two clones would have his battle techniques and his battle awareness. They were stronger than normal 9-star soldier-level martial warriors. Wang Teng asked the two clones to perform a show outside the city to attract the 3 general stage vampires and the other powerful vampires away. That way, he would be able to go to the dimensional rift in the manor. After all, he felt scared to be in this place filled with dark apparitions. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Wang Teng executed his concealing skills and sneaked into the manor. He had already found the position of the dimensional rift a few days ago. He possessed space talent, so the intense fluctuations of the dimensional rift wouldn't escape his senses. The dimensional rift was right below the manor. Wang Teng found a random vampire guard and got the information about the entrance of the underground passageway from him. Silently evading the guards in the underground passageway, he felt his way into the underground space. A long and dark tunnel appeared in front of him. Wang Teng merged into the darkness and reached the end of the tunnel successfully. Suddenly, he saw a faint glow of light. He thought that this was the dimensional rift, but when he took a closer look inside, his eyes widened in surprise. The ground was filled with all kinds of force stones, countless precious ores, and an array of rare treasures. Wang Teng would never think that this was the place the vampires kept their treasures. Even more, they seemed like unimportant things, piled here like trash. It was almost the size of a hill. It was astonishing. Chapter 511, Space Rune Array. Oh my, so many rare treasures. Wang Teng's eyes were shining. He was so amazed that he cursed uncontrollably. He was rich. He scanned the area with his spiritual power and realized that there were no dark apparitions guarding this place. They didn't seem to care about these treasures. Wang Teng moved forward unconsciously. He saw many different element energy stones of different sizes in that pile of treasure. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The energy stones for these 5 elements were the most common. Then there were green stones, purple stones, ice blue stones, and many more. They were lesser in numbers, though. Even rarer were wind, lightning, and ice element energy stones. These energy stones were giving off different intensities of light, meaning that their purity was different. Besides energy stones, there were piles of star beast star cores in different colors and attributes. The force fluctuations were different too. Some were strong, while others were weak. Wang Teng even saw star bones. There was a small pile of it giving off a glittering shimmer. Then there were ores, spiritual flowers, spiritual herbs. How much money were they all worth? Wang Teng's hands trembled unconsciously. His breathing got heavy, and he took a deep breath to calm his emotions. He would be disappointing his goddess of luck if he didn't take these treasures in front of him. He glanced around him before taking out a different space-storing gadget. He stuffed the treasures on the ground continuously into the space gadget. At this moment, Wang Teng suddenly felt fortunate that he kept his opponent's space gadgets whenever he killed a formidable warrior. Normally, he wouldn't need to use them, so he wouldn't wear them on him. He would throw them in his space ring by. Right, a space gadget couldn't be kept in another space gadget. However, Wang Teng had space talent, and he was a runmaster to boot. Hence, he had his ways of solving this issue. He created a rune box that could block off all space fluctuations. He placed the space gadgets in the box before storing them in the space ring. This way, there was compatibility between the space gadgets, and they wouldn't reject one another. Wang Teng was rushing for time, so he didn't count the treasures. He just swept them over with his spiritual power into the various space gadgets. Finally, all the space gadgets were full to the brim. He almost couldn't keep all of the treasures. looking at the empty stone room. He clapped his hands in satisfaction. Nothing was left. This was a sense of satisfaction for cleaning a place so thoroughly. Wang Teng didn't linger any longer and turned to leave. This wasn't where the dimensional rift was. He circled to another tunnel and continued searching. After some time, Wang Teng frowned. His expression turned serious. Strange? It's around here. Why can't I find it? Time was tight. If he didn't find the dimensional rift, the 3 general stage vampires might catch him when they came back, like catching a turtle in a jar. Wait, he wasn't a turtle. Wang Teng scanned the underground space with his spiritual power, inch by inch. However, the spatial fluctuations were too scattered, so he couldn't find a gathering point. Hence, he couldn't confirm the exact position of the dimensional rift. I searched everywhere, but there's nothing. Could there be a hidden space? Wang Teng thought to himself. Hidden space, that's right, it's runes. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He stepped on the ground and turned into lingering shadows, dashing towards the huge stone room where he found the treasures at the start. There were signs of runes there. At first he thought that they were protective runes, after all. No matter how unconcerned the dark apparitions were regarding these treasures, they would have some protection after piling them here. If not, once the energy in the treasures disappeared, they would lose their purpose and become real trash. Thinking back about it, the treasures might be a decoy. The next moment, Wang Teng's figure appeared in the stone room suddenly. He shifted his spiritual power to his eyes. A ray of holy light shot out of his eyes abruptly as he scanned the room. The ground, the walls, and even the roof. He didn't miss a single spot. Found it. Wang Teng suddenly smiled. He went to a corner of the stone room and found some traces on the floor there. With his experience as a rune master, he finally found another hidden layer of runes within the protective runes. The person who carved these runes must be an expert. Wang Teng was astounded. He stopped wasting time and came in front of the runes. Frowning, he pondered for some time before he found the solution. His rune mastery wasn't just for show. The carver of this rune was an expert, but his rune mastery was obtained through the collection of attributes. Hence, his knowledge had no boundaries. He was more skillful than normal rune masters. He fixed his gaze and congregated his spiritual kinesis on his fingers. Then he stabbed his fingers forcefully at the center of that rune array. The 2 fingers turned gradually in the rune like a key. Suddenly, a mechanical sound resounded in the quiet stone room. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. The ground in front opened up, revealing an entrance. Dim lights could be seen underneath the ground. Indeed, it's here. Wang Teng's eyes brightened. He carefully entered the hole and climbed down the stone stairs. The stone stairs were long and didn't go straight down. There were many turns. Wang Teng was extremely careful. He completely merged with the darkness and didn't make a single sound as he walked. Very soon, he arrived at the bottom. A faint light shone ahead of him. He saw a pitch-black and endless dimensional rift pasted against the stone walls. Wang Teng was elated. However, when he saw the extremely complicated rune array beneath the dimensional rift, as well as 3 old vampire dark apparitions sitting cross-legged around the array, his emotions changed. This dimensional rift is formed from an array. There were many kinds of rune arrays, hence Wang Teng guessed that certain runes were able to create space power. However, he had never seen it before. There weren't many runes that could form space power. Also, very few rune masters could control them. But the rune array in front of him managed to form space power and even created this huge dimensional rift. It was astonishing. He mustn't look down on these dark apparitions. Wang Teng's gaze flickered, feeling emotional. The dark apparitions' history was too long, and they had destroyed many worlds. The amount of civilization knowledge they obtained was frightening. Most of the elite races valued their own old broomsticks, so they wouldn't let the real profound knowledge leak out. However, there would definitely be a bunch of dark apparitions that possessed this knowledge. At this moment, Wang Teng was pondering to himself. He scanned the 3 dark apparitions, and his gaze gradually became dangerous. If he wanted to go through the dimensional rifts, He must get rid of those 3 dark apparitions. The 3 dark apparitions might reverse the array after he went through it. As a result, he would be crushed into pieces by the unknown in that space. The last time, when Black Incubus Devil Lord pushed him into the dimensional rift, he didn't know what happened. All he knew was that he was seriously injured when he woke up. It was pure luck that he didn't die. He didn't want to experience it again. Chapter 512, Triple Kill. Wang Teng was hiding in the darkness, frowning and thinking hard. All kinds of thoughts flashed across his mind. Soon, he made a decision. These 3 dark apparitions have to be taken down at the same time. They must not have the slightest chance to react. Wang Teng's gaze was cold as he thought about it. The shooting star spiral silently sank into the darkness. The space fluctuated, and the shooting star spiral disappeared completely. One of the dark apparitions suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned as he glanced around in confusion. "What's wrong?" Another dark apparition couldn't help but ask. "I seem to feel a trace of spatial fluctuation," the dark apparition replied with doubt. The other 2 dark apparitions became flustered and started to sense their surroundings carefully. They then shook their heads after a while. "We didn't feel anything. Dimensional rifts are inherently unstable, and it is common for space fluctuations to occur occasionally. Maybe I'm thinking too much." The dark apparition shook his head. The 3 dark apparitions then closed their eyes once again. The silence was restored in the dark underground space. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was almost discovered. He didn't expect the 3 dark apparitions to be so sensitive to spatial fluctuations. His space skills were almost exposed by them. Wang Teng hesitated a little. Now that these 3 dark apparitions were so sensitive, even if the shooting star spiral was in line with the space talent, he might not be able to kill them. If he made a mistake, he would definitely alarm them and would have to fight them head on. "Let's wait." Wang Teng felt helpless. He didn't have any better ideas. He could only wait for them to let their guard down. As time passed, the 3 dark apparitions had great concentration like monks. Wang Teng was also extremely patient, like a poisonous snake lurking in the dark, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, Wang Teng's eyes focused and he moved, lunging towards one of the dark apparitions. At the same time, a dark figure separated from his shadow and darted towards the second dark apparition. On the other side, a shooting star spiral shot out from the void, violently piercing between the eyebrows of the 3rd dark apparition. Wang Teng actually launched fatal attacks on all 3 dark apparitions simultaneously. Roar. The 3rd dark apparition felt the spatial fluctuations and opened his eyes. He first saw the cold light that was close to him and felt death right in front of his eyes. He then suddenly let out a roar. His palm slammed on the ground to retreat backward violently. However, the shooting star spiral's appearance was too sudden, and it was already too close to him, piercing through the center of his eyebrows. No. His eyes were filled with rage as he glared. An invisible force gushed out from in between his eyebrows, resisting the power of the shooting star spiral. Spiritual kinesis. As Wang Teng was pouncing on the first dark apparition, he had to divert part of his focus to manipulate the shooting star spiral. Feeling the resistance coming from the shooting star spiral, he was startled. Die. But then, his killing intent went through the roof, and his Imperial Realm spiritual kinesis power burst out. Driven by the Imperial Realm spiritual kinesis, the shooting star spiral pierced through the opponent's skull. Arg! There was a desolate scream. A dark apparition was dead. It all happened in a blink of an eye. Wang Teng didn't pay attention to the dead dark apparition. He was already facing the first dark apparition. His hands flickered with black light, and he slashed at the dark apparition's heart and temple. On the other side, the black figure that separated from his shadow was the lighting clone he created. To make it, he had already removed the human clone that was outside the city. This would also mean that the 3 general stage dark apparitions would soon realize something was wrong and rush back. The lighting clone's palm was flowing with the power of lightning, forming a palm blade. At the same time, it was surrounded with horrifying killing intent. It sliced off the head of the third dark apparition. The killing intent had unknowingly reached 50% after picking up countless killing intents from warriors in the Star Maple City War. At this moment, the bursts and the impacts plunged the third dark apparition into the horrifying killing intent of the clone. It was as though he was in a sea of blood and corpses. Even though he was a dark apparition, he was still astounded. However, he regained his senses in an instant. His spirit surged crazily, rushing towards the palm blade of the lighting clone. The palm blade's lightning power shot up, slashed through the opponent's spiritual power, and struck his neck. Blood splattered everywhere as a vampire's head flew high up in the air. That vampire could never rest in peace. As for Wang Teng, his killing intent was overwhelming as well, but it didn't work this time around. His dark claw attack was actually blocked by his opponent. The vampire's spiritual power had reached the Emperor realm, and his strength was even at the general stage. It recovered in an instant and retaliated before retreating with the momentum he had gained. Wang Teng's face was solemn, and a cold light had flashed quickly across his eyes. He stamped on the ground and rushed towards the dark apparition again after the lighting clone was done with the second dark apparition. It came over to kill the last one. The palm blade slashed towards his back. "You are that human," the dark apparition exclaimed. He abruptly turned sideways and evaded the lighting clone's strike. "You guessed it? Your reward will be death." Wang Teng rushed to his front. His eyes were condensed with spiritual power, piercing his opponent's eyes. 8-level Devil Scripture. Activate Black Wing Devil Mutilation Strike. Die. With a low roar, Wang Teng gave it his all. A black light enveloped his body, and a sharp and eerie black blade glow slashed through the air. Roar. The dark apparition was horrified and frantically tried to resist. However, he was unable to withstand both Wang Teng and his lighting clone. Suddenly, his body went stiff, and a ray of cold light penetrated his heart. Shooting star spiral? How is this possible? His face was filled with disbelief as he slowly looked at the hole that appeared in his heart. There was deep resentment in his eyes. Sigh. Wang Teng watched the vampire collapse in front of him and let out a long breath. Triple kill. He had eliminated the 3 vampires that were guarding the dimensional rift. The ground was littered with multiple attribute bubbles. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he immediately went to collect them. Emperor Realm Spirit 105, Dark Force 230, Spirit Penetration 1, Emperor Realm Spirit 80, Emperor Realm Spirit 90, Space Rune Knowledge 50, Dark Force 320, Dark Force 260. Wang Teng didn't expect to encounter 3 dark apparitions with spiritual power here. Till now, besides Gorlin, he had never encountered anyone that had spiritual power. It was evident that divine spirit masters were rare, but he just met 3 in one go. If this was a face-to-face battle, he would not have been able to take these 3 dark apparitions down so easily. Then bits of memories started surfacing in Wang Teng's mind. He couldn't help but be ecstatic. Spirit penetration. This was an extremely rare spirit technique capable of directly attacking the spirit, no matter what creature. The spirit was extremely fragile. Once it was attacked, one would either be severely injured or dead. This was how terrifying this spirit technique was. There was also the space rune knowledge after he gained the memories. Wang Teng immediately acquired a lot of ancient knowledge about space runes. These were things that the 3 dark apparitions learned in their lifetimes, and they were now easily available for him. Chapter 513, He Can't Find His Way Home. Without a doubt, spirit penetration and space rune knowledge were his biggest gains this time. However, the Emperor Realm spirit attributes that the vampires dropped were also good. The existence of the Emperor Realm spirit attributes was rare, and it was always challenging for Wang Teng to obtain them. The Emperor Realm and Imperial Realm spirit had a difference of 10 times. The total amount of Emperor Realm spirit would be a few dozen points of Imperial Realm spirit. This increase would be equivalent to Wang Teng collecting countless normal spirit attributes. After collecting the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng couldn't help but let out a sigh. Looking back on the battle just now, he felt a little lucky. The three dark apparitions possessed the spirit penetration technique. It was fortunate that they didn't use it, or he would have been in a pinch. If he didn't have his guard up, or if he was hit by spirit penetration, it would be extremely dangerous to him, even though he had Imperial Realm spirit. Fortunately, he struck fast, and the three dark apparitions didn't have the time to use their strongest weapon in their haste. They died abruptly. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he entered into deep thought, throwing the three dark apparition corpses into his space ring. His gaze shifted to the rune array on the ground. "This is a spatial rune array," Wang Teng muttered and started analyzing it with the new space rune knowledge that he had just obtained. Those three general stage dark apparitions shouldn't have noticed the disappearance of my clones so quickly. Before I leave, let me leave them with a little present. Wang Teng stroked his chin, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He scanned his surroundings, and his spiritual power surged out. Several runes were engraved around the space rune array. The runes were independent and didn't interfere with the ones on the space rune array. However, Wang Teng left out a few nodes between the two. Once the missing nodes were filled, it would be equivalent to building a bridge between the two, and there a spectacular magical reaction would occur. Wang Teng took out a few energy stones, passed them to the lighting clone, and smiled. "I'll leave them to you. You're making me do such troublesome things again," the lighting clone complained with a bitter face. "It's the last time, the last time." Wang Teng snickered and promised, "Forget it, leave quickly." "The three general stage dark apparitions are coming back," the lighting clone said. Wang Teng nodded and looked deeply at the lighting clone. He didn't say anything else. Walking towards the dimensional rift, he leaped inside. "I'm going home." Hearing Wang Teng's cheer, the lighting clone couldn't help but shake his head. He sat down and waited a few minutes before placing the energy stones into the nodes. Suddenly, the entire rune array flashed violently. Boom! The whole underground space quaked. The lighting clone stood in front of the dimensional rift with a calm expression. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, violent explosions sounded, and the light engulfed everything, swallowing the lighting clone completely. The lighting clone didn't move an inch, as if it didn't hear any sound at all. He stood there calmly, like he was posing for a picture. The three general stage dark apparitions didn't find Wang Teng. According to their senses, it was like Wang Teng had disappeared without a trace. They returned empty-handed, their faces distraught. There was nothing worse than catching someone and letting him escape. They got the other vampires to remain outside the city and continue searching for human traces, but they themselves returned to the manor first. While they were approaching and were about to land from the sky, a terrible explosion came from the manor below. "It's bad." The three general stage dark apparitions immediately knew that something was wrong, and their expressions changed drastically. However, it was too late. A dreadful shockwave shot up from the manor. The entire manor was overturned and flew into the sky. The shockwave from the explosion swept across the surroundings and up into the sky. The whole Black Crow City was attracted by the terrifying explosion, and everyone's eyes shifted towards that direction, filled with shock. A while later, the explosion stopped and the dust settled, revealing the state of the manor. What was once a magnificent and majestic building was reduced to ruins and rubble. It's gone. It's gone. Countless dark apparitions were appalled and dumbfounded. Looking at the crumbled manor, no one dared to say anything. The three general stage dark apparitions' complexions were extremely gloomy. Their eyes were filled with fiery rage, and they were gritting their teeth. Who did this? Who's the one who did this? No, something must have happened to the dimensional rift underground. One of the dark apparitions suddenly thought of something and rushed down immediately. The other two general stage dark apparitions followed behind. Their force surged out of their bodies, smashing all the surrounding rocks into pieces, exposing the underground location where the dimensional rift was. It's gone. The three general stage dark apparitions fell into dead silence. Once the space rune array was destroyed, the dimensional rift would naturally disappear as a result. There was no trace of the dimensional rift's existence here anymore. Their years of hard work was gone. The 3 divine spirit masters are gone as well. The 3 general stage dark apparitions scanned the place, and they didn't even see the corpses of the 3 divine spirit masters. They figured that they were basically dead. Find him. We have to find him. Even if we flip the whole Black Crow City upside down, we have to find the culprit. Find the culprit behind this. I will smash his body into pieces and drain his blood till his body is dry. The 3 general stage dark apparitions were enraged in the next few days. There was an uncomfortable atmosphere surrounding Black Crow City. They searched vigorously and vowed to find the culprit who destroyed the space rune array. Wang Teng's clone, who was disguised as Viscount Snow, was still in this world and was summoned back with the other vampires to carry out a thorough search, but the results were expected. Wang Teng had already left the Abyss world and they couldn't have found him. Escaping the Abyss world should have been a happy thing for Wang Teng, but it wasn't. Now he was in a dark void surrounded by darkness. There was only a little light at a distant place, flashing like a star. Wang Teng looked around in confusion, cold sweat forming on his forehead. He couldn't find his way home. What the folk? What is going on? Based on the space rune knowledge he had obtained, the so-called space rune array was to fold the space and shorten distances. There would be a tunnel linking the 2 worlds, and you would have the effect of leaping through space. However, this space tunnel was only half of it. After Wang Teng rushed out of the tunnel, he came to this void and realized that the road ahead was broken. This is an incomplete space tunnel. A white light suddenly flashed across his mind, and his expression became painful. Chapter 514, The Corpse in the Emptiness. Why is this happening? Wang Teng's grieved shouts echoed in the silent and dead void. Anyone who heard it would feel his sorrow and cry for him. Unfortunately, in this place there was no one else but him. Wang Teng forced himself to calm down quickly. Things had already happened, so there was no point crying over spilled milk. He needed to think of how to escape. His expression turned grave, and he sat down cross-legged on the spot, sitting quietly in the void like a spirit floating in mid-air. The entrance was destroyed by the explosion. He felt his head aching when he remembered that he had ordered his lighting clone to do this. Gradually, Wang Teng closed his eyes. He went through all the space rune knowledge in his mind to search for a method to return home. In this void there seemed to be no time. He didn't know how long had passed, but he felt a little hungry. He took out some food from his space ring. Fortunately, he kept a large amount of star beast meat and other food items in his space ring. Well, this was a good habit. The emerald-glazed flame burnt in the void. Wang Teng used it to barbecue his meat. He placed his hand against his chin as he barbecued the meat. He sighed continuously. Sigh, 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 I'm so miserable. First, I got dragged into the Abyss world by Black Incubus Devil Lord. I put in so much effort to escape, but I dropped into the void instead. What a tragic life I have. Wang Teng started bemoaning his fate as he finished barbecuing his meat. He put it in his mouth and turned his sorrow into motivation for eating. He let out a satisfied burp after he finished eating. Then he shuddered and his expression changed. Damn it. He ate too much. He should eat less since he didn't know how long he would stay here. He mustn't waste his food. Wang Teng decided that he should ration his meal next time. After he finished eating, his gaze flickered and he went into deep thought. He took out the space gadgets the 3 divine spirit dark apparitions had left behind from his space ring. He scanned them with his spiritual power. Found it. After some time, Wang Teng turned joyful. 3 leather booklets appeared in his hand. He opened them. As expected, there was some ancient space rune knowledge recorded inside. Wang Teng immediately started reading it. He filled up the loopholes in his knowledge and deepened his space rune mastery. The clock was ticking. Suddenly, at a spot close to Wang Teng, a violent spatial fluctuation arose. The brutal energy gushed out forcefully. Wang Teng immediately turned and saw many thin white cracks appear out of nowhere in the void. He felt gravity pulling him over. His expression underwent a huge change. He could sense a fatal danger, so he immediately rushed away, moving out of the territory covered by the sucking force. That was dangerous. At that moment, he understood the danger of the void. After some time, the suction force disappeared, and the thin white cracks patched up. Wang Teng frowned. He hesitated for a moment before he sat down cross-legged again to continue flipping through the 3 books. At one moment, Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He saw some interesting information on the void. There were many unknown dangers in the void. The thin white cracks just now were space cracks formed for various reasons. These space cracks were extremely unstable and destructive. If one was sucked inside, they would be torn into pieces, no matter how powerful of a martial warrior they were. It was terrifying. Also, normal humans couldn't travel in the void. Only powerful warriors who had reached a certain level had the ability to do so. However, even a powerful presence wouldn't dare to loiter around the void. Once they accidentally entered a dimensional rift, they could leave. But to do that, they mustn't encounter any force explosions in the void or any sudden appearances of space cracks. The other kind of person who could travel in the void was people who possessed space talent, like Wang Teng. They wouldn't be rejected by the space here and could sense the hidden dangers too. Of course, these kinds of people were rarer than the formidable warriors who could travel in the void. Once again, Wang Teng felt fortunate if he didn't possess space talent. With his entry-level general stage ability, he would probably be dead. Wang Teng spent much time before he finished reading the 3 books. His spirit and enlightenment were powerful, so his memory and understanding ability was also amazing, allowing him to remember all the information in a short time. After he finished, his expression wasn't good. I need to leave a space coordinate in the other world before I can find a path to leave this place. If not, I'm dead. Wang Teng hadn't left any space coordinates on Earth or on the Xinggu continent, hence he couldn't locate these 2 worlds. He sighed uncontrollably. This was bad. There was another method. When a dimensional rift appeared, he could forcefully widen the area of the dimensional rift and leave through it. But this method was too extreme. He could be shredded into pieces if an accident happened. Also, even if he was lucky and managed to leave, who knew where he would end up? What if he landed inside the sun? What if he went to an unknown world? What if he fell into a cesspit? Anyway, anything was possible. This method was the worst. He wouldn't use it unless there was honestly no other choice. Wang Teng ate some food and stood up. He decided to explore the area first. Well, he might find some other ways in this void. He headed in the direction where the space tunnel pointed to. He didn't know if it was right, but at least it was a direction. It was better than walking around aimlessly. Who knew? He might find a way out. He comforted himself as he walked forward silently. Very soon he realized that when he was walking in the void, he could still use the force in his body, but it was sluggish. Fortunately, his spiritual power wasn't affected. If not, his movement would be slow. He didn't know how long he wandered. During this time, Wang Teng encountered many dimensional rifts and force explosions. Every single encounter was dangerous, but he managed to evade them in time with his space talent. However, in this quiet environment, Wang Teng gradually became silent. There was no one to talk to, and he could only search for his path aimlessly. The only thing accompanying him was the cold and silent void. Gradually, he felt tired. Wang Teng raised his head, his expression a little numb. He couldn't tell the time, but based on 1 meal per day, he had spent more than 3 months here. In these 3 months, he didn't find anything. He had already decided to give up. This will be my last shot, Wang Teng sighed. Suddenly he saw something from the corner of his eyes. His pupils moved. A huge shadow floated in the void. It was a distance away from Wang Teng. He wouldn't have noticed it if it wasn't so conspicuous. In the void, emotions started to appear on Wang Teng's numb face. His spiritual power surged out and pushed him towards the shadow quickly. As he got closer, Wang Teng's pupils constricted. It was a huge corpse. He predicted that it would be more than 10 meters tall if it was straightened. It floated in the void and maintained its original form. It didn't decay, so Wang Teng could still see its appearance. Its shape was similar to a human, but its head was strange. Its forehead was huge and was greenish-white. Overall, it looked very similar to a human. The other conspicuous part was the occult and complicated special mark on its forehead. What species is it? Wang Teng took a deep breath, feeling astounded. He flew above the corpse and looked down on it. He muttered to himself, it should be dead. The moment he finished speaking, he saw the eyelids of the corpse moving suddenly. Oh my God. Wang Teng got a rude shock. He immediately went into defense mode and stared intently at the corpse. Its eyelids were indeed moving. Even its fingers were moving. This creature wasn't dead. Wang Teng was dumbstruck. How could this creature sleep in the void and not die? He couldn't imagine how it was possible. Suddenly, small droplets of light seeped out of the corpse's skin. It danced around the corpse densely. Wang Teng was stunned. He observed the light spots carefully and realized that there was a slim and beautiful creature in each of the light spots. Their antennas were short, and they had thin and colorful wings. They had a long circus, too. These are mayflies, void mayflies? Wang Teng frowned uncontrollably. He started pondering. At the same time, he noticed that after the void mayflies flew out, the corpse lost all its movement. It wasn't alive. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the void mayflies again. They seemed to have discovered his presence and swarmed towards him together. Wang Teng's heart jumped. Spiritual power gushed out and surged towards the void mayflies. However, the scene afterward made him stunned for a short moment. The void mayflies started devouring Wang Teng's spiritual power as if it was some delicious food. Wang Teng was thunderstruck. This sudden change was entirely unexpected. He didn't know what was happening. The void mayflies swallowed all the spiritual power. Wang Teng released and continued flying towards him. Wang Teng released another burst of spiritual power as he retreated. However, the void mayflies were too fast. There were too many of them. They quickly gobbled up the spiritual power before surrounding him. Wang Teng wanted to retaliate, but he suddenly noticed that the void mayflies weren't attacking him. Instead, they flew around him intimately. Also, a happy emotion entered his mind through a special kind of connection. Wang Teng. This situation caused him to remember his little white, whom he had left on the Xingwu continent. This connection was similar to the connection created by the spiritual pet contract. But there were still some differences. This connection was more carefree and special. It was as if the void mayflies had merged with his spiritual power. Wang Teng had a sudden thought and stretched out his hand. The void mayflies stopped on his palm. It can be done. Wang Teng was amazed. He felt that he had picked up a bunch of children accidentally. Chapter 515, Strength of Ultima. In the gloomy void, a corpse that was dozens of meters tall floated quietly. On its forehead sat a cross-legged figure. Around that figure there were spots of light that resembled starlight, dancing around him. They looked extremely dazzling and mysterious. Wang Teng was trying to get familiar with the void mayflies. He felt as though these void mayflies were an extension of his spiritual power. They were like his ears, his eyes, and even his third hand. In this void, the range of one's spiritual power was extremely limited. But these void mayflies could fly far, and he could still feel their presence. Prior to this, he had already sent dozens of void mayflies flying in all directions. Through them, he could have a perception of how the situation was beyond his current reach. I didn't expect to have such a pleasant surprise in the void. Wang Teng's face looked like he was mocking himself. He didn't know why such an intriguing change had occurred. Was it because they had devoured his spiritual power? Wang Teng couldn't understand, so he put it at the back of his mind. Then his eyes flashed, sending the void mayflies further out to explore the void. As he saw the void mayflies disappearing into the void horizon one by one, Wang Teng lowered his head and looked at the huge corpse below, deep in thought. He took out his moquet and tapped near his foot. His body was suddenly lifted up and he slashed towards the huge corpse. Boom! There was an explosion of force striking the huge corpse. However, the sound it made was of metals clashing against each other. There was only a white mark left behind on the corpse's skin. Wang Teng narrowed his eyes and looked at the corpse in surprise before gritting his teeth. I don't believe that. I can't deal with a corpse. He adjusted the force in his whole body and condensed it on his moke, swinging it down again. Killing intent explosion. Wang Teng used dark force this time and delivered his strongest blow. Then, a tiny wound finally appeared on the huge corpse's arm. It was like it had been cut with a small knife. Wang Teng. Wang Teng looked at the wound blankly. He even leaned closer to have a look. It was indeed just a small wound. He couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. His dark force was already at the general stage, and his attack power wasn't weak. Yet he could only leave a small wound on the huge corpse. How strong was this corpse when it was still alive? Wang Teng didn't even dare to imagine. However, the more horrifying the corpse was, the more it piqued his interest. He frowned in deep thought for a while and took out his shooting star spiral. With a spur of spiritual kinesis, he stabbed at the wound fiercely. Slash! The wound was finally enlarged, and a drop of golden blood flowed out, dripping down. Golden blood. Wang Teng was stunned. He didn't dare to collect it, though. He pondered for a moment, and his spiritual power surged, bringing the golden blood over. He stored it in a small jade bottle. Although it was only a drop of blood, considering the size of the huge corpse, a drop was enough to fill the jade bottle completely. Wang Teng stored the small jade bottle back into the space ring and planned to study it after getting back. He then continued hitting the wound with his shooting star spiral. Half an hour later, the wound had enlarged to a few inches wide. More golden blood was flowing out. At the same time, an attribute bubble dropped. I knew it. Wang Teng's eyes lit up immediately, and he picked it up. Strength of Ultima. Wang Teng's body quivered, and his eyes widened. Ultima. He actually got an Ultima attribute from the corpse. What was Ultima? It was a realm higher than the conscious realm, and its power was multiple times stronger. If the conscious realm was only exclusive to prodigies, then only a handful amongst countless prodigies could grasp the extent of this remarkable power. At this time, a giant mountain-like figure emerged in his mind. He was grasping the strength of Ultima. Walking on the boundless land, he could destroy mountains and flatten valleys with a wave of his arm or a swing of his leg. He had infinite power, a trace of Ultima integrated into his mind, strange and mysterious. Wang Teng was overwhelmed. It was just one point of Ultima, but he had already grasped it. It was truly incredible. Now that he had the comprehension of Ultima, with a wave of his hand, Wang Teng could wield and bring forth terrifying strength. This was so fortunate for him. Wang Teng clenched his fists and his eyes lit up. He stared at the corpse in front of him like he was staring at a huge treasure chest. Let's continue. The shooting star spiral formed a ray of cold light in the void. Wang Teng used all his might and focused his spiritual power, stabbing it right into the huge corpse. Under his unrelenting efforts, wounds started appearing on the corpse. Drops of golden blood were oozing out. Wang Teng had a zero-waste policy and collected a good amount of golden blood. After storing it in jade bottles, he threw them back into the corner of his space ring. At the same time, attribute bubbles dropped as well, floating around in the void strength of Ultima. Wang Teng was overjoyed as he picked them all up. After some struggling, he managed to obtain 12 points of strength of Ultima. The traces of Ultima integrated and blended into his body and memory, giving Wang Teng new knowledge of the concept of strength. So this is what strength is. He suddenly had such an enlightenment in his heart. It was inexplicable. If he really had to explain what strength was, he wouldn't have been able to explain it clearly. However, he knew in his heart that this was strength. Wang Teng finally stopped. He was too tired. In order to leave a wound on the huge corpse, he had to exhaust all his strength. His force and spiritual power were all depleted now. The huge corpse was truly terrifying. The tough and powerful body had Wang Teng at his wits' end. Fortunately, after all this struggle, he had gained something out of it. Wang Teng decided to rest for now anyway. He couldn't leave this place. He might as well clean up this corpse first before deciding the next course of action. Or else, if he left the void and gave up on this treasure trove, he would have no place to cry in regret. Wang Teng's eyes flashed and he took out an energy stone to restore his force. Fortunately, he had swept up all the treasures that belonged to the dark apparitions in the underground space in Black Crow City. They were now put to good use. He could only restore his force. Restoring his spiritual power was another issue altogether. Treasures that could restore spiritual power were rare. Without such treasures, his spiritual power would not recover that quickly. In the past, he had never thought about this, as he used to pick up attribute bubbles to replenish his depleted spiritual power. However, now that he was in such a state, he knew how blessed he was back then. Alas, now that he was already in this state, he couldn't do anything about it. Chapter 516, The Terrifying Ancient Gods. His spiritual power restoration rate was too slow. Wang Teng could only restore his spiritual power while sensing the situation far away through his void mayflies. The void mayflies had been flying for a long time and had traveled far. With that little connection he had, he tried to perceive the situation. Unfortunately, there was nothing else except darkness in the void. The existence of the huge corpse was truly unexpected. Wang Teng opened his eyes and frowned. His spiritual power was not even restored to a tenth of what he previously had. He then scanned through his space ring, especially the loot he got from the dark apparitions. He didn't have the chance to go through them previously and didn't know what was inside. There were so many treasures here. If he could find one that could restore his spiritual power, it would greatly help him. He carefully scanned through the space, rings one by one, but was left with disappointment. "It looks like I'm thinking too much." Wang Teng shook his head and sighed. He had already given up when he was at his last space ring. He glanced through it, roughly, but was stunned. Who knew? He actually felt a mysterious wave. In the next moment, an item appeared in his hand. It was a piece of black wood. It looked ordinary, but it exuded a faint fragrance. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he found the relevant memory in his mind. Wood of Tranquility. This was a rare treasure that could restore one's spiritual power. Wang Teng had only heard about it before and didn't know that it actually existed amongst the treasure he had. I've hit the jackpot. Wang Teng took a deep breath and placed the Wood of Tranquility in between his eyes. He then felt something cold yet warm flowing in his mind. There was a surge in his spiritual power, shooting up his recovery. The rumors are true. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. Time passed, and Wang Teng's spiritual power was soon restored. He then continued the onslaught of attacks on the huge corpse. Strength of Ultima 1, Strength of Ultima 1, Strength of Ultima 1. After losing count of the days, the huge corpse was now completely unrecognizable. He was like an ant gnawing a giant. Wang Teng couldn't help but admire himself. He managed to turn a powerful corpse into this miserable mess. His perseverance was extraordinary. Towards the end, he couldn't pick up any Strength of Ultima attributes anymore. It looked like he had reached the limit. His Strength of Ultima attribute had reached 56 points. Strength of Ultima 56,100. First level. Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. He couldn't wish for more. Obtaining the Strength of Ultima was already a great fortune. In the end, his phase fell onto the head of the huge corpse. Only the head was still intact. Wang Teng had left it for the end. The brain was the place where memory was stored. If he attacked it, what would he obtain? Wang Teng had his hopes up after some rest, and filling his stomach, Wang Teng started attacking the corpse's head. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying attacks landed endlessly on the tilted head. A wound started appearing after a long time, and a few attribute bubbles dropped out. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he immediately went over to collect the fruits of his labor. Imperial Realm Spirit 10, Ancient God's Body 1, Ancient God Language 1, Imperial Realm Spirit 8, Imperial Realm Enlightenment 5. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Teng was elated. Imperial Realm Spirit, Imperial Realm Enlightenment, he actually managed to obtain the Imperial Realm spirit and enlightenment from the corpse. His spirit and enlightenment were in the Imperial Realm, and he understood how tough it was to advance in the Imperial Realm. It was too difficult to meet others who possessed Imperial Realm spirit and enlightenment, but he didn't expect to meet one here. However, it wasn't strange when he thought about it. The corpse must have been extremely powerful when it was alive, so it was reasonable for it to possess Imperial Realm spirit and enlightenment. In fact, it might be even stronger than this when it was alive. He was merely collecting the leftovers. However, to Wang Teng, he had already benefited immensely from the good stuff that leaked from the big man's finger. Suddenly, his mind shook. Ancient God's body, this was a scripture of the highest level that exceeded the sky rank. Wang Teng was shocked. He knew that the corpse head would bring him great items, but something of this level was out of his wildest dreams. At this moment, memories started flowing into his mind. There was a gigantic figure sitting on a planet. That was right. A planet. The figure was drawing on the vitality of the planet, tempering and forging itself. Veins and pores appeared on his body like constellations in the sky, and qi drifted above the planet, merging into his body, eventually strengthening him. A peculiar and mysterious symbol appeared in between his eyes. The planet under him gradually turned gray, giving off a lifeless aura. It eventually shattered and turned into meteors that drifted away. The gigantic figure got up and, without any hesitation, headed into the depths of the void and vanished. Wang Teng got back to his senses. He was left speechless. He opened his dry mouth and swallowed his saliva unconsciously. "I did it," he muttered to himself. This ancient god's body scripture was way beyond his imagination. It was too terrifying and powerful. Based on the ranks on Earth, this would have exceeded the sky rank. This couldn't even be defined. Besides the ancient god's body, Wang Teng had also obtained the attribute bubble for ancient god language. Ancient god language was an ancient language belonging to an ancient race of gods. When the language memory merged into his mind, Wang Teng understood the rough situation of the ancient gods. Obviously, this corpse belonged to an ancient god. Every single ancient god was a natural cultivator. They were powerful beyond comparison and would use planets as their cultivation resource. They plundered everything and walked in the starry sky. Their whereabouts were mysterious. Fortunately, there were not many ancient gods, or the entire universe would not be enough for them. Wang Teng took in a deep breath and looked at the battered head. He then continued bombarding it with attacks. Imperial Realm Spirit, 3. Imperial Realm Enlightenment, 2. Imperial Realm Spirit, 1. It was a pity that all that was left were spirit and enlightenment attributes. There were no other special attributes. Even the number of spirit and enlightenment attributes diminished till the point where they never appeared again. Wang Teng stopped farming and gazed at the pulverized corpse. He couldn't help but touch his nose. Did he go too far? An ancient god had died, and Wang Teng still had to mess with his corpse. If he knew what was happening, he might have jumped out of hell and smacked him to death. Wang Teng coughed and shook his head in guilt. He then channeled his spiritual power and shoved the ancient god corpse far away. Go away. We shall not meet again. Chapter 507, Space Tornado. The void was dead and vast. There seemed to be no living things present here. However, a figure was flying around quickly in this environment. In front of this figure, many light spots were flying towards the depth of the void. They were extremely small but fast. They passed through the void like a flash of lightning, leaving a trail of light behind them, elongating into the distance. Wang Teng chased after the void mayflies and activated his space talent to the maximum. His speed wasn't slow, and he was doing all right. However, there was a distance limit to his space traveling. He couldn't jump too far, so he could only choose to jump continuously in order to complete a long-distance travel. If not, he wouldn't have been able to catch up with the speed of the void mayflies. Of course, he could ask the void mayflies to lower their speed, but he never did that. In this endless void, once he started slacking, he would turn numb. He had entered that state in the past. If it wasn't for the appearance of the void mayflies and the ancient god's corpse, he might not have woken up from his stupor. The energy stones in his space ring were being expended at a fast speed. A small portion of them had already turned worthless. He threw them into the void. Since there was no force here, he had to rely on these force stones to recover his force. Without them, the force in his body would have long dried up. He wouldn't be able to jump around for so long in this void, but using his space talent frequently had its own benefits as well. He had a deeper understanding of his space talent now. This void was situated within a dimensional rift. There were powerful space fluctuations here. So for someone with space talent, this was the best cultivation ground. Unfortunately, the void was too dangerous. He could encounter space cracks and energy fluctuations all the time. Any carelessness could cost him his life, and it would be a terrible death. Wang Teng always encountered such situations while traveling in the void. Without the void mayflies leading the way and scouting the dangers ahead, he would have been dead by now. After a long time, the void mayflies in a certain direction suddenly lost contact with him. Wang Teng stopped in his tracks instantly. His eyes shimmered, and he hesitated for a moment before he flew towards the direction where the disappeared void mayflies went. He moved forward carefully. Soon after, he stopped abruptly and looked flabbergasted. A frightening and invisible tornado was sweeping towards him from the long passage of void in front. Wherever the storm went, the space would break and white lines would appear. The void mayflies that lost contact had accidentally gone too close and were swept into the windstorm. Based on how powerful this storm was, those void mayflies were probably dead. Wang Teng shot back. He saw many objects in the heart of the windstorm. There were broken rocks and all sorts of junks from who knew where. He was too far away and the tornado was spinning at high speed, so he couldn't differentiate the objects inside. Other than that, Wang Teng also saw a few corpses of some unknown star beasts. The others looked like humans. He didn't know where they came from. How many dimensions did this tornado go to such that it had so many corpses in it? After all, Wang Teng only found the ancient god's corpse after traveling a huge patch of the void. Speaking of the ancient god's corpse, he didn't see it in the space tornado. It looked like he managed to find it based on pure luck. Wang Teng highly suspected that the luck he obtained from little Zi was starting to show its effect. As expected, he was the son of Lady Luck. At this moment, though, Wang Teng didn't have any thoughts towards the corpses in the space tornado. The space tornado was too scary. The only choice he had was to evade it. Why would he dare to get close? Just now, when he tried to approach it, he felt a strong suction force coming from ahead of him. It was pulling him towards the tornado, mind you. He was a long distance away from the space tornado, but he almost got sucked in. You could imagine how frightening it was. Anyway, those objects and corpses must be extraordinary since they were able to survive in the tornado. Wang Teng's eyes were glistening when he retreated. He stared at the tornado in deep thought. He touched his chin and pondered on a plan. Suddenly, he got a shock. He saw attribute bubbles in the space tornado. The inside of the space tornado was too chaotic, so he didn't notice the presence of the attribute bubbles at the first glance. Now, when he looked inside carefully, he realized that there were many bubbles there. The number was sizable. Wang Teng was tempted. It was hard to snatch the objects and corpses from the mouth of the tiger, but these attribute bubbles were formless. Since he was the only one who could see them, it wouldn't be hard to pick them up with his spiritual power, right? He gritted his teeth and made his decision. He decided to give it a try. His spiritual power surged out and carefully inched towards the tornado. Boom! An explosion occurred in Wang Teng's mind. He immediately felt this spiritual power getting cut. He lost control of it entirely. A drop of cold sweat fell down his forehead. It was so frightening. This space tornado was a large-scale meat grinder. Wang Teng looked at the attribute bubbles. Not wanting to give up, he stretched his spiritual power out again. This time, he decided to use all his spiritual power. He kneaded it into a strong thread and threw it at the attribute bubbles. Boom! Explosions were heard once again. However, this time, The spiritual power didn't break off. It's possible. Wang Teng was elated, but he didn't dare to be careless. He quickly got close to the nearest attribute bubbles and pulled them over. The suction force of the tornado was extremely powerful, sweeping his spiritual power too. Wang Teng's expression turned grim. He controlled his spiritual power with all his might as he pulled it away from the tornado. He was in a tug-of-war with the space tornado. If there were people who managed to survive the space tornado after meeting it, they would be flabbergasted when they knew that Wang Teng dared to snatch something from a space tornado. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Teng's mind was filled with explosions. He frantically pushed out his Imperial Realm's spiritual power so that he could pull over the attribute bubbles a little by a little from the tornado after some time. With a soft pop, he finally pulled out the attribute bubbles. Wang Teng was afraid that they would get swept into the space tornado again, so he picked them up instantly. Space 70. Space 81. Space 126. Space Tornado 1. As the bubbles merged into his body, Wang Teng shuddered. Most of the bubbles had the space attribute. It allowed his space attribute to grow many times immediately, but the most important one was the last attribute bubble. Space Tornado. This was an extremely rare space skill attribute bubble. Chapter 518, Found the Way Back Home. The space tornado continued wreaking havoc. Wherever it went, the area would be in chaos on the other side. Wang Teng sensed his gains. Space tornado. The process of the formation of the space tornado appeared in his mind. By coincidence, the explosion of space energy caused the energy to circle furiously. It got more and more violent and gradually turned into the eye of a tornado. Then, it slowly formed a tornado. Wang Teng's gaze turned intense. This space skill was so powerful. There was a naturally formed space tornado right in front of him. Looking at it and thinking that he would be able to form a space tornado himself in the future, even if the power was only 0.1% of this, it was an exceptional move. Wang Teng took a deep breath. He felt a huge strain on the spiritual power in his mind. The tug-of-war seemed simple, but it wasn't. If his spiritual power wasn't at the Imperial Realm, he wouldn't even think about snatching the attribute bubbles out of the space tornado. At this moment, he was looking at the other attribute bubbles in the tornado. Naturally, he wouldn't give them up easily. He took out the Wood of Tranquility and used it to recover his spiritual power. For the next few days, he followed the space tornado closely. After his spiritual power was fully recovered, he would push it out to snatch the attribute bubbles inside. He was experienced now, so the next few times were much smoother. He would succeed at one try. There was no failure. Although he could only pull out a few attribute bubbles each time, it was good enough. He wouldn't return empty-handed. Most of the attribute bubbles he pulled out were space attributes, or space tornado attributes. There were no other attributes. Suddenly, one day, Wang Teng felt the energy in the space tornado turning exceptionally violent. Suddenly. The space tornado turned berserk, too. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. An ominous feeling floated into his heart. He was decisive and immediately stopped picking up the attribute bubbles. He escaped far away quickly. He ran until he couldn't see the space tornado behind him anymore. At this moment, a loud explosion came from behind. The explosion rang continuously. Frightening energy waves swept towards him, blowing his clothes and hair up noisily. Wang Teng's pupils constricted, feeling appalled. Did the space tornado just explode? The force was so scary, he had run so far away, but he could still feel the impact of the explosions. It was incredible. Suddenly, he felt lucky. It was fortunate that he had escaped in time. If not, based on how close he was to the space tornado, he didn't know what would have happened to him. Wang Teng let out a long sigh. He sat down cross-legged in the void and counted his gains. After a few days, his space attribute had increased tremendously. Space, 7,120, 4,000, 1,000. He remembered the war in Star Maple City. The devil god created 5-dimensional rifts with his 5 fingers. At that time, the space attributes he dropped allowed him to raise his space attribute to around 4,000. Now it climbed again and reached 7,000. It was getting closer to the perfected stage of 10,000. He wondered what changes would happen after it reached the 10,000 mark. Also, his Space Tornado skill rose too. Space Tornado 76-100 Foundation. This space skill was extremely difficult. Wang Teng was only at the foundation stage, so it wasn't easy if he wanted to execute it successfully. However, Wang Teng wasn't worried. If he had no choice, he could still add his blank attributes here to raise his proficiency. Half an hour later, Wang Teng got up and headed towards the location of the Space Tornado. There were many objects and corpses within the Space Tornado. If one or two of them survived the explosion, he would gain big time. Unfortunately, when Wang Teng got closer, there was only a silent void left. The broken rocks and the corpses in the Space Tornado were all gone. It was as if they had never been here. Wang Teng sighed. Indeed, he was thinking too much. There was no free lunch in the world. He turned and followed the void mayflies further into the void. Time flew again. After meeting the Space Tornado, Wang Teng didn't have any other encounters. He could only search for a way home aimlessly in the void. He didn't make any progress. Currently, he was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock, floating in the void silently. He had discovered this huge rock not long ago. It was like a small island around the size of half a basketball court. Wang Teng landed here temporarily to rest. Honestly, in this void, having a place to sit was a luxury. At the moment, he was chewing his barbecued meat as if it were candle wax while thinking how he should leave. He had searched a large area over the past few days, but he couldn't find an exit. The result was disappointing. If he didn't have a strong mentality, he would have gone mad. He frowned and pondered. He went through all his methods and his entire attributes panel again and again, checking carefully each time. Unfortunately, besides his space talent, no other methods were useful. Wang Teng grasped his hair. This was too difficult. Too difficult. Was he supposed to stay in this void for the rest of his life? No, he was still young and hadn't experienced many happy moments. He couldn't die here silently, all alone without anyone's notice. The void mayflies seemed to have sensed Wang Teng's mood. They flew over and circled him as if comforting him. You little things are quite sensitive. Wang Teng shook his head. He thought of Little White. He had entered the martial arts path because of Little White. At that time, a group of martial warriors was fighting over Little White. Both parties were injured, allowing him to collect their attribute bubbles. Just like that, he became a martial disciple. It felt just like yesterday. Although the martial arts path was dangerous and hard, he had no regrets. In this era, he would be inferior if he didn't practice martial arts. In an instant, Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp and resolute. His parents, Lin Chuhan, Dan Taishuan, Gorlin, Wang Teng knew that all of them were waiting for his return. He must survive. Suddenly, a thought flashed into his mind. Little White? That's right, Little White. Wang Teng suddenly thought of something. There was a spiritual pet contract between him and Little White. Would he be able to sense the coordinates of the Xingwu continent using this connection? The moment this thought appeared, it grew stronger and stronger. Wang Teng immediately closed his eyes and searched for the fated connection. It's very weak, but I can still sense it faintly. It seems to be in that direction. Wang Teng opened his eyes, frowning. He moved the huge rock below him and rode it towards that direction. As he moved forward, the connection became clearer and clearer. It was still weak, but Wang Teng could sense hope. Xingwu continent within a mountain ridge. In the sky, a large crow covered with red and black feathers cawed towards the sky. The sound was shrill enough to pierce through rocks. Chapter 519, Emergency Call. In the forest, a giant scorpion was fighting with a crimson male lion star beast. When the scorpion heard the sudden caw in the sky, it was shocked. It shouted, "Little creature, I don't mind if you don't help me, but why are you cawing?" Caw, the crow in the sky cawed once again. What, you're saying? You felt his presence? The giant scorpion was shocked. This giant scorpion was the metal armor flaming scorpion, and the crow in the sky was undoubtedly Little White. Its appearance was extremely different from before. Its body had grown much bigger, and its feathers had turned from pure black to red and black. It looked divine. At the same time, the aura it gave off was stronger than before Wang Teng left. After swallowing the small emerald glazed flame, Little White's growth became frightening. Wang Teng left Little White to watch over the metal armor flaming scorpion before he left, but he probably never thought that they would start working together in the end. Roar! The Crimson Lion was furious when it saw the metal armor flaming scorpion ignoring its presence and even had the gall to talk to its companion. It pounced on the metal armor flaming scorpion. "You lion, how dare you sneak an attack on me when I'm not paying attention?" The metal armor flaming scorpion got a scare. It moved its huge body to the side and swept its tail. Green flames exploded, lunging at the Crimson Lion. Boom, the crow in the sky launched its attack too. A black flame engulfed its body and soared down like a frightening fighter jet. Soon, a Lord-level giant flaming lion died unwillingly under their combined attacks. The metal armor flaming scorpion laughed. "I have disliked this lion for a long time. It always created troubles for me in the past. I finally managed to kill it today." "Look, what did I say? With our combined strength, we'll be able to rule this mountain ridge." Little White flew down from the sky and gave the metal armor flaming scorpion a look of contempt. "Pfft, little guy, what's with that look?" The metal armor flaming scorpion was infuriated. "Caw." Little White spurted out a black flame from its throat and glared coldly at the metal armor flaming scorpion. The metal armor flaming scorpion seemed afraid of that black flame. It took a few steps back and said awkwardly, "I'm kidding, kidding." Then it hurriedly changed the topic. "Oh, right, you said that you sensed that brat." Little White glared at it and spat a mouth of black flame at the scorpion. The metal armor flaming scorpion screamed in pain the moment it got hit by the black flame. It rolled on the ground, but the black fire wouldn't extinguish. The black flame seemed scarier than the small emerald glazed flame it had sucked. My mistake. "He's my master, my master." The metal armor flaming scorpion shouted. Little White opened its mouth and sucked the black flame back. The metal armor flaming scorpion's body was burnt. It looked a little disheveled. A chill invaded its body, and it kept sucking in cold air. Fortunately, Little White didn't use its full force. If not, this wouldn't be all. The metal armor flaming scorpion glanced at Little White and muttered, "He's not here. Do you have to do this?" Caw. All right, I'm keeping quiet. I'm really keeping quiet." The metal armor flaming scorpion had a thick health bar. After some time, it was alive and kicking again. It inched towards Little White and said, "Didn't our master fall into a dimensional rift?" "I heard that place is extremely dangerous, and all forces and spiritual power are blocked there." "How did you sense him?" Little White replied. "Caw, caw." The spiritual pet contract, the metal armor flaming scorpion was enlightened. Its gaze shimmered as it continued. "That means that he's coming back soon?" "Caw." Little White was overjoyed, cawing happily. All right, since we can't help him, let's just wait here and not go anywhere. Now, let's talk about splitting this lion," the metal armor flaming scorpion said. Little White cawed. "What?" No, you ate the star core the last time. It's my turn now." The metal armor flaming scorpion shook its head furiously as if it had heard something unacceptable. "Caw, caw, caw. I don't care. If that's the case, I won't work together with you again. I'm getting bullied." The crow spoke in its language while the scorpion spoke in its own. However, they managed to converse quite well. If Wang Teng saw this, his jaws might drop. At this moment in the void, Wang Teng sat on the giant rock with a hint of happiness in his eyes. He felt it. He really felt it. Through the connection of the spiritual pet contract, he managed to sense a weak conscience like an extremely thin thread. Wang Teng shuddered. Almost instantly, he caught the coordinates. He almost cried. This was great. He could finally leave this damn place. Wang Teng jumped up and circled the giant rock a few times. He didn't want to stay a second longer here. He immediately started carving the space rune array. His spiritual power surged out as he drew the lines on the huge rock beneath his feet. Pieces of force stones were buried too. The complexity of the space array exceeded Wang Teng's expectations. Even though it was just a small array, its difficulty was on par with the large arrays he had created in the past. However, Wang Teng's spiritual power was in the imperial realm, and his rune mastery wasn't low either. Hence, the space array didn't pose much difficulty to him. Time passed slowly. Runes started appearing, and the space array was gradually formed. One day, the space array shone glaringly, forming a dimensional rift. Gradually behind the dimensional rift was a path that led to the unknown. Wang Teng stood in the array and looked at the completed space tunnel in front of him. He took a deep breath, unconsciously. Go home. The next instant, he stepped through the rift without any hesitation. On the Xingwu continent, near Yong City, where the Donghai dimensional rift was, in the dark mist forest. The Flying Eagle team was a high-ranked martial warrior team from the Jixin Martial House. The 6 members of the team were all at the 5-star soldier level and above. Not only were they strong, but they were also experienced in actual combat. There weren't many teams like theirs in the Jixin Martial House. They had been in the Xingwu continent for more than 10 days and had killed many advanced rank star beasts. The harvest was good. Currently, they were facing a 7-star earth element giant python. After a few rounds of fighting, it had suffered some serious injuries, and they would be able to kill it soon. They searched for a long time before they found this earth element star beast. There was a high chance of it having a star core and star bone. If they killed it, they might earn 2 to 3 billion. However, at this moment, all of them received an emergency call on their wristwatches suddenly. Their expressions changed slightly as they noticed the message on their wristwatches. Chapter 520. I'm finally back. Normally, in the wilderness of the Xingwu continent, their martial warriors' wristwatches wouldn't be able to receive any message, but there was an exception. If an important and emergency situation occurred, the headquarters of the different factions would activate the wristwatch terminal and use a special method to let all the martial warriors receive the message. Leader, what should we do? One of the martial warriors in the Flying Eagle team asked. Something big must have happened. We must hurry back immediately. Their leader was a middle-aged man. He gave his order instantly. What about this star beast? The other team members hesitated. Leave it. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. The emergency call has appeared. We can't waste any time. All right, we'll listen to the leader. Leave. Let's go. Although they were a little unwilling, they still chose to give up. They turned and rushed out of the forest. The earth element python was a lucky survivor. It was puzzled and confused, though. What is this? They aren't fighting anymore? Am I saved? It shuddered and quickly scurried deep into the forest. The outside world was too dangerous. It should find a place to hide and stay alive. At the same time, the other martial warrior teams in the dark mist forest received the emergency call too. All the martial warriors, whether they came from the top 3 martial arts academies or other factions, gave up their prey and rushed towards Yong City to gather. They didn't know what happened, but emergency calls were extremely important. No one dared to neglect it. The Flying Eagle team met another martial warrior team along the way. This was the Soaring Dragon team from the Lighting Martial House. They knew each other and were competitors during normal times, but currently none of them had the effort to argue with one another. The leader of the Flying Eagle team asked, Guo Long, you received the emergency call too. Wu Feiying, the leader of the Soaring Dragon team, Guo Long, was stunned. It looks like you received the message too. Do you know the reason? We're not sure yet. Wu Feiying's reply was short and sweet. Let's hurry to Yong City first, Guo Long said. The 2 team leaders stopped speaking and dashed out of the forest together. They were high-ranked martial warriors, so they needed to enter deep into the forest if they wanted to kill 5-star and above star beasts. Hence, it was a hassle for them to leave. They had to travel a huge distance. Also, they were rushing for time, so they wouldn't be as careful as they were normally when they were killing star beasts. This meant that it was easier for them to attract the attention of all the star beasts in the forest. Of course, if the two teams collaborated, they would be able to get rid of the star beasts quickly. "I know a shortcut, but it's harder to travel," Guo Long said. "Let's not waste any time and lead the way." Wu Feiying glanced at him and said instantly. Even though he didn't fully trust the other party in this emergency situation, he believed that the other party wouldn't cause trouble. After some time, they reached a swarm. "Be careful. This is the territory of the six-eye poison spiders. Don't alert them," Guo Long reminded. No one dared to put down their guards. They immediately slowed down and tried their best not to make any sounds. They also hid their auras so that the star beasts wouldn't notice them. Crack. However, things never go as planned. One of the martial warriors stepped on something and gave a loud and crisp sound. The martial warrior lowered his head and realized that he had stepped on a black spider leg. Screech. A strange cry rang out abruptly. Everyone's expression changed. Guo Long cursed instantly and shouted, "Damn it, move!" No one hesitated. They instantly raised their speed to the max and charged out of the swamp. Screech. More and more screeches came. Then many pairs of green eyes appeared in the swamp, coldly staring at the two teams of martial warriors. Poof, poof, poof. Hideous star beasts started jumping out of the swamp. They pounced on the martial warriors, six-eye poison spiders. Everyone was flabbergasted. "Guo Long, is this how you lead the way? These six-eye poison spiders aren't easy to deal with." Wu Feiying scolded as he ran with all his might. "Feek, if your man hadn't stepped on the legs of the six-eye poison spider, we would have passed this swamp safely. This path could shorten the time by a third. What do you know?" Guo Long refuted instantly. Wu Feiying felt a little embarrassed. He knew that it was his mistake, so he didn't continue the conversation. The six-eye poison spiders waved their 8 sickle-like sharp legs as they dashed towards the martial warriors. They seemed to be walking on leveled ground. The two teams of martial warriors had no choice but to retreat. Amid force explosions, the broken limbs of the spiders flew everywhere. As experienced martial warriors, they cooperated well with one another. The six-eye poison spiders might be hard to deal with, but in front of them, they didn't have an advantage. However, very soon, their faces turned black entirely. More and more six-eye poison spiders swarmed up from the swamp. They were everywhere, and they surrounded the martial warriors from all corners. There were many six-eye poison spiders, and some of them were even 8-star and 9-star spider kinds. Gulp. Guo Long, Wu Feiying, and the other martial warriors swallowed their saliva. "We're dead." The same thought flashed through their minds at this moment. "Guo Long, you put us in this dangerous situation. If we can survive, I'll force 10 bottles of liquor down your throat. This isn't what you should do," Wu Feiying said furiously. "Fake 10 bottles? Even if we can go back, I will die from all the alcohol." Guo Long felt speechless. "Leaders, stop quarreling. We should think of how to escape," their team members said bitterly. "What else can we do?" "Fight." Wu Feiying's face turned grim. "That's right, fight." Guo Long nodded sternly. "Kill," everyone shouted. Force surged out of their bodies as they prepared to welcome all the six-eye poison spiders surrounding them densely. "I'm finally back." Right then, a sudden shout rang in their ears. Then a pitch-black crack appeared out of nowhere in the sky. A figure crawled out from it and landed on top of an 8-star six-eye poison spider. The scene froze for a second. Whether it was Wu Feiying, Guo Long, or the bunch of six-eye poison spiders, everyone went eerily silent. The martial warriors raised their heads and noticed that the person was actually a young man. His hair was extremely long, as if he hadn't cut it in a long time, and his face was a little pale. He looked weak and frail. He was sizing up his surroundings with a look of happiness. "Huh?" Yes, he honestly seemed elated. The martial warriors were confused. What is this? This fellow suddenly appeared in this dangerous place, so he hasn't grasped the situation yet, right? What was with that look of happiness? They didn't notice that the 8-star six-eye poison spider below him had fear in its eyes, as if it felt the terrifying presence. It didn't dare to move at all. "You seem busy?" Am I interrupting you? The figure opened his mouth at this moment, Wu Feiying, Guo Long. Everyone. Oh, right. Do you mind telling me where I am? The figure asked them once again. Chapter 521. Dead, dead, dead. The martial warriors were speechless. Couldn't he see how dangerous the situation was? How could he be so relaxed and still ask for directions? Where did this idiot come from? The person on top of the 8-star star beast frowned. What was wrong with these people? He was just asking for directions. Was it so hard to answer? This person was, of course, Wang Teng. He had just come back through the dimensional rift. He managed to find the coordinates of the Xingwu continent through his spiritual pet contract with Little White. However, the coordinates were for the entire Xingwu continent. It wasn't the exact location where Little White was at. Thus, even though he was transported back by the space array, he couldn't confirm where he would land. He wasn't sure which corner of the Xingwu continent he would be sent to. Naturally, the martial warriors didn't know this. They just wanted to survive. Unfortunately, the 6-eye poison spiders around them didn't give them a chance to continue the conversation. They charged towards the martial warriors. The 8-star 6-eye poison spider king below Wang Teng almost turned depressed. What are they doing? What the hell are they doing? Do they think that I have lived for too long? Don't they know how frightening this person above me is? Fighting now is the same as seeking death. I knew that these bastards had no kind intentions. They want me dead so that they can change to a new king. Why are there always people who want to harm me? The 6-eye poison spider broke down in despair. He felt that this batch of subordinates was so hard to handle. All of them wanted to usurp his throne. Damn it, damn it, damn it. It couldn't care about its dignity as the king anymore due to its extreme fear. When you should admit defeat, do it. The 6-eye poison spider shivered in fear. It immediately gave a weak screech as it begged for Wang Teng's mercy. Boss, this has nothing to do with me. They did it on their own. Please don't kill me. Wang Teng felt the 6-eye poison spider's fear below him. His expression turned a little strange. It hadn't entered Lord level, but it was the king of this bunch of 6-eye poison spiders. How could it be so timid? On the other side, the martial warriors were appalled. They executed all their skills and released all their forces. Their retaliation was powerful. For a moment, all the 6-eye poison spiders that pounced on them got thrown back. Green blood and broken limbs splattered everywhere. There were members in both teams that used guns. The sound of gunshots echoed through the swarm, and rune bullets enveloped a huge area. Holes formed in the bodies of the 6-eye poison spiders. The other members were in charge of covering them. They killed the 6-eye poison spiders that managed to dash out from the coverage of the gunfire. Their chemistry was amazing, as expected of a high-rank elite martial warrior team. They had obviously decided to give it their best. There were too many 6-eye poison spiders around them. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Besides, they had a limited number of rune bullets. They had already used up a lot of their reserves during their hunt for star beasts, so there wasn't much left. They were running low on ammunition. The 6-eye poison spiders were hard to deal with. Their spider webs were strong, and there was mucus on it, which was extremely sticky and poisonous. Once it got stuck onto you, it would be difficult to remove. Hence, no martial warrior liked to meet this star beast. The martial warriors had black faces. They felt unlucky. As for Wang Teng, who suddenly appeared, they didn't think that he would be of any help. His face was pale and he looked weak. How could he be a general stage formidable warrior? Wang Teng furrowed his brow when he saw this scene. He needed to ask those people for directions and news of this world. If they were killed by these 6-eye poison spiders, he would need to search for other people. That would be even more troublesome. Stop pretending to be dead. Ask them to stop. Wang Teng kicked the 6-eye poison spider below him and shouted angrily. Screech, the 6-eye poison spider kind, didn't dare to disobey Wang Teng. It hurriedly screeched at the other 6-eye poison spiders. But the other 6-eye poison spiders were immersed in the killing. They didn't want to listen to their king. There was more than one 6-eye poison spider king. The other two 8-star 6-eye poison spiders had the same status as this spider. They screeched angrily as they urged the 6-eye poison spider below Wang Teng to stop lazing around and help them. The 6-eye poison spider below Wang Teng got furious. It couldn't command the spiders. Those bastards wanted it dead as expected. It felt a frightening aura above it. That human must be infuriated. Dead, it was dead. Wang Teng looked at the situation and knew that the 6-eye poison spider below him was of no help. He scolded it, useless. The 6-eye poison spider shrunk its neck and felt wronged, but it didn't dare to retaliate. It was afraid that the human would step it to death in his anger. Wang Teng didn't waste any time. He released his Imperial Realm's spiritual power and covered the entire area. Then, he pressed it down. Boom. All the 6-eye poison spiders felt an invisible force pushing them down. They couldn't resist at all. Bang, bang, bang. All the 6-eye poison spiders, including the other two 8-star 6-eye poison spiders, lay flat on the ground. They were unable to withstand the huge pressure. Some weaker 6-eye poison spiders even died on the spot. Their hard shell burst and green flood oozed out. A large patch of attribute bubbles appeared. Wang Teng scanned them and felt slightly shocked. He picked them up. Poison Force 10, Poison Force 18, Poison Web, Poison Force Tear 2. These 6-eye poison spiders were poison element star beasts. Wang Teng received many Poison Force attributes from them. After he picked up all the poison attributes, he received more than 500 points of Poison Force in total. He also gained a Poison Force skill, Poison Web. This skill, Wang Teng's expression turned weird. Was he going to become Spider-Man? Fortunately, the spider webs wouldn't form inside his body. The Poison Force copied the traits of a poison web and congregated into poison webs. This was a useful skill. Wang Teng shook his head, finding it regretful. His Poison Force was only at the 4-star soldier level. It was lagging too far behind. Poison Force 850, 2000, 4-star. He needed to raise it. He turned and looked at the 6-eye poison spiders around him. A huge number of them hadn't died. If he killed all of them, his Poison Force could increase tremendously. At first, he just wanted to save those people. But this was a pleasant surprise. When he thought about this, his gaze turned dangerous instantly. The rest of the 6-eye poison spiders trembled with fear. This human was so frightening. Suddenly, they felt a strong, evil intention gushing towards them. All the 6-eye poison spiders started shivering even more. The two teams of martial warriors were puzzled by this sudden change. What on earth was going on? Chapter 522, Calamity in Donghai. What on earth was going on? Wu Feiying and Guo Long looked at the 6-eye poison spiders lying on the ground in confusion and disbelief. They believed they were going to die. From the circumstances, the only outcome was death. Yet, the situation took a turn. The question was, what happened to these 6-eye poison spiders? A mass paralysis. Were they so lucky? While Wu Feiying and Guo Long were in a daze, Wang Teng acted again. He forced his spiritual power into the minds of these 6-eye poison spiders violently. Spirit penetration. His spiritual power turned into sharp thorns as they stabbed into their minds, destroying them in the process. The 6-eye poison spiders that didn't die were comparatively more powerful, but in front of Wang Teng's Imperial Realm, spiritual power, they didn't have any chance of resisting. They died on the spot. Poison Force 65, Poison Force 120, Poison Force 80, Poison Web 30, Poison Force 210. Attribute bubbles floated out and got picked up by Wang Teng. The points in these attribute bubbles were more than the ones he collected before. It allowed Wang Teng's Poison Force to break through the 4-star soldier level and hit the 5-star soldier level. Poison Force 250, 300, 5-star, Wang Teng's eyes lit up as he nodded silently. His 5-element forces and his lightning force had all reached the 9-star soldier level. Hence, it was much easier for him to increase his other forces. Killing this bunch of 6-eye poison spiders was one such example. In the past, he would have been hard-pressed to deal with them. Now it was a piece of cake. Look at Wu Feiying and Guo Long. They weren't weak and had 2 teams with them, but they almost got massacred by the 6-eye poison spiders. One could see how much of a problem these 6-eye poison spiders were. Thus, it was understandable how Wang Teng's poison force rose by a level in such a short period. After all, his current ability was powerful. Of course, if someone found out about this, they would get a rude shock. Besides poison force, Wang Teng also received the poison web skill. Poison web, 3300 small achievement. His poison web skill climbed from the foundation to the small achievement stage. He was able to use it smoothly now. While Wang Teng was counting his gains, Wu Feiying and Guo Long suddenly realized that those 6-eye poison spiders who managed to survive had died suddenly. Did they just die a sudden death? They exchanged glances with one another. There were many doubts in their minds. Were they honestly so lucky that all the 6-eye poison spiders died together? That was impossible. Wu Feiying and Guo Long couldn't tell what caused the deaths, but they weren't stupid. Such an outrageous thing wouldn't happen for no reason. They glanced at each other before looking at Wang Teng, who was standing on the only spider alive. "Mister, did you help us just now?" Wu Feiying asked cautiously. "Can you answer my question now?" Wang Teng didn't reply to him. Instead, he smiled ambiguously at him and asked. Wu Feiying and Guo Long were stunned, but they understood the meaning behind his words. This young man was the one who acted. They had misjudged him. Astonishment flashed past their eyes. They cupped their fists at Wang Teng and thanked him. "Thank you for your help. This is the Dark Mist Forest. Are you familiar with this place?" Dark Mist Forest? Wang Teng was surprised. "So I'm here." He didn't expect such a coincidence. He was transported to the Dark Mist Forest that was nearest to Young City. This was great. It would be easier for him to return to Earth. "Are you martial warriors from Earth?" Noticing their attire, Wang Teng asked. "Yes. Are you from Earth too?" Wu Feiying nodded and asked him back. "What a coincidence. I'm an Earth martial warrior too." Wang Teng smiled. The 2 leaders were astounded. Images of the different young talents flashed through their minds. However, they couldn't recall someone who was so young and powerful. Since they were all Earth martial warriors, they became less vigilant and there was less estrangement between them. But they remembered the emergency call and decided not to waste any more time. They cupped their fists and said, "Mister, we just received an emergency call from Earth and are rushing back now. Maybe you can leave a name or contact so that we can repay you when we're free." "There's no need for that. It was just like lifting a finger from me." Wang Teng waved his hand and said nonchalantly, he received poison force and a poison skill. These were unexpected gains. He didn't wish for these people to repay him. Wu Feiying and Guo Long felt the corners of their lips twitching, a lift of a finger. This made them look useless. However, they didn't dare to say it out loud. This person might seem young, but he was a real formidable warrior. He was mysterious and unpredictable, so it was better to keep quiet in case they provoked the other party. That would result in more losses than gains. "What is the emergency call you were talking about?" Wang Teng asked. "Something has happened on Earth," Wu Feiying said with a grim expression. "Something has happened." Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. "Is it serious?" "Yes." "It must be a serious matter since the emergency call was used." Wu Feiying nodded and replied. Wang Teng's expression changed, his gaze flickering. He couldn't think of what could have happened on Earth had the dark apparitions appeared already. No matter what, Earth was his home. His parents were there. If anything happened, he would be filled with regret. Sigh, he was destined to be a workaholic. He had just escaped from the dimensional rift, yet he needed to rush back to Earth before he could take a break. There was a vibration beneath his feet as he killed the only 6-eye poison spider king below him. He picked up the attribute bubbles it dropped. Poison force 185, poison web 40. Then he swept the area with his spiritual power and kept all the corpses of the 6-eye poison spiders in his space ring. Wu Feiying and Guo Long felt the muscles on their faces twitching. The powerful 8-star star beast was stepped to death by him so easily. It was unbelievable. But the last doubt in their hearts disappeared too. With his powerful ability, it was possible for him to kill all the 6-eye poison spiders silently. Furthermore, normal martial warriors like them wouldn't be able to predict the skills of a formidable warrior. At this moment, Wang Teng rose into the air and looked at the other martial warriors. He frowned and said, "I'll make a move first. You can go back to Yong City yourselves." He didn't wait for Wu Feiying and the others' reply. He turned into a ray of light and flew out of the dark mist forest. His speed was so fast he disappeared in a blink of an eye. The other martial warriors were flabbergasted and speechless. After a long time, someone finally opened his mouth. "Where did this formidable warrior come from? I've never heard of him in the past. He's too young. He seemed to be around 20 years old. Do you think he has reached the general stage?" "General stage? That's impossible." The two teams discussed in low voices. They were extremely curious about Wang Teng's ability. "Leader, do you think he's a general stage formidable warrior?" someone asked Wu Feiying. "I'm not sure. Those 6-eye poison spiders weren't enough to let him execute his full potential. Except for general stage formidable warriors, only a small portion of powerful 9-star soldier-level martial warriors are able to kill them so easily. After all, there are people who are able to jump levels and kill general stage formidable warriors," Wu Feiying replied. "Even so, he's very strong." "This young man isn't a normal martial warrior," Guo Long said. "All right, there's no point in us making guesses here. Let's hurry back to Earth. We might meet him again," Wu Feiying said. "You're right." Guo Long nodded. The two teams stopped wasting time. They tidied themselves up a little before rushing back to Yong City, where the dimensional rift was. Earth, Donghai, an unprecedented danger was sweeping across this modern city built on iron and steel. Donghai was close to the sea. At this moment, a storm was wreaking havoc on the surface of the sea. Dark clouds covered the sky and tumultuous waves smashed into the shore. From afar, one could see hideous sea beasts emerging from the sea and swarming towards Donghai. There were a large number of them. It was exceptionally terrifying. This was a sea beasts riot. Ever since Earth underwent mutation, the forest and the sea had become areas the humans paid special attention to. There were too many wild creatures there. If all of them mutated together and a riot occurred, the consequences would be extremely serious. Hence, humans had placed all sorts of devices to monitor all the forests and seas. However, there would always be areas they couldn't supervise. The sea was unpredictable and had always been an area the humans couldn't control entirely, especially the deep sea. Even with the current technology and rune methods, they couldn't monitor that area. Hence, by the time the humans noticed the sea riot, it was too late. In the vast East Sea, numerous sea beasts landed on the shore and started launching their attacks on Donghai. The air raid warning of Donghai was activated. All the normal citizens were brought to the underground shelters for refuge. Countless soldiers and martial warriors rushed to the front line to defend against the sea creatures' attack. Reinforcements from all over the country were sent to Donghai. There were many formidable warriors among them: Jixin, Leiting, and Balian. The top 3 martial arts academies gathered their martial warriors who were away and called them back urgently to reinforce Donghai. At this moment, the entire Donghai had turned into a battlefield. Numerous large sea beasts had invaded the land and destroyed the city. Damaged buildings were left behind on their path. The human martial warriors were trying to force them back to the sea. Explosions echoed all over the sea as cannons were fired to stop the sea beasts from landing on the shore. However, there were too many sea beasts. Batch after batch surged out of the deep sea and swarmed towards Donghai crazily, breaking down the defense lines of the humans. Jixin Martial House was situated near the sea, so it was the first to bear the brunt. At this moment, on the roof of Jixin Martial House, the president of Jixin, Ye Jixin, the principal of the Donghai branch, Fu Tiandao, the president of the Martial Arts Association, Qin Hangshuan, and even Dan Taishuan and the chief commander of Crimson Tiger Troop, Zhao Nanfeng, were present. They looked at the sea beasts charging towards them ruthlessly. The situation isn't good. There are Lord-level sea beasts. If they don't act, we can only wait for them without doing anything. Ye Jixin frowned and said, "Why did these sea beasts suddenly attack the human world?" "This is baffling," Qin Hangshuan said. "Didn't we predict this?" Shao Nanfeng replied expressionlessly. Everyone turned silent. Indeed, in the past, humans had predicted that the impact of the Force on Earth would grow greater and greater. One day, when the wild star beasts were powerful enough, they would attack the humans. However, no one expected this day to arrive so quickly and suddenly. The humans had used all kinds of methods to stop the wild star beasts, but they couldn't destroy them entirely. If that happened, the star beasts would resist even before they grew stronger. No creatures were willing to go extinct. It was possible to predict the future for certain matters, but it was impossible to stop it from happening entirely. The star beasts needed time, and so did the humans. I wish that Wang Teng was here with his rune mastery. He would have been more useful than the normal general stage martial warriors, Dan Taishuan said with pity. There was a hint of worry in her eyes. Him. Ye Jixin's eyes shimmered too. He felt emotional. The young man he had high hopes for had grown to such a level in a blink of an eye, it was exaggerating. Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanchuan glanced at each other. A young figure appeared in their minds, and their gazes turned complicated. They had heard of the battle in Star Maple City. Mind you, the current Wang Teng had already surpassed them. In the past, this young man was still a junior they had to take care of. Now he was standing at a much higher position, Major General. The military had given this title to him. As long as he could come back, he would be the youngest Major General in the country. A normal person wouldn't have heard of this news, but with their status, they got to know of it a long time ago. What a pity. Shao Nanfeng's gaze flickered. He remembered the grudges he had against Wang Teng. Thinking of the young man's current achievements, he felt bitter. In the past, he thought that Wang Teng was a junior like his disciple, yet he caught up with him and could even talk to him on even ground now. Anyone would find it hard to accept. Furthermore, they had grudges. Can't the other rune masters build a powerful offensive array? Shao Nanfeng asked. They're having a difficult time holding up the defense array. They don't have the energy to create another offensive array. Dan Taishuan shook her head. I heard that Wang Teng is stuck in the Darkland. No one knows if he's dead or alive. I'm afraid we can't rely on him. Ye Jixin sighed. Dan Taishuan sighed. It's fortunate if he can come back alive. Wang Shengguo, Li Shumei, and the other members of the Wang family were gathered together in an underground shelter. They were observing the situation outside through a video stream. Everyone seemed worried and grave. Grandpa Wang looked at the buildings that had turned into ruins. There was sorrow in his eyes as he sighed. Donghai is finished. Dad, we must believe in our country. We will overcome this crisis. We can rebuild Donghai in the future, Wang Shenghong said. It's difficult. Grandpa Wang glanced at him and shook his head. After this sea beast riot, Donghai is no longer safe. Many people aren't willing to stay here anymore. Without people, how can we rebuild the city? Wang Shenghong didn't know what to say. Grandpa Wang looked at Wang Shengguo and asked in a tired tone, Is there news of my dear grandson? No. Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei were filled with worry as they shook their heads. Major General, if my grandson doesn't come back, why does our family need the title of a Major General? Grandpa Wang knocked his cane heavily on the ground as he spoke in anger. Chapter 523, Reappearance of Zhenli Clan. As Donghai was in danger, Wang Teng was soaring through the sky. He raised his speed to the maximum and rushed to Yong City within the shortest time possible. He didn't take any breaks along the way. He had a bad premonition in his heart. When he got closer to Yong City, the bad feeling grew stronger. This situation rarely occurred to Wang Teng, but at this moment he honestly felt uneasy. The familiar city was within reach ahead of him. The dimensional rifts linking Donghai and Xingwu continent were situated within the city. This was the first city Wang Teng came to when he arrived in Xingwu continent. Hence, the familiar feeling was extremely strong. He had stayed in the dimensional rift for too long, so he felt a little emotional when he came back to this familiar place. However, this wasn't the time to reminisce about the past. Wang Teng floated down at the city gates and was about to step into Yong City. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. It's too quiet. Wang Teng couldn't help but frown. As an important city linking two worlds, many martial warriors visited this city on normal days. There were also many merchants littered along the streets. The traffic volume here was huge. Even at night, this place was brightly lit up like a city that never slept. But today, it was eerily silent. Wang Teng's gaze shone brightly, and he slowly closed his eyes. His vast and endless spiritual power spread out from his forehead and swept towards Yong City. After some time, he opened his eyes abruptly. There was a sharp glint in them. Did something really happen? Even Yong City has been affected. Wang Teng muttered in his heart. Then his figure slowly disappeared on the spot as if he had never been there. Shadow, merging, secret skill. He merged into the shadows and quickly sneaked into Yong City. The streets in the city were empty. There was no one walking outside. Instead, there were many signs of fighting. All the buildings were destroyed by force, and there were sword and blade marks everywhere. It was obvious that before he came, an intense battle had occurred here. I wonder what happened. Wang Teng moved his feet and ran towards the force tower in the middle of the city. The dimensional rift was situated in this force tower. Wang Teng wasn't sure, but he could confirm that he would get an answer there. At this moment, strong killing intent could be felt outside the force tower. Two groups of people were confronting each other. There were signs of fighting all around them. The ground was covered with blood, looking tragic. However, the battle hadn't ended. They were currently at a standstill. One side was led by Li He from Jixin Martial House. General Shen from Yong City was there too. The other side consisted of a bunch of unfamiliar martial warriors. They were extremely powerful. From their auras, they were all at the 8-star soldier level and above. Many of them were even at the 9-star soldier level. Among them, 2 people's auras exceeded this limit. They were at the general stage. Zhenli clan, how dare you lay your eyes on the dimensional rift? Aren't you afraid of getting wiped out? General Shen glared at the unfamiliar martial warriors opposite him with his sword in his hand. Wiped out? A sinister-looking, middle-aged man wearing a long black gown sneered. Ha ha, Earth is busy protecting itself. Do you think they have the time to care about you? There's a sea beast riot in Donghai, and coincidentally, y'all are here. Does it have anything to do with you? Li Hei's pupils constricted as he spoke abruptly. Ha ha, as expected of a reputable figure, your mind is fast. You managed to guess it. Another man with a scar on his left eyebrow and wearing a black gown opened his mouth. The 2 men who spoke were the general stage martial warriors of the Zhenli clan. What? It's you? General Shen was dumbstruck when he heard this. His eyes turned blood red. Bastard, you caused the sea beast riot? Do you know how much loss Donghai will suffer and how many martial warriors will die? How can you call yourself a human when you disregard human lives like this? For the great goals of the Zhenli clan, these sacrifices are nothing. The sinister-looking man snorted. What's more, in this martial arts era, normal people without talent should die. We should gather the resources if we want to groom more formidable martial warriors. Maniacs. Maniacs, you are a bunch of maniacs. General Shen trembled in anger when he heard the other party's crooked and evil reasoning. Petty kindness. The general stage martial warrior with a scar on his left eyebrow scoffed. This is a different era. Troubled times call for strict methods. That is the only way we can welcome a new era one day. You will realize that we are right. Liao Cha, let's not bullshit with them anymore. They don't want to submit themselves to us, so we will kill them all, the sinister-looking man said viciously. Kill. Liao Cha nodded and waved his hand. The Zhenli clansmen behind him charged towards General Shen and his men. General Shen's expression turned ugly. He said in a stern voice, "Everyone, nothing can happen to the dimensional rift. Even if we die, we mustn't give it to the Zhenli clan. General Shen, there's no need to speak further. We guard the Xingwu continent, so we have the responsibility of guarding the dimensional rift as well. If these Zhenli clansmen want to control the dimensional rift, they need to step over my dead body first." Li He scoffed. "That's right. Death is nothing. I'm not afraid of even dark apparitions. So what are these Zhenli clansmen? Kill." As they spoke, they charged towards the Zhenli clansmen without any hesitation. The two sides collided, and loud explosions erupted instantly. Cries of killing resounded in the entire area. "Dominance Blade, Li He, I heard that you once jumped level and killed a general stage martial warrior. Let me take you on." The sinister-looking man smiled and slashed his battle blade at Li He. "Try me." Li He's expression was cold. A powerful aura exploded from his body. His force of presence rose continuously until it reached the peak of the 9-star soldier level. His bent and weary back gradually straightened. With a black battle blade in his hand, he pounced on his opponent. The black battle blade swung in the air, releasing a sharp blade glow. It gave off a domineering aura. The general stage martial warrior opposite him didn't evade the attack, though he received it head-on. Kill. The sinister-looking man's expression changed slightly. He had long heard that Li He suffered serious injuries during a battle in the past and retreated from the action ever since. Now, only a small percentage of his ability remained, so it should be easy to kill him. However, from the looks of it, his strength was close to his peak. Indeed, he had the ability to kill a general stage warrior. On the other side, General Shen and the general stage Zhenli clansman called Liao Cha started fighting. Force spread out and knocked back the martial warriors around them. The other martial warriors were battling with one another too. The Zhenli clansmen were crazy. They rushed forward without any fear of dying. The martial warriors guarding the dimensional rift remained firm in their decision. They didn't back down. Within a short moment, many martial warriors fell, their red blood staining the ground. The scene was miserable. Boom. Suddenly, a figure smashed onto the ground, forming a large hole. Dust filled up the air. "You're indeed a spent force. All you have is a crippled body. How can you fight with me?" The sinister-looking man stepped on the air as he looked down at Li He mockingly. Li He was vomiting blood, one mouthful after another. Chapter 524, Uncle He. "This isn't like you." Cough, cough. Li He pushed himself up from the deep hole, blood dripping down the edge of his lips. His expression was dim and desolate. Looking up at the sinister-looking man in the sky, he felt frustrated, but he could only sigh in his heart. Sigh. He was getting old. Old He. General Shen's expression changed when he saw the situation here. "Where are you looking?" Liao Cha's cold voice sounded beside his ear as a golden sword ray shrouded General Shen. General Shen squinted and immediately retreated, slash. However, a few sword rays still slashed his clothes, leaving behind bloody wounds on his body. General Shen glanced at the wounds and his expression clouded over. He felt grave. Li He was already defeated, but he didn't have a high chance of winning either. Would Yong City really land in the hands of the Zhenli clan? If that was the result, he would be a sinner. The next moment, General Shen's gaze turned vicious. The aura on him surged violently, and his power was forcefully pushed up a level, with his face turning red. Green veins popped out beneath his skin. At the same time, steam rose from his head. He had used some method to forcefully increase his strength. Liao Cha's gaze turned serious. "I will come and help you after I kill Li He." The sinister-looking man glanced at his partner before dashing towards Li He. "Old He, run!" General Shen shouted in anger. He wanted to reinforce Li He. "Take care of yourself first." Liao Cha didn't let him go. Sword glow exploded and cut off his path of retreat. "Die." On the other side, the sinister-looking man appeared in front of Li He. His gaze was cold as he slashed his sword down. I didn't expect to die in the hands of a human. Li He didn't close his eyes. He stared directly at the blade glow as it came down on him. There was no fear in him, only regret and exasperation. He regretted not being able to die on the battlefield. He was exasperated because he couldn't kill dark apparitions anymore. In that instant, the scenes of his past battles appeared in his mind. At that time, he was filled with aspirations and determination. Now everything was gone. Old He, General Shen's eyes almost popped out in anger. Boom, force exploded. A frightening aura swept through the area. Li He didn't die. Instead, the sinister-looking man in front of him was thrown back. Who is it? The sinister-looking man's expression turned ugly. He was thrown back by a powerful force before he could see who it was. He found this unbelievable. The man who will kill you. A cold voice suddenly sounded above his head. An instant later, a glaring blade glow erupted. Boom. The sinister-looking man's pupils constricted into needle points. He was submerged by the frightening flaming blade ray. Along with an agonizing scream, the sinister-looking man's body was chopped into two, falling to the ground lifelessly. Flesh blood spurted everywhere. The sinister-looking man was chopped at his waist, but he didn't die right away. His eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the young man gradually appearing above him. There was disbelief on his pale face. How is that possible? Wang Teng's face was expressionless. He held Mo Ke and stabbed it right into the other party's heart. He didn't waste any time on his opponent. The sinister-looking man was filled with frustration. He was supposed to be the winner, but he died in the end. Why? His vision turned black. He couldn't accept his death. Everyone turned eerily silent, including Li He, General Shen, and Liao Cha. All of them looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared at the scene. They were shocked. Who on earth is this? He's so strong. Liao Cha's gaze flickered, feeling afraid. Wang Teng, Li He shouted with uncertainty. Uncle He, this isn't like you. Why are you in such a bad state? Wang Teng walked towards Li He and pulled him up. It's really you. You... There was a strange glint in Li He's eyes. Although he was filled with doubt, he didn't say anything. Uncle He, I'll get rid of these rats from the Zhenli clan first, Wang Teng said. Rats? Young man, you're too arrogant. Liao Cha was triggered. His face turned black. The Zhenli clan claimed that they had grasped the truth, so they were above everyone else. They looked down on ordinary people and normal martial warriors, yet Wang Teng called them rats. Wang Teng glanced at him. He pointed Mo Ke at the ground. General Shen recognized Wang Teng too. He was astounded and puzzled, but most of all, he was elated. His strength was unexpected. He had killed a general-stage Zhenli clansman the moment he appeared. This was appalling. However, it was a good result. Now, there was only one general-stage Zhenli clansman left. If he collaborated with Wang Teng, they would definitely be able to kill him. Wang Teng, let's work together. We mustn't let these Zhenli clansmen escape so easily, General Shen said. Wang Teng didn't say anything. He just nodded. Realizing the situation, Liao Cha's expression changed. He turned and escaped into the sky. There was a chance of him succeeding if there was one general-stage martial warrior, but with two general-stage martial warriors as his opponents, he would be seeking death if he stayed here. Stop him. General Shen stomped his feet and turned into lingering shadows as he chased after Liao Cha. Unfortunately, Liao Cha had increased his speed tremendously and left without any hesitation. His speed was astonishing. Wang Teng snorted. He shifted his body and disappeared on the spot. Li He's eyes popped out in surprise. Wang Teng had vanished before he could see what happened. His speed and footwork were amazing. Liao Cha was confident about his speed. When he noticed that General Shen couldn't catch up with him, he heaved a sigh of relief in his head. Scanning his surroundings again, he realized that he had lost sight of the young man. His heart skipped a beat. Damn it, where did this monster come from? Liao Cha cursed in his heart. His speed increased a little more. At this moment, the space in front of him distorted, and Wang Teng's figure appeared out of nowhere. He slashed his blade at him. Die! Move! Liao Cha squinted and bellowed in anger. He waved his battle sword and wanted to force Wang Teng away. Big Dipper flaming blade. Massacre blade conscious. Wang Teng didn't show any mercy. He released his sky-rank battle technique, as well as his massacre blade conscious. His strength had increased exponentially from the past. With his 9-star soldier-level ability, he was able to jump levels and kill a 10-star general stage martial warrior. Waves of massacre blade conscious invaded his enemy's head. Liao Cha saw a hill of corpses swarming towards him. He was bewildered, his gaze filled with fear. By the time he regained his senses, the flaming blade glow had already landed on him. Ah, a shrill cry resounded in the air. Liao Cha was killed by the blade glow, his body smashed onto the ground. The scene turned dead silent. General Shen looked at Wang Teng as if he was seeing a ghost or a monster. What happened to their collaboration? In the end, you killed the enemy yourself, and all you took was one move. You killed a general stage martial warrior in one move. How was he supposed to feel? General Shen highly suspected that his general stage ability was fake. At first, he thought that Wang Teng had succeeded in killing the first general stage warrior easily because it was a sneak attack, but now it was a face-to-face fight, yet he still killed his enemy easily. How powerful was Wang Teng now? Chapter 525, in summary, rubbish. Everyone at the plaza in front of the Force Tower was dead silent. One could hear the sound of a pin dropping. General Shen wasn't the only one in disbelief. Even Li He, who was quite familiar with Wang Teng, was staring at him with wide eyes. He didn't know what expression he should give. Was this brat really the Wang Teng he knew? It had only been a while. How did he become so strong? Back then, when Wang Teng and Tiger Warrior team were being chased by the Crimson Tiger troop, he was in a miserable state. He could still remember vividly that he was a little runt that needed his senior's protection. As it turned out, that little runt suddenly became strong to the extent where he could now protect his seniors. It felt unreal. But there was a sense of comfort and relief that surfaced in his heart. They were old now, but a new generation of martial warriors had grown up. While the others from the younger generation might not be able to reach Wang Teng's absurd level, they were still growing. Sooner or later, they would be able to stand by themselves. And Wang Teng, who was in front of him, stood out among the crowd. This man would be the best of his generation. The 2 red-gown guardians have died. The martial warriors of the Zhenli clan were engulfed in panic. They looked at the young man in horror. No matter how crazy they were, when facing someone so much more powerful than them, it was normal to feel cowardly. Fear was a basic instinct of every living thing, and they were not an exception. Run. Run. No one knew who shouted it. However, the Zhenli clansmen immediately scattered hurriedly. Everyone fled in face of the looming danger. These martial warriors were all at least at the 8-star soldier level, though when facing a general stage warrior, they did not even think of trying to resist, especially when they personally saw how Wang Teng had slaughtered 2 arrogant and formidable general stage Zhenli clansmen in an instant. They felt extremely frightened. What was the point of fighting with a monster like him? General Shen and Li He were stunned. These Zhenli clansmen ran away suddenly without giving a single warning. Pfft, shameless. A hideous expression appeared on General Shen's refined-looking face. Did they think that they could escape so easily after killing so many people? Kill? Actually, there was no need for General Shen to open his mouth. The other martial warriors had already dashed out to chase after the Zhenli clansmen running away in all directions. General Shen soared into the sky and knocked the Zhenli clansmen in the air. To general stage martial warriors, soldier-level martial warriors were like ants. The remaining Zhenli clansmen had no chance of retaliating at all. Boom, boom, boom. Bodies slammed onto the ground one by one, cracking the granite pavement and creating many deep holes. General Shane and the Earth martial warriors hated the Zhenli clansmen to their bones. Hence, they didn't show any mercy. Wang Teng didn't move. He glanced at his surroundings and picked up the attribute bubbles scattered around him. Metal Force 760, Advanced Stage Metal Talent 215. Spiritual Realm Enlightenment 165, Spiritual Realm Enlightenment 4th 18. Earth Force 830, Advanced Stage Earth Talent 220. Spiritual Realm Enlightenment 155. Spiritual Realm Enlightenment 158. All these attribute bubbles came from the 2 general stage formidable warriors from the Zhenli clan. Wang Teng picked them up first while frowning uncontrollably. So little. He wondered to himself. Mind you, when he picked up the attribute bubbles belonging to general stage martial warriors during the battle in Star Maple City, the force bubbles alone contained a few thousand points. Yet these 2 general stage Zhenli clansmen could only give him a few hundred points of force attributes. He didn't even want to talk about talents, spirit, and enlightenment. They were negligible. Also, there weren't any battle techniques or scriptures. His gains were limited. In summary, it was rubbish. Wang Teng's heart was filled with contempt. If the 2 general stage Zhenli clansmen knew what Wang Teng was thinking, they might jump up and put up a desperate fight with him. Not only did he kill them in a split second, but he also insulted them and said that they were rubbish. This was outrageous. They must be the most frustrated general stage martial warriors who died. Wang Teng didn't care about the 2 dead people. Trash was trash. Even the attributes they dropped were fewer than others. He shook his head and looked at the other attribute bubbles. He continued picking them up. Water Force 150, Wood Force 119, Spirit 120, Fire Force 170, Enlightenment 60, Earth Force 210. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body and raised all his forces quickly. His spirit and enlightenment attributes also saw a slight improvement. Currently, his basic 5-element forces had reached the 9-star soldier level, and they were near the peak. He wasn't far from the 10-star general stage. He believed that very soon he would be able to reach that stage. General Shen landed on the ground after catching all the Zhenli clansmen. They were either dead or injured. No one managed to escape. General Shen was giving off a malicious intent as he threw an unconscious evil clansman on the ground. Then he walked over. "Wang Teng, you have single-handedly won us the battle." He kept his malicious aura as he spoke to Wang Teng. "General Shen, you're too kind. It's not a big deal." Wang Teng shook his head. "I didn't expect you to grow so fast. It's only been a while since we last met." General Shen sized up Wang Teng carefully, only to realize that he couldn't see through him no matter how hard he tried. He was amazed. "I was just lucky." Wang Teng gave a polite smile. Then he looked at Li He and asked in concern, "Uncle He, are you all right? I'm getting old, but I won't die so easily." Li He gave a handsome smile. He asked curiously, "I heard that you fell into the Darkland. How did you end up here?" "It's a long story, but I managed to escape," Wang Teng replied. That's good." Although Wang Teng spoke lightheartedly, Li He could guess that the process was tough and arduous. Normal people wouldn't be able to imagine what he had gone through after all. Until today, no one had ever come back alive after going to the Darkland. Wang Teng's trip was a magnificent feat. Most importantly, the humans had no idea what the Darkland was like. Wang Teng might be able to provide them with useful information now that he was back. This was a huge piece of good news for the humans. A strange gaze flashed past General Shen's eyes as he listened to their conversation. Wang Teng was an extraordinary man who had achieved an extraordinary feat. He managed to come back alive from the Darkland. This wasn't easy. No wonder he possessed such strong power. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to protect himself until his return. General Shen wasn't confident that he could come back alive after going to the Darkland. It was highly possible that he would die there. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, the sound of the air bursting was heard. General Shen and Wang Teng instantly looked in the direction of the sound. A few figures were rushing over at high speed. They landed in front of Wang Teng and the others. General Shen, Uncle He. The group heaved a sigh of relief when they saw General Shen and the others. They immediately came forward to greet them. "Wu Feiying, you must have rushed back because you received the emergency call," Li He said with a sharp glint. Chapter 526, The Young Figure on the Battlefield. Wang Teng was slightly stunned when he saw these people. They were the two teams of martial warriors he had saved in the dark mist forest. He didn't expect them to catch up with him after his delay. Besides Wu Feiying and Guo Long's teams, the other martial warriors were hurrying over too. Some were still on the way, but some had already reached Yong City. Hearing Li Hei's question, Wu Feiying nodded grimly. "Yes, Uncle He. We rushed back immediately the moment we received the emergency call. What on earth happened?" And this, he glanced around as he spoke. From the current situation, it wasn't hard to tell that an intense battle had occurred moments ago. This is the work of the Zhenli clansmen. They wanted to control the dimensional rift. Wu Feiying and his team were quite strong, so Li He gave them more attention, he explained. Fortunately, Wang Teng arrived in time and killed 2 general stage martial warriors of the Zhenli clan. If not, the consequences would have been unbearable. Wang Teng, Wu Feiying, and the others found this name familiar, but they couldn't recall him. They followed Li Hei's gaze and saw the young man standing beside him. They were stunned. It's him. Wu Feiying immediately recognized Wu Feiying. Wait, he killed 2 general stage martial warriors. Everyone finally reacted. They were flabbergasted and bewildered. This young man could kill general stage martial warriors. They did guess that he was powerful, but they didn't expect him to have reached this stage. "Do you know each other?" Li He asked in surprise when he saw their reaction. Wu Feiying and the others immediately told him what had happened. At the same time, he gave Wang Teng a grateful look again. "It looks like y'all are fated." "Speaking about it, Wang Teng is part of our Jixin martial house," Li He said. "Old He, let's recount the old days later. Dong Hai's situation isn't optimistic. All the martial warrior teams are coming back now. We should let them reinforce Dong Hai immediately." General Shen interrupted them. "That's right. Dong Hai is suffering a sea beast riot, and they need martial warriors urgently. Reinforce them quickly." Li He remembered the situation and said with a grave expression, "A sea beast riot." The expressions of the martial warriors changed, feeling appalled. "How did that happen?" "It's the Zhenli clan's scheme," General Shen replied furiously. Zhenli clan. Those evil clansmen deserve to die. The martial warriors gritted their teeth, their faces filled with anger. Wang Teng was dumbfounded when he heard this. He turned and dashed into the dimensional rift inside the force tower without saying another word. A sea beast riot. Why must it happen in Dong Hai? His parents, his family, his friends, they were all there. How were they now? He hoped that nothing had happened to them. Wang Teng silently prayed for them. He turned serious and increased his speed, wishing that he could rush to Dong Hai immediately. Li He and the others saw a lingering shadow flashing past them. Wang Teng had disappeared. They exchanged glances with one another and were dumbfounded. What a fast speed! "Time is tight. You should hurry too," General Shen said. Wu Feiying and the others didn't dare waste any time. They immediately rushed to the force tower. They were Dong Hai citizens, so their friends and families were in Dong Hai too. They were more worried than anyone else. General Shen and Li He looked at their back views as they disappeared while praying in their hearts. "Please protect Dong Hai. Everyone, we are relying on you." Dong Hai, the battle between the humans and the sea beasts, was tragic. Ferocious sea beasts emerged from the sea without an end and charged to the shore. There was a huge army of them. It was terrifying. Some sea beasts were huge, and the aura they possessed was frightening. As they entered Dong Hai, the ground beneath their feet cracked and the buildings around them collapsed. There was chaos everywhere. Most of the normal Dong Hai citizens were hiding in the underground shelters. They felt the ground vibrating. Broken stones and stone chips would drop occasionally, setting off a wave of panic through the crowd. They felt despair. The underground shelter was extremely sturdy and had been strengthened by runes, yet the walls and even the ceiling were starting to crack under the impact of the sea beasts' attacks. Everyone paid close attention to the situation above the ground through the video. At this moment, the ordinary people finally understood the significance of martial warriors in the past. They only knew that martial warriors were powerful. They possessed the strength to destroy mountains and split the sea. Also, they were of a higher status than everyone and possessed special rights. Normal people were envious and found it unfair. But now they understood. All the citizens were deeply shocked as they looked at the video of the situation above. Multiple martial warriors held their weapons and fought with the frightening sea beasts. They were covered in blood, but their expressions remained firm. They formed a strong defense wall, protecting the ordinary citizens within. These martial warriors had parents, spouses, and even children. They all had different identities. But at this instant, they only had one identity. They were martial warriors. They were the guardians of this piece of land. They were the guardians of their families and friends. They would guard them until their death, one by one. The martial warriors fell and died in the mouths of these sea beasts. The eyes of the people in the underground shelters turned red. The men clenched their fists as they stared intently at the scenes on the screen. They wished that they could dash out and fight with the sea beasts, too, but they knew that they wouldn't be able to stop those monsters with their weak bodies. It would be useless if they went. The ladies broke down, suppressing the sounds of their cries as they sobbed softly. Hold on, don't die." Everyone was praying, even if the martial warriors were unrelated to them. They were doing it for themselves, as well as the heroes fighting a bloody battle. When facing a crisis, everyone would unite as one. Their wills would unite like a fortress. There was a special group among the martial warriors. They looked young and appeared as if they hadn't stepped into society before. However, they were fighting fiercely too. Fresh blood stained their youthful faces, giving them a ruthless and sharp vibe. Under these special circumstances, these young martial warriors were growing up quickly, but the price was too high. This growth was built on blood. These youngsters were martial warriors from the various universities in Donghai. The sea beasts' riot was too sudden, so the martial warriors from the other cities didn't have the time to reinforce them. Hence, as martial warriors, even though they were young and inexperienced, they stood up and shouldered their responsibility. Under the leadership of their instructors, they fought at the rear to prevent the sea beasts from breaking into the underground shelters. There were many familiar faces here. From Hanghai Military Academy, there was Han Zhu, Wan Baiziu, Du Yu, and even Lu Shu, Baili Qingfeng, Ho Pingliang, Song Shuhang, and many others. The seniors from Donghai University were led by Xiao Yunfan. The first-year students like Lin Chuhan, Shu Wantong, and Tian Xiaoxiao were also present. Donghai Technological University. As compared to real martial warriors, they weren't powerful. Most of them were newbies who had entered the university for slightly more than a year, so they were quite weak, but they were still martial warriors. They were strong compared to normal people. Hence, they had the responsibility to step forward. Lin Chuhan was wearing a battle uniform and holding a sword. Her face was pale. She was fighting with a hideous sea beast more than a meter tall with hooks all over its body. From her aura, she had already reached the 2-star soldier level. Beside her, there was a shorter lady who looked similar to her. It was Lin Chukishia. She was holding a rune gun in each hand and firing shots continuously. She shot the sea beasts in front of her from tricky angles. If there were powerful martial warriors present, they would be able to see the strands of black force covering the bullets she fired. When these bullets hit the sea beasts, their reactions would slow down after some time. Lin Chuhan, Shu Wantong, and Tian Xiaoxiao cooperated to land the final blow. The small team formed from these 4 ladies managed to kill more sea beasts than their 3rd-year and 4th-year seniors. Amazing Chusha. Shu Wantong sighed in relief after killing the sea beasts in front of her. She turned and gave Lin Chuxia a thumbs up. Lin Chuhan smiled at her younger sister, too. She didn't think too much when she saw Lin Chuxia practicing gun skills at home in the past. When this sea beast riot happened, Lin Chuxia was worried about her safety, so she insisted on following her. That was when Lin Chuhan realized that her younger sister had managed to reach such perfection in her gun skill. She knew from Lin Chuxia that Wang Tang was the one who taught her. She wondered where that fellow had disappeared to. There had been no news of him for half a year. Chapter 527. I'm sorry. Am I too late? In the sky, a few ferocious sea beasts with meaty wings were wreaking havoc everywhere. It was hard to believe that the sea gave birth to these frightening presences. Fu Tiandao, Qin Hengxuan, Zhang Hong, and many other high-rank martial warriors shot into the sky and started battling with them. The rune cannons were aimed at the sea beasts in the sky, attempting to hit them down. However, these sea beasts were extremely fast. Although they were large, they were agile, so the effects of the cannons were limited. Martial warriors were scattered everywhere on the ground. They had tried their best to kill the sea beasts to prevent them from entering the various underground shelters. On the other side, Han Zhu, Wan Baichu, Baili Qingfeng, and many others were slaughtering the sea beasts under the lead of the heads of the martial arts school. Han Zhu panted heavily after killing a 4-star sea beast. He said to Wan Baichu beside him, "Are you all right?" "I can still continue." Wan Baichu had a ruthless expression on her face. She swallowed a pill to regain her force and rejuvenate herself. "All right, let's go," Han Zhu laughed. "If Wang Teng were here, he would have been able to kill more sea beasts. It's a pity that he isn't here. We can only rely on ourselves. That brat might be having so much fun in the Darkland that he doesn't want to come back." Teng Hu's loud voice floated over from afar. "Teng Hu, if that brat knew you talked about him behind his back, he might argue with you. He's stronger than you now." The head of the command faculty, Su Jing, laughed. A loud explosion occurred. Teng Hu had killed a sea beast a few meters tall with a single punch. "I hope that he can come and argue with me. There's no news of him until now." The other heads near them turned silent. They knew that Wang Teng was in the Darkland and had a low chance of survival. Teng Hu had said this because he wished that Wang Teng could come back safely. Moving back to the students from Donghai University, a 5-star sea beast suddenly set its eyes on Lin Chuhan and her friends. It shot down from the sky. The group's expressions changed slightly, and they split up, boom. A giant sea beast crashed into the spot they were standing at a moment ago, stirring a cloud of dust. Then a black shadow dashed out from the smoke and pounced on Lin Chuhan with its huge mouth. Be careful, sister, dodge." A few agitated cries were heard instantly. Lin Chuhan's face turned slightly pale. A sharp sword glow blossomed on her sword. Since she had no time to evade, she could only face the attack head-on. The sword glows shot out from her sword, slashing towards the sea beast in front. Clang, clang, clang. A clear metallic sound was heard thereafter. Her attacks weren't able to break the scale armor of the sea beast. They could only leave white marks on the surface. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots resounded as rune bullets rained on the sea beast's body. Lin Chuxia had launched her attack. Although the sea beast wasn't injured, it was infuriated. Its movement paused for a second before it pounced on Lin Chuhan more violently than before. Splurt. A bullet shot into the sea beast's eye. The excruciating pain made it go crazy. It tossed its huge body around and swept its tail, which was covered with scales everywhere aimlessly. Bang. Lin Chuhan couldn't evade in time, so she was knocked off her feet. Blood appeared at the edge of her lips. Bastard, die. A shout appeared at this moment. A figure shot towards the beast from the side and swept the beast with his sword glow while it was in a state of madness. It cut through the scales, killing the sea beast. The figure landed on the ground and let out a long sigh. He turned and smiled at Lin Chuhan. "Junior, are you all right?" Lin Chuhan bit her lips and shook her head. Crawling up from the ground, she said, "Thank you, Senior Shao." Shao Yunfan felt a hint of exasperation when he saw Lin Chuhan's distant attitude. That person wasn't around anymore. It was said that he had disappeared for almost half a year and might have died on the battlefield. Why was Lin Chuhan still disregarding him? Was he honestly incomparable to that guy? Sister. Lin Chuxia ran over. She scanned Lin Chuhan carefully and asked, "Are you all right?" Yuk Wantong and Tian Xiaoxiao came over too. "I'm all right. I'll be fine after eating some healing medicine." Lin Chuhan shook her head. She took out a healing pill and swallowed it. "Junior, don't push yourself too hard. You should find a spot to rest first," Xiao Yunfan said in concern. "Thank you, Senior. I'm fine." Lin Chuhan shook her head stubbornly, her gaze resolute. She was already far behind everyone. How could she step back? Xiao Yunfan saw the shadow of another person in her eyes. He felt jealous. He opened his mouth and wanted to speak. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion cut him off. A huge figure twice the size of the 5-star sea beast landed from the sky. From its aura, this sea beast was at least at the 7-star soldier level. Damn it. How did this powerful sea beast break through the defense line and come to the back? Xiao Yunfan's face turned white as he shouted in disbelief. The other students' expressions changed tremendously. They stared at the huge sea beast as though confronted by a formidable enemy. Despair appeared in everyone's heart. "Junior, let's leave." Xiao Yunfan was appalled. He said immediately, "We can't deal with this sea beast. If we leave, what about the people behind us?" Lin Chuhan asked. Xiao Yunfan hesitated. "We'll lure it to the front. The high-rank martial warriors will arrive very soon." Lin Chuhan sprung up after she finished speaking. Lin Chuxia didn't hesitate either, following her older sister. Shu Wantong and Tian Xiaoxiao hesitated for a few seconds before doing the same. The four of them attacked the sea beast, successfully angering it. As expected, the sea beast chased after them. Xiao Yunfan's expression changed a few times when he saw this scene. In the end, he followed them too. However, the 7-star sea beast's strength exceeded their expectations. With their capabilities, they were like ants provoking an elephant. They were stupid, but sometimes this was how stupid humans were. Roar, the sea beast bellowed in anger. Its gigantic body moved at the speed of lightning as it shot towards the 4 people from the sky. At the same time, it started forming a blue ball of force light in its mouth. Sensing the terrifying power of the force light ball, the students felt hopeless. "Am I going to die?" Lin Chuhan wondered to herself. She felt as if she saw a person waving to her in the darkness. Wang Teng. "No!" Xiao Yunfan screamed in anger. Force surged through his entire body as he prepared for his final attack. Die right at that critical moment. A shout along with a loud explosion broke their despair. A ray of light suddenly appeared on the horizon. It flew down like a fiery red shooting star, slamming forcefully onto the giant body of the sea beast. The sea beast didn't have the time to spurt out the force light ball in its mouth and was forced to swallow it back. Its giant body got pushed onto the ground by the frightening force hidden in the attack. Dust flew in the air. Lin Chuhan and the martial warriors looked at the sudden change in a daze in the dust. A straight figure slowly stood up on the head of the sea beast. The large weapon in his hand was stabbed right into the sea beast's head. After the dust subsided, Lin Chuhan and the others finally saw the appearance of the person. Wang Teng. Lin Chuhan's eyes turned red. She forced herself to remain firm and determined, but there was a sudden hint of gentleness on her face as she muttered the person's name. Xiao Yunfan opened his mouth, his voice stuck in his throat. He glanced at Lin Chuhan. There was only one person in her eyes. There was no room for anyone else. Suddenly loneliness floated into his heart. It was a joke. He had never entered her heart. He couldn't find any jealousy in him anymore, not even a single thought of comparison. This fellow was able to kill a 7-star sea beast with a single attack. He had become much stronger than before, so strong that he felt despair. What did he have to compare with him? Zhu Wantong and Tian Xiaoxiao looked at the figure in front of them in bewilderment. It felt like an illusion. When did this fellow become so powerful? That was a 7-star sea beast, but he killed it so easily. Lin Chuxia didn't think so much. She looked at Wang Teng and exclaimed with joy, "Brother Wang Teng." Wang Teng clicked his tongue, pulling out Moke from the sea beast's head. He turned and glanced at Lin Chuhan at the others. Hey, everyone is here. The next instant, he met Lin Chuhan's gaze. He said gently, I'm sorry, am I too late? Chapter 528. Your Pig. When she heard this sentence, Lin Chuhan felt a certain emotion in her heart. She was touched. When did this fellow become so good at talking? The edge of her lips lifted uncontrollably. In the end, she shook her head gently. Wang Teng looked at her mesmerizing, beautiful face. The gentleness a second ago seemed to be an illusion. Her expression was as stubborn as ever. That's good, Wang Teng smiled. He carried Moke on his shoulder and teased her. Anyway, your strength is too low. You should level up quickly. You can't even catch up with Choshia. Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes involuntarily. She was going to take back her statement just now. This bastard was as insensible as always. Did he have to tease her like this? However, his words had revealed his true nature. He was still the same old irritating Wang Teng. But Lin Choshia was elated. She raised her eyebrows arrogantly at Lin Chuhan and sniggered. You're a lady. Don't learn from him. Lin Chuhan scolded her. She knocked on her sister's forehead when she saw her cheeky expression. Ouch! That hurts. Sister is pretending she's angry because she's embarrassed. Lin Chuxia chuckled and hid behind Tian Xiaoxiao, sticking her tongue at Lin Chuhan. After her poison physique was solved, she had become more positive. Tian Xiaoxiao and Shu Wantong laughed out loud. Looking at them, conversing, Xiao Yunfan suddenly felt that he was an extra. Feeling terrible, he wanted to leave silently. Coincidentally, Wang Teng looked at him. Junior brother Wang Teng. Xiao Yunfan felt awkward. He stopped and greeted him. You are? Wang Teng found this person a little familiar, but he couldn't remember him. He had wandered in the void for too long, so his memory of the unimportant people was blurred. Xiao Yunfan, damn it. This bastard was humiliating him. But from his sincere gaze, Xiao Yunfan felt that this fellow might have honestly forgotten who he was. Fick, this was even more humiliating. I viewed you as my competitor in the past, but you don't even remember who I am. Xiao Yunfan felt his throat turning bitter. Why did he have to meet this bastard? This was his calamity. Tian Xiaoxiao and Shu Wantong tried their best to control their laughter when they saw Xiao Yunfan's black face. They felt bad for him. Wang Teng was too cheeky. Senior brother Xiao was really unlucky to have met him. Cough, Wang Teng. This is Senior Xiao Yunfan. He fought with you during the national #1 martial arts competition. Lin Chuhan coughed awkwardly and introduced. Oh, I remember now. You're that senior brother Xiao. Wang Teng finally recalled the guy. You're indeed late. If it wasn't for senior brother Xiao, Chuhan would have died in the mouth of that sea beast, Shu Wantong said. Wang Teng's expression changed when he heard this. He said to Xiao Yunfan, Thank you for helping Lin Chuhan and her sister. He was thanking Xiao Yunfan, but the guy felt uncomfortable. It made him seem like an outsider. He was exasperated. All right, please forgive me for hitting you with a brick during the competition. We're friends. If you need my help in the future, feel free to look for me. Wang Teng thought of something and said awkwardly. In the past, he was young and hot-blooded. He felt that this fellow was a show-off and had evil thoughts towards Lin Chuhan, so he taught him a lesson during the competition. However, today he saved Lin Chuhan. No matter what the reason was, he owed him a favor. However, when Xiao Yunfan heard his words, his face turned darker. If he hadn't mentioned that brick, they could have still conversed properly. There were so many people during the competition, but he got knocked unconscious by a brick. It was a huge embarrassment. Although no one said anything after the competition, he still noticed their strange gazes when they looked at him. It was sharper than a knife. This was all thanks to Wang Teng. This fellow was infuriating, and he still wanted him to look for him if he needed help. He was trampling on his last ounce of dignity. Even if he died of hunger or got killed by these sea beasts, he wouldn't look for Wang Teng. He was still a man with dignity. Xiao Yunfan remained silent. He dashed towards the sea beast near him with a black face and started his massacre. He wanted to vent all the frustration and anger in his heart. What's wrong with him? Wang Teng was confused. I didn't say anything outrageous, right? What do you think? Xu Wantong and Tian Xiaoxiao said in unplanned unison. You can anger someone to death with your mouth. Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes in frustration. Xiao Yunfan had saved her life, so she was grateful to him. No way. Wang Teng was speechless. What did I say? Boom, boom, boom. Frightening explosions came from afar. The humans were fighting an intense battle with the sea beasts in the sky. Amidst the force explosions, the corpses of sea beasts and human martial warriors slammed onto the ground. Then, they got buried by the sea beasts around them. Wang Teng raised his head, his expression turning serious. I'm going to help the others on the front line. There's no time to talk. Be careful, Lin Chuhan said worriedly. I will, Wang Teng nodded. He looked at Lin Chuhan and tapped his feet on the ground. Then he turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky. As he soared up, a black shadow separated from his body. Protect her. Wang Teng's voice landed in the shadow's ear. The black shadow nodded and disappeared instantly. When Xu Wantong saw Wang Teng flying away, she exclaimed, Chuhan, I'm so jealous of you. Wang Teng was so manly when he appeared just now. That's right. If I had a boyfriend like him, I'd marry him immediately. Tian Xiaoxiao waved her fists and said earnestly, Are you looking for death? Lin Chuhan blushed slightly, glaring at her friends. Boyfriend? Marry him. That fellow isn't my boyfriend. Tisk, you're not being truthful. Xu Wantong pouted before continuing. Didn't you see how worried he was? He disguised it well. For a person like him, he wouldn't have done what he did if he didn't like you. You must hold on to him tightly. If not, your pig might get lured by other cabbages. Lin Chuhan was caught between laughter and tears. This analogy was funny, but she felt warmth in her heart when she recalled Wang Teng's gaze. Hence, she chose to remain silent. Roar. The howls of the sea beasts came once again. A 3-star sea beast was charging over at them. This isn't the time to think about this. It's time to fight. Lin Chuhan turned serious. She raised her battle sword and aimed it at the sea beast. The others took a deep breath and got serious too. They cooperated with Lin Chuhan and surrounded the sea beast. Chapter 529. Everyone long time no see. Wang Teng flew into the sky and scanned the ground. He immediately detected where Tong Hu and the other heads were. They were surrounded by numerous 7-star sea beasts and were struggling to cope with the attacks. His gaze flickered as he dashed in that direction. Damn it! Why are there so many sea beasts? I've never been in such a bad state. Tong Hu cursed after he collided with a sea beast and was thrown off his feet. Blood dripped down the edge of his mouth. During the battle, he had executed a certain physique scripture, so his body was taller and bigger than before. He looked like a bear, but in front of these gigantic sea beasts, he was still knocked back. Su Jing, Tui Heng, and the other heads were busy dealing with their own battles. They retreated continuously under the crazy attacks of the sea beasts. Hold on, old tiger. Don't die before us, the head of the smithery faculty, Wu Changsong teased. Although he was a blacksmith, his martial arts cultivation wasn't low. He was at the 7-star soldier level. Pfft, I won't die so easily. Tong Hu rolled his eyes angrily. Then he turned grim and shouted at the sea beast in front of him. If I don't release my full power, you might think I'm a weakling. A powerful aura erupted from his body in an instant. A large and fierce tiger shadow congregated above his head. It hunched its back as if preparing for an attack. Roar. A terrifying roar resounded on the battlefield. The air vibrated, carrying the sound with it. The sea beast in front took a step back unconsciously when it heard the roar. Fear appeared in its eyes. Kill. Tong Hu's aura exploded and bore down on the sea beast like a ruthless tiger hunting its prey. Force cut through the air, tearing the sea beast into pieces. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, the tides were turned, the heads were invigorated, they executed their most powerful attacks and killed all the sea beasts surrounding them. Roar, angry bellows came one after another. The sea beasts in the sea were infuriated when they saw the humans killing so many powerful sea beasts. Hence, 3 8-star sea beasts jumped out from the sea and pounced on Tong Hu and the other heads. "Damn it, 8-star, is there anyone free enough to take care of them?" Tong Hu shouted. These sea beasts were all extremely strong. Their armor was tough and difficult to cut open. It was almost impossible to skip a level and kill them. However, they couldn't step back. Before the other formidable martial warriors arrived, their retreat would only cause the low-rank martial warriors behind them to get killed. Boom! Force gushed out from the martial warriors' bodies. They welcomed the 3 8-star sea beasts head-on. Force glow lit up the sky, and eruptions were heard continuously. The humans in the underground shelter only saw balls of lights colliding with each other. There were no signs of any humans. However, they could see the light balls representing the human martial warriors getting thrown back most of the time. Then they flew towards the sea beasts again. Everyone felt anxious for them. They silently prayed that they would be able to resist the sea beasts. Boom! The light balls collided and got thrown back by the enormous sea beasts again. This time, they fell to the ground directly. Roar! The sea beasts roared in anger. Some started gathering force light balls in their mouths, while others on their claws. They threw the balls towards the force light balls below. Despair appeared on everyone's faces in the underground shelter. Many people couldn't bear to see the result and covered their eyes. Instructors, heads. Han Zhu and the other students from Hmph Military Academy glared at the balls of lights with their eyes wide open, but they couldn't do anything. They could only stare at the force attacks shooting towards their teachers. Oh, shit. Peng Yuanshan was fighting a 9-star sea beast when the commotion on this side finally attracted his attention. His pupils constricted, and he pushed away the sea beast with a punch. Then he rushed towards Tong Hu and the other teachers. But it was too late. The sea beast's attacks were about to land on them. Amidst the glaring force glows, Tong Hu, Su Jing, O Changsong, and the other instructors felt helplessness and despair. They sighed. "It looks like this is our end. Those stupid brats. I hope that they can grow up faster." They looked at the ground with hope in their eyes. Boom. An explosion resounded. It didn't come from the sea beast's force attacks colliding onto them. Instead, it came from a 10 meters long flaming blade glow sweeping towards them from afar. The scorching energy waves burst in the sky. The fire burned the entire sky. The force attacks by the sea beasts crumbled. They were destroyed entirely by the flaming blade glow. Everyone was stunned. Where did the blade glow come from? Did a general stage martial warrior save them in time? Han Zhu and the others didn't have the time to think carefully. They snapped to their senses and hurriedly caught the people who fell from the sky. "Teachers, are you all right?" Wan Baichu rushed over and asked worriedly. The school heads were a little pale, but they were stunned too. They waved their hands and looked in the direction of the source of the flaming blade glow. A ray of light was flying towards them at a fast speed. Gradually, a figure appeared in the sky above their heads. Wang Teng. Everyone was dumbstruck. Then joy appeared on their faces. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief before finally confirming that the figure in the sky was indeed Wang Teng. "Ha ha ha ha! I knew that you wouldn't die." Han Zhu didn't think too much. He was overjoyed as he looked at Wang Teng. Seniors, heads, long time no see. Wang Teng floated in the air with Mo Kei in his hand. He smiled at the people below. "It's good that you came back." Tong Hu laughed loudly. Peng Yuanshan heaved a sigh of relief silently when he saw the heads getting saved. When he recognized Wang Teng, he was shocked and dumbfounded. This young brat came back from the Darkland alive. The next instant, a relieved smile appeared at the corners of his lips. He thought highly of Wang Teng among all his students, so it was good news that he managed to come back alive. Then he stopped paying attention to that side and turned to tackle the 9-star sea beast in front of him. He knew that Wang Teng had killed a general stage dark apparition during the Star Maple City battle. So those 3 8-star sea beasts shouldn't possess any threat to him. Roar. The 3 8-star sea beasts roared when they saw their prey getting saved. They pounced on Wang Teng with their gigantic bodies. Be careful. Tong Hu and the others couldn't help but remind him. Wang Teng squinted, a sharp glint shooting out from his eyes. He showed no signs of evading the attack. Rather, piercing force glows burst from Mo Kuei. 7-star emerging scripture. Boom. He didn't even use sword conscious and solely employed the power of his sky-rank battle technique to kill the 3 8-star sea beasts on the spot. Fresh blood spurted out from the huge bodies. Then they crashed into the ground. Tong Hu and the others stared at each other. There was dead silence. The powerful 8-star sea beasts that had tormented them viciously just now got killed by this fellow in a single strike. As the head of faculties, they were weaker than their student. Even more, the difference was like a chasm. There was something wrong with this script. Chapter 530. We will destroy this city. Tong Hu and the other heads found it unbelievable. They started questioning themselves and almost felt depressed. On the other hand, Han Zhu and the other students had their mouths agape. They looked as though they had seen a ghost. This, Han Zhu stammered. He couldn't finish his sentence. Stop stuttering. We've all seen it. Based on the power of that blade move, I guess he has grown much stronger. However, I didn't expect him to have reached this state. He managed to kill the 8-star sea beasts so easily. Wan Baichu said with a bitter smile. The astonishment in her eyes hadn't dissipated. Han Zhu took a deep breath to regain his composure. He asked curiously, "But he's too powerful. Has he reached the general stage already?" He was shocked by his own guess. The general stage? He didn't dare to think about it. There weren't many general stage martial warriors in the country. They could be counted easily. Wang Teng was very young, so it was impossible for him to be a general stage martial warrior. I don't think so. Wan Beichu shook her head and said, "She got a fright, too." Tong Hu and the heads looked at one another when they heard this. Han Zhu and Wan Baichu had not seen how frightening the general stage martial warriors were, but they had based on Wang Teng's attacks. Even if he wasn't at the general stage, he wasn't that far off. He was able to kill the 3 8-star sea beasts so easily, so his true ability was greater than what he had displayed. This man's talent was terrifying. Far away, Song Shuhang, Baili Qingfeng, and the other students noticed the situation here as well. Seeing Wang Teng, they were dumbstruck. Their faces were filled with disbelief. "Oh my God, is that really Brother Teng?" Lu Shu exclaimed in surprise. "I think so." Ho Pingliang was closest to Wang Teng, but he still hesitated. Who would believe that this powerful presence was a student from their batch? People who didn't know them might think that they were using Wang Teng's name to boost their ego. Brother Teng is so powerful, he's far ahead of us now. Motivation burned in Baili Qingfeng's eyes. He clenched his fists and said passionately, "We need to work harder to catch up with him. If not, we will be left too far behind." His friends exchanged glances and nodded firmly. The 4 of them wouldn't give up so easily. Not far away, Chen Yang, who was in the same class as them, looked at Wang Teng in the air and shuddered in fright. Terrifying? When did this fellow become so terrifying? To think that he wanted to have a duel with Wang Teng in the past. Thinking about it, he was dancing near the gates of hell when he did that. Fortunately, Wang Teng didn't bother about him. The Wang family gathered together in the underground shelter. There were more than 10 screens hung on the wall, displaying the battle on the ground. The sharp-eyed Wang Hao saw an image on one of the screens and shouted, "Cousin Wang Teng. It's Cousin Wang Teng. Grandpa. Uncle. I saw Cousin Wang Teng." What? Everyone trembled in shock and looked at Wang Hao. Grandpa Wang, Wang Shengguo, and Li Shumei asked at the same time, "Where is he?" "There. Look, is that Cousin Wang Teng in the sky?" Wang Hao pointed at the screen. They all looked at the screen and saw a familiar figure floating in the air with a large-sized weapon in his hand. He was fighting with the sea beasts, magnificent and invincible. "Good, good, good," Grandpa Wang emphasized thrice. Blood had returned to his face, bringing some color to it. "It's our son. It's our son." Li Shumei was so excited that her eyes turned red. She grabbed Wang Shengguo's hand. Red marks were appearing on his skin because of her tight grasp. Yet Wang Shengguo didn't feel a thing. He stared intently at the figure on the screen and nodded his head firmly. "It's great that he's back," Grandpa Wang muttered to himself as he laughed happily. "Father, don't get too excited." Wang Shenghong held on to Grandpa Wang worriedly. He patted his back so that he could breathe properly. "Stop it, I'm fine." Grandpa Wang pushed Wang Shenghong away. Wang Teng's return allowed the Wang family to immerse in happiness. The tense atmosphere was gone. But they knew that the situation was still dangerous. Dong Hai was in danger of destruction, so this wasn't the time for a reunion. Also, Wang Teng was battling outside. He was on the front lines, so they were still worried about him after some time. The Wang family realized to their astonishment that the sea beasts seemed to have turned weak in front of Wang Teng. Their huge bodies were cut open by Wang Teng's large-sized weapon like slicing vegetables. They were killed on the spot. This situation seemed different from what they thought amazing. Wang Hao, Fang Qianwen, and many younger generations from the Wang family stared at Wang Teng with respect. Their eyes were sparkling and their mouths were wide open. This was the first time seeing Wang Teng in action. Was this the true power of their cousin Wang Teng? So powerful. He was much stronger than the other martial warriors. Li Ixiumei's sister's daughter, Tian Xinyu, was a shy and weak lady, but she was clenching her fists tightly at the moment. She stared at Wang Teng's figure on the screen in excitement. That was her cousin. Wang Teng's cousin, Wang Yelong, was also in awe. He finally realized how high Wang Teng had climbed. He was older than Wang Teng, but in front of him he was like a child. This was the difference. Wang Teng is really powerful. No wonder the military made an exception and gave him the title of a major general. Wang Teng's cousin, Wang Yanan, exclaimed. The moment he mentioned it, the Wang family remembered the piece of news that came from the Honghai Military Academy. They were told that the military had given Wang Teng a major general rank. In the past, they didn't know if Wang Teng was still alive, so they didn't feel anything. Now that he was back, it meant that their Wang family had a major general. This was a huge honor. Their ancestors would be elated because of their grandson. It's too early to be happy. I hope that our Dong Hai can overcome this ordeal, Grandpa Wang said. Everyone stopped breathing for a moment. The atmosphere became solemn once again. Outside, after saving Tong Hu and the heads, Wang Teng joined the battle. Everywhere he went, a large number of sea beasts would fall. Wang Teng was like an emotionless massacre machine, killing all these sea beasts that wanted to destroy Dong Hai. He slaughtered his way throughout the battlefield and picked up attribute bubbles along the way. The entire Dong Hai had become a slaughterhouse. Numerous attribute bubbles floated in all corners of the city. Some belonged to human martial warriors, but most of them came from the sea beasts. Wang Teng swept the entire city with his spiritual power and collected all the scattered attribute bubbles. Water Force 30, blank attribute 40. Water Force 15, Fire Force 68, Spirit 110, blank attribute 50, blank attribute 80. Most of the attribute bubbles dropped by the sea beasts were Water Force and blank attributes. As the Water Force merged into his body, Wang Teng's Water Force shot up exponentially. Then, boom. At one moment, Wang Teng shuddered. Water Force overflowed his 9th Force nucleus and filled up his entire backbone in an instant. Boom. Wang Teng felt his body changing. It was undergoing a transformation that allowed his ability to soar straight up. This aura, at the shore? The general stage human martial warriors who were fighting with the Lord-level sea beasts sensed something. They were dumbfounded as they looked behind them. Someone is advancing to the general stage. Governor Jiang's eyes were shimmering. He was elated. I wonder who is it? If he advances now, the scales will tip to our side. This will give us a higher chance of success. Lady Luck is looking out for our Dong Hai, General Chen from the military said. At the same time, in the sea, the roars of the sea beasts resounded throughout the earth without stopping. A frightening impact pushed the sea waves towards the shore more furiously. The Lord-level sea beasts can't sit still anymore. The general stage martial warriors turned grim, their expressions changing slightly. "It looks like it's our turn to act," Dan Teishuan said. There was a sharp glint in her eyes. "Humans, get out of this city and retreat 300 kilometers back from the shore. If not, we will destroy this city." At this moment, a deafening shout came from the sea. Waves crashed onto the shore and the ground vibrated. Chapter 531, Martial Warriors Protect Peace. The frightening roar came from the depth of the sea and resounded in the entire Donghai city. Only the voice was heard. The owner of the voice was nowhere to be seen. They could only see the shadows of the sea beasts packed like sardines in a can on the surface of the sea, along with the malicious statement. It allowed the humans to understand that it wasn't a joke. That sea beast meant it. Whether it was the martial warriors on the ground or the normal people in the underground shelters, everyone's expression changed. A feeling of despair appeared in their hearts. Was Donghai really going to fall? How dare you? At this moment, a cold voice filled with anger burst in the city. This voice wasn't as loud as the roar of the sea beast, but it still landed in everyone's ear clearly, even covering up the bellows of all the other sea beasts. Multiple figures floated into the air, staring coldly at the sea beasts in the sea. A domineering and overpowering aura surged out of them. These were general stage martial warriors. Their auras merged together and pressed down on the sea beasts like a huge net. Boom! The waves tossed, turned, and splashed high up into the air. Roar! The Lord-level sea beasts in the sea roared. They welcomed the attack with their ferocious auras. Boom! 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 The collision of the two auras was extremely frightening. An ear-shattering explosion sounded, creating deep whirlpools on the surface of the sea. Roar! 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 All the sea beasts were roaring. They merged their auras into the aura of the Lord-level sea beasts. Suddenly, the aura of the sea beasts skyrocketed and suppressed the human martial warriors. The expressions of the human martial warriors changed slightly. They took a step forward and resisted the retaliation resolutely. They were at a standstill. The humans started to get nervous. They fixed their gazes on the general stage martial warriors in front. Although the normal people couldn't understand what was happening, they could still feel the tense atmosphere in front. They could also sense that the general stage formidable warriors were slightly at a disadvantage. Everyone knew that a life or death battle would ensue soon. The appearance of the Lord-level sea beasts would raise the intensity of the battle to a frightening level. If the human martial warriors lost in this battle of the auras, it would affect the morale of all the martial warriors. This would be another misfortune. The moment the invasion of the sea beasts occurred, Capital Jia, which was in the north, received the information, Capital Jia. There was a magnificent and ancient building in the middle of the city. This was the imperial palace. All the leaders of the country were gathered here, including the leaders of martial arts, the minister of education, the generals of the military, and many others. They were all important figures in the country. The situation of the Donghai battle was being played out in front of them. Everyone was grim then. A heated meeting started. Very soon, news flew out of the imperial palace and got passed down level by level. The military was activated. A large number of martial warriors went to reinforce Donghai. At the same time, the higher authorities made an astonishing decision. They decided to broadcast the battle in Donghai live to the whole country. The speed of the country's technology was unimaginable. Within 20 minutes, the battle was displayed all over the country. Jinlin, Guanghai, Longjiang, Shangdao, Beijiang, Nanhai. No city was forgotten. The battle was being broadcasted on television, on the internet, and even on the wide screens outside large shopping malls. Countless passers-by stopped in their tracks and looked at the screens beside them in astonishment. On the screens, the prosperous city had turned into ruins. Flames of war raged everywhere. The waves in the sea splashed into the sky, and terrifying sea beasts stormed through the city. Fresh blood stained the ground red. The never-ending explosions thundered in everyone's ears. These tragic images shocked everyone. Instantly, commotions erupted all over the country. Oh my God, what happened? It's Donghai. I see the Donghai Pearl Tower. This is Donghai. Monsters have invaded Donghai. What is going on? This is so scary. Are those star beasts from the sea? They look ferocious and are huge. This is frightening. Aren't we at peace with the star beasts? Why did they suddenly attack our city? Is doomsday coming? The entire country was in a panic. Ladies and children were crying while the men went pale. But at this moment the martial warriors stood up, and some formidable warriors even soared into the sky in front of everyone. They shouted, "Everyone, just like what you've seen, Donghai is experiencing an unprecedented calamity. Star beasts have emerged from the sea, and our city is in ruins." But I need to tell you that this is the truth behind the martial arts era. We have an opportunity to become stronger, but at the same time, we are facing terrifying dangers. In the past, martial warriors protected our cities and stopped all the dangers outside. We even cleared unknown areas so that you can enjoy peace. However, the truth always comes out. Now it's time for you to know the truth. What you see is the cruel reality. The martial warriors in Donghai are fighting with the sea beasts. This is the first battle between humans and sea beasts. If we win, Donghai will continue existing. If we lose, Donghai will be destroyed. Everyone, it's time to open your eyes and see the truth of the martial arts era. Similar scenes were occurring in all the cities around the country. The governors of the cities, the president of the Martial Arts Association, the minister of education, the principals of martial arts academies, and many other formidable martial warriors stepped out. They didn't leave after finishing their speech. Instead, they accompanied the people in watching the broadcast of the battle. Those that should leave had already left. They needed to guard their cities to prevent any accidents. The ordinary people were silent. As memories flashed through their minds, they felt absent-minded. No wonder the country promoted martial arts fervently. No wonder they broadcasted the national #1 martial arts competition countrywide. Actually, there were many signs in the past, but the information got cleared almost immediately after it was put on the internet. Hence, most people thought that they were just rumors. Now that the brutal truth was laid out in front of them, everyone woke up. The images of the Donghai battles slammed right into their hearts and astounded them. They wished that this was a dream, but they had to force themselves to accept it. Many people wanted to blame the martial warriors for keeping the secret for so long. However, before their anger could rise, they felt a sense of helplessness and even embarrassment. So what if they knew? Could normal people stop this? If everyone knew the danger, how many people would still be willing to become martial warriors? The martial warriors protected the normal people from all dangers so that they could enjoy peace. What right did they have to blame them? At this moment on the screen, numerous martial warriors fell into the mouths of the sea beasts. This scene was a true display of that sentence. Martial warriors protect peace. Chapter 532, The Blade of Slaughter. While the entire country was watching the tragic fight, the battle of the auras between the general stage martial warriors in Donghai and the sea beasts had reached a crucial moment. The numbers were on the sea beasts' side. Hence, their combined aura was enormous. The general stage martial warriors had grim expressions on their faces. They stepped back continuously because of their aura. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. They took a total of 3 steps back. It seemed like a short distance, but the difference in strength was vast. Humans die. The Lord-level sea beast's voice vibrated from afar, shaking the earth. Many low-rank martial warriors retreated unconsciously. They couldn't bear the violent force of presence. Their faces turned pale. The despair in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. Were the humans unable to stop the sea beasts? Should they run away? If they ran, they could at least remain alive. Where there was life, there was hope. As long as they were alive, they had hope. They just had to retreat 300 kilometers. The human land was vast, and there were many powerful martial warriors closer to the mainland. They could protect their lives and take revenge in the future. They would get Donghai back again. This thought appeared in many people's minds. It was normal to think this way in the face of death. At this moment, a clear and loud voice broke the silence. It came from afar and was getting closer. At the start, the sound was vague, but it arrived near the shore in an instant. The lightning force in the voice pressed down from the sky forcefully. They're just a bunch of animals. Why should we be afraid of them? Humans would rather die fighting than retreat. Kill! An icy voice erupted in the sky. At the same time, an aura that exceeded the power of a normal general stage martial warrior merged with the auras of the other human martial warriors. Boom! The aura of the sea beasts was pushed back a few meters directly. The general stage martial warriors shuddered, and a sharp glint appeared in their eyes. Wang Teng, a few general stage martial warriors turned to look at the person. They were shocked. This young man was back. And this aura, no wonder they found it familiar. It looked like he was the one who had just advanced to the general stage. He was so young, but already at the general stage, even though this was an emergency and there was no time for them to think too much, they were still flabbergasted. "Ha ha ha! Good! You didn't die!" Dan Taixuan laughed happily. "Master." Wang Teng felt touched by Dan Taixuan's concern. He greeted her respectfully. "You advanced to the general stage?" Governor Zhang couldn't help but ask. "I was lucky." Wang Teng nodded and said, the edge of their lips twitched. Luck wasn't enough to describe someone who managed to advance to the general stage at such a young age. Why didn't they have this luck when they were young? But this was a piece of good news for the humans. One more general stage martial warrior was equal to a martial warrior team. It was extremely useful. At the same time, when the other martial warriors saw a turn of tides because of Wang Teng's appearance, they were motivated. "It's Wang Teng," everyone exclaimed in surprise. Fu Tiandao, Qin Hangshuan, and many others recognized Wang Teng. They were even more shocked when they sensed the general stage aura around him. Good riddance, this fellow had become a general stage formidable warrior. He had gone ahead of them. To think that when they first saw Wang Teng, he had just become a martial warrior. Now he had surpassed them. Fu Tiandao and the others felt that they were getting old. The other martial warriors were overjoyed when they knew that Wang Teng had advanced to the general stage. Wang Teng has reached the general stage. We have another general stage formidable warrior. This is great. There's still hope. Wang Teng is right. What's so scary about a bunch of animals? Humans should never retreat. We must move forward fearlessly. Even if we die, we mustn't be scared. Looking at the young figure in the sky, they remembered what he said just now. They couldn't help but get influenced by his confidence. Continue fighting no matter what. Kill. Someone shouted furiously. Then more and more people got ignited and started shouting at the sky. Continue fighting. Kill. Continue fighting. Kill. Continue fighting. Kill. Malicious intent burst from the human martial warriors' bodies. This was the will of all the martial warriors. They gathered together and merged into an aura that shot right into the sky. Wang Teng had a sudden thought and released his massacre conscious. The killing intent of all the martial warriors got attracted by his massacre conscious. Mixing together, they gradually formed an invisible blade of annihilation. The general stage martial warriors couldn't help but turn around. There was a strange gaze in their eyes. What a frightening killing intent. They were all general stage martial warriors, so they had many experiences. Hence they could tell that Wang Teng already possessed the massacre conscious, but they found it even more unbelievable. How many people did he kill to possess this frightening massacre conscious? Mind you, even those experienced soldiers who lived on the battlefield all the time might not be able to possess such a powerful massacre presence, much less massacre conscious. Yet Wang Teng did it. The general stage martial warriors didn't have the time to think too much, though. The massacre conscious above Wang Teng's head was too terrifying, exuding a frightening aura. The massacre blade conscious seemed to be stained with countless lives. Killing intent swept through the sky like a pile of corpses and a sea of blood. Governor Jing and the general stage martial warriors were close to Wang Teng, so they could still feel the terrifying massacre conscious dawning on them even though it wasn't directed at them. They were impacted by it in an instant. Their expressions changed slightly, and they retreated some distance away. Then they glanced at each other and let out loud shouts. Kill, kill, kill. As they yelled, their massacre presence also surged out, merging into Wang Teng's massacre conscious. After some time, Wang Teng felt that the massacre conscious above him had reached its limit. He opened his eyes wide, and a sharp gaze shot towards the horizon. Go! Following his cold shout, the massacre blade above his head slashed out. Boom, boom, boom. The sea beast's aura collapsed in an instant. The surface of the sea exploded. The sea was split into two as numerous sea beasts struggled and cried in pain. Roar, humans. You are seeking death. The Lord-level sea beasts in the sea were infuriated. They released an earth-shattering roar. Suddenly, large shadows broke through the surface of the water and appeared some distance away in the sea. Some of these large sea beasts had scale armors and hooks around their bodies. They looked like strange fishes, extremely hideous. Their bodies were wriggling, and they were more than 10 meters long. These were the giant pythons of the sea. Some had a fishtail and alligator body. All of them looked weird. If there was anything similar about them, it was the formidable aura they gave off. Kill! These Lord-level sea beasts bellowed and charged towards the human martial warriors furiously. The sea beasts in the sea turned crazy. They swarmed towards the shore relentlessly and climbed onto the land. Then they pounced on the human martial warriors around them. Dan Teixuan and the others were shocked. They immediately hollered, "Stop them." The next instant, the general stage martial warriors split into two teams. Some flew towards the Lord-level sea beasts, while others soared down towards the sea beasts below. Boom, boom, boom. A frightening battle erupted instantly. Governor Zhang and Ye Jixin, along with some others, stopped the Lord-level star beast and started fighting with them. Explosions resounded in the air. The impact of the force energy spurted out and crashed into the sea, setting off violent waves. On the other side, Wang Teng and Dan Taishuan shot towards the sea beasts below. A large number of sea beasts wanted to climb onto the shore. Dan Taishuan held her battle sword in one hand and slashed a 10-meter sword glow horizontally in the air. Wang Teng clutched his Moki flames bloomed, and a blade glow shot out. The sea was slashed in half, killing multiple sea beasts. The high-rank martial warriors hurried over to stop the sea beasts from climbing onto the land. The scene became chaotic and disorderly. There were too many sea beasts. Even with the general stage martial warriors, the situation seemed a little helpless. "Humans, your opponent is me." An angry shout rang through the sea. A general stage sea beast charged towards them and attacked Dan Teixuan and Wang Teng. This was a giant octopus. It was as large as a ferry and had more than 10 tentacles covered with suction cups. It swept its tentacles at the general stage martial warriors. "Move!" Dan Teixuan's expression changed as she dodged. Boom! The tentacles slammed onto the shore, leaving a 10 meters long trench on the ground. The sea beasts that couldn't evade in time had turned into lumps of meat. Fresh blood spurted everywhere. However, the giant octopus didn't care. It lifted its blood-stained tentacle and swept it towards Dan Taishuan and Wang Teng again. Chapter 533, 5 Elements, General Stage. The body of the giant octopus was lurking on the sea surface. Its tentacles were swiping wildly, attacking anything in its path. Even though Wang Teng and Dan Taishuan were in the range of the tentacles' attacks, neither of them flinched. They executed their skills and advanced towards the giant octopus. Bang! When the tentacles swept over, Wang Teng raised his Moke to block the attacks. The giant octopus was very powerful and was at the low-tier Lord level, equivalent to an 11-star low-tier general stage human. That was why every strike of the giant octopus contained extremely terrifying power. Whenever its tentacles swiped across, you could hear the air crackle and burst. Wang Teng's eyes flashed as he scoffed, 8-level devil scripture, activate lating physique, activate. Underneath his clothes, countless black patterns started spreading out on his skin. Streaks of lightning force burst out of Wang Teng's body and enveloped it, exuding a majestic aura. The black patterns were also covered under the lightning force, so no one could see them. Boom! A huge force erupted from Wang Teng's body. Although his body did not change in any way, he suddenly became extremely powerful, containing horrifying strength. Dan Taishuan looked at him with surprise. It felt like Wang Teng was emitting a ferocious and ruthless aura of a star beast. Scram! Wang Teng roared. He swung the moquet violently, slashing away the thick tentacles. On the other side, Dan Taishuan was also being attacked. 3 tentacles armed with suction cups swept towards her, completely blocking off her escape route. However, Dan Taishuan was not afraid at all. She was at the 11-star low-tier general stage level and was not inferior to the giant octopus at all. In fact, among those at the general stage level, her combat power was unmatched. Facing the giant octopus in front of her, her eyes lit up with a fighting spirit. Razor-sharp metal sword conscious shot out from the sword in her hand, and the sky rang with the metallic sound of swords clanging. Golden sword rays erupted, emerging from the surrounding void and slashing towards the giant octopus tentacles. Sword wounds immediately appeared on the tentacles. Fresh blood spurted out as the giant octopus roared in pain. Dan Taishuan's attack had successfully triggered it, causing it to send several of its tentacles sweeping towards Dan Taishuan. The 8 tentacles formed a large net as they twirled and soared down at Dan Taishuan, leaving no space for the wind to weave through them. With her expression unchanged, strands of wind force emerged around Dan Taishuan. Her body fluttered and managed to evade the tentacles with great agility. It was as if she had transformed into the wind. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. He already knew that Dan Taishuan had wind force and did not find it unusual. However, her wind force proficiency was much higher than his. She had reached the general stage and her speed was unbelievable. The tentacles were swarming all over the sky. Moreover, there was a terrifying pulling force from the suction cups. Oh my God, this tentacle monster has maxed out its tentacle skills. Wang Teng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Dan Taishuan heard what Wang Teng said, even though she was in the midst of a fight, and her face turned dark. What do you mean by tentacle monster? This young man was on the right track for a while, but his true self was now revealed. Go and help other people. Don't get in the way here, Dan Taishuan shouted angrily. Wang Teng was a little embarrassed. He saw that Dan Taishuan could handle the giant octopus alone and rushed down without any more nonsense. Multiple sea beasts sped towards him. Judging from their auras, they were 8-star and 9-star star beasts. Wang Teng's face turned cold. He slashed with the Mo key in his hand, sending forth blade rays. The sea beasts were like chickens in front of him and were instantly beheaded. At the same time, he threw his other hand forward, sending out a terrifying punch. Bang, bang, bang! 1 punch, 1 monster. Oops, 1 punch, 1 sea beast, and their bodies were wrecked. His stance was simply devastating. Fu Tiandao, Qin Hanxuan, and the other advanced rank martial warriors were stunned. They were all fighting the sea beasts one-on-one, and they might not even be able to kill them after the day was over. But to Wang Teng, it was a piece of cake. Killing these advanced rank sea beasts was like chopping carrots. One after another, the sea beasts landed on the coast and charged towards Donghai City, launching an attack on the surrounding martial warriors. The number of human martial warriors was limited, and there were many more sea beasts. There were often 2 or 3 of them or even more sea beasts ganging up on a human martial warrior. In such a situation, there were simply not enough human martial warriors. Devastated screams could be heard everywhere. The human martial warriors were being taken down by the sea beasts one by one. Then, multiple sea beasts swarmed together and bit them. Wang Teng's gaze swept downwards, his expression clouded over as he flew and charged towards the center of Donghai City. Boom! In an instant, the Imperial Realm's spirit power erupted from his body, sweeping towards the surroundings and enveloping the entire Donghai City. Crowd control, spiritual power, crowd control. All the sea beasts froze immediately as if time had stopped around them. The surrounding martial warriors couldn't help but be taken aback. No one knew what was happening. The people in the underground shelters were also stunned when they saw this scene. Kill. At this time, a roar filled with killing intent came from the sky. It's Wang Teng. What did he do? The martial warriors finally reacted, although their hearts were filled with doubts. This was not the time to dwell on it, especially when they saw Wang Teng's solemn expression. They knew that it was not easy for him to do something like that. The martial warriors immediately charged at the sea beasts in front of them and poured all their anger on them with their blades. The human martial warriors climbed on the sea beasts' huge bodies and plunged their weapons into their bodies, splattering blood all around. A large number of low-rank sea beasts died in the hands of these human martial warriors, and it seemed like the tables had turned. The advanced rank martial warriors saw this and were overjoyed. The people in the underground shelter couldn't help but cheer, raising each other's morale. There's hope. There's still hope for us, Wang Teng, Wang Teng. It's him. He did something just now to stop all the sea beasts. In the underground shelter, there were many who saw Wang Teng taking action. They started chattering loudly with excitement. All over the country, many more martial warriors saw this scene, and their eyes flashed as if they had seen something incredible. This young man was so powerful that he could execute crowd control. Even though he only used it on low-rank sea beasts, it was already very remarkable. Such an ability was enough to flip the situation on the battlefield upside down. Capital Xia, the first university. Ji Xiuming and his classmates were paying close attention to the situation at Donghai. When he saw Wang Teng dashing about on the battlefield, a complex expression appeared on his face. General stage. This guy had reached the general stage. The fact made him extremely frustrated. He was only at the 8-star soldier level now. Yet Wang Teng had already overcome the huge obstacle holding countless martial warriors back. The gap was growing bigger and bigger. He was still unconvinced when he lost to Wang Teng in the martial arts competition back then. There wasn't much difference between them. Losing once didn't mean much. A single match was not everything. He had the confidence that he could catch up quickly and would definitely be able to defeat Wang Teng during their next encounter and regain his glory. But now he no longer had that confidence. His opponent was a monster. He didn't feel wronged losing to him. In the Ren family, a proud young man was also paying attention to Donghai. He was Ren Qingchang. Beside him was the elder of the Ren family. They looked at Wang Teng on the screen with ugly expressions. Ren Qingchang's face was dark and gloomy as he slammed his fist on the wall. Cracks immediately spread around and a deep pit emerged. What kind of luck does the Wang family have? How is there such a genius? Grandpa Ren had an uncomfortable expression as he muttered to himself. He had suffered a huge blow when he had sent martial warriors to Donghai to eradicate the Wang family. Wang Teng appeared all of a sudden and foiled his plans. Then came the martial arts competition. Wang Teng defeated his grandson, Ren Qingchang, who he had always been proud of. With his talents, Wang Teng had smashed his confidence into pieces. No one could ever understand how devastated and broken his heart was. During that martial arts competition, he had vomited blood and fainted. Now he had the urge to vomit blood again upon seeing Wang Teng rising to the general stage. This bastard was too infuriating. Besides Ji Xiuming and Ren Qingchang, capital military academies, Luo Cheng, Qian Yuan sects Zhao Yuanwu, and other talented people from all over the country were also paying attention. There were complicated feelings in their hearts as well. Wang Teng was the first person of their generation to reach the general stage. He had already walked in front of everyone. In Donghai, after Wang Teng had executed his crowd control to cut up a bunch of leaks, another wave of sea beasts emerged from the bottom of the sea. The people hadn't had the time to feel happy for long when they were shocked again. Damn it! Wang Teng couldn't help but curse seeing the sea beasts pouring out from the sea. These sea beasts must be cheating. How many times did they multiply over the past years? Why were there so many of them now? How was he supposed to fight? There were so many sea beasts, he couldn't possibly kill every single one of them. The other human martial warriors were overwhelmed with despair once again. The general stage martial warriors at the front all had grave expressions. They felt powerless. Occupied by the Lord-level sea beasts, they were anxious, yet they didn't have the luxury of handling the low-rank sea beasts below, otherwise they could resist the wave with their strength. Wang Teng could only grit his teeth and sweep out his Imperial Realm spiritual power once again, assisting the surrounding martial warriors to kill the sea beasts in the same way. However, this method consumed too much spiritual power. He could only control the battlefield while picking up the surrounding attribute bubbles to replenish his energy consumption. Spirit 20, Earth Force 10, Metal Force 60. Blank, Attribute 31. Wind Force 110, Metal Force 60, blank, Attribute 31. Wind Force 110, Spirit 35. Water Force 40, Fire Force 52, blank, Attribute 23. As various attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body, his force was replenished and his spiritual power recovered again. His slightly pale complexion was also getting better. However, he knew that continuing like this was not going to work. There were too many sea beasts, and crowd control was only a temporary solution. It did not solve the root of the problem. When his spiritual power was completely depleted and the attribute bubbles were no longer sufficient for him, it would be catastrophic for humans. Dong Hai and all the martial warriors might perhaps be completely overrun by sea beasts by the time reinforcements arrived. What can I do? What can I do? Wang Teng's thoughts flashed in his head, and his eyes swept across the attributes panel. Suddenly his heart shook as if he had thought of something. He immediately raised his head and glanced at the coastline. His gaze then swept across the entire Donghai city, his eyes flickering with a sharp glint. Finally, he peered out of the city. Then a fantastic idea surfaced in his mind. This might work. Wang Teng was thinking and analyzing at the same time. His eyes became brighter as his resolutions cemented. He was a decisive person. Since he had made up his mind, even if there was only an incredibly small chance, he would not hesitate to execute it. Moreover, Dong Hai was already in a bad shape, so what if he failed? It couldn't be worse than it already was. However, before that, he would still need a lot of attribute bubbles to raise his strength. With his current power, he would still need quite a lot in order to execute that plan. Wang Teng gritted his teeth and retracted his spiritual power, stopping the crowd control to pick up the attribute bubbles. Blank Attribute 250. Spirit 50, Water Force 35, Wood Force 60, blank Attribute 100, Spirit 46, blank Attribute 100, Spirit 46, blank Attribute 130. The martial warriors below no longer had Wang Teng's help and had to face the sea beast's counterattack. The situation worsened. They were stunned, wondering why Wang Teng had suddenly stopped helping. The martial warriors around the country were puzzled as well. The situation in Donghai affected everyone. Many people frowned when Wang Teng suddenly stopped and let the situation in Donghai take a turn for the worse. What is happening? Did he expend too much energy? Sure enough, this method is not something you can keep using. Donghai is in trouble. Many people were sighing, clenching their fists nervously, and sweating hard for Donghai. Boom. Suddenly, Wang Teng's body shook, and a strong force flashed across his body. Crimson force shot up into the sky like an enraged dragon. Monstrous flames spread around his body, making him appear like the Lord of Flames. He had a breakthrough in his fire force and had reached the general stage. Everyone was in shock when they glanced over. Wang Teng broke through again. Didn't he just break through to reach the general stage? I understand. Wang Teng is a multi-element martial warrior. Just now, his second element, force, had a breakthrough. Someone suddenly exclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, another roar sounded. Boom. Yellow force erupted this time, not much weaker than the fire force. The two forces formed two beams of light rising into the sky. Wang Teng broke through again. The thought had just emerged in the spectators' minds when two roars followed closely. Boom, boom. A gold force and a green force rushed up into the sky, forming beams of light that complemented the previous two. Wang Teng broke through again. Wang Teng broke through again, as if it was triggered by the four elements. The general stage water force in Wang Teng's body broke out of his body, forming a blue beam of light. The 5 beams of light ran through the heavens and the earth like they were protecting their king. At this moment, whether it was a Donghai martial warrior or someone across the country watching from their screens, they all gasped in disbelief. They stared at the young man whose body was enveloped in the 5 element forces. All his 5 elements had advanced to the general stage. This guy, is he cheating? Chapter 534. Grandpa Ren vomited blood. Please save him. The light pillars of the 5 elements shot into the air and circled around the young figure. Suddenly, the figure stood up, stepped on the air, and walked towards the sky. As seconds ticked by, the aura around him got stronger and stronger. His power increased with each step. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded in the air. With his aura rising a level with every step he took, endless force surged out. The violent movement made his clothes and hair flutter in the air. His thick and black hair, which he hadn't cut in a long time, danced wildly in the strong wind. His young face was as sharp as a blade, while his expression was calm and icy. His eyes shone brightly with a glaring light in them. Numerous sea beasts were shocked by his aura. They looked at the figure in the sky with fear in their eyes, especially the low-rank sea beasts. They shivered uncontrollably under the powerful aura. Although the high-rank sea beasts weren't as disturbed, they were still frightened. They growled at Wang Teng in low voices. The Lord-level sea beasts above the sea also felt the huge threat coming from them. Cold glints shimmered in the eyes of these large beasts. They didn't hide their overpowering, killing intent. This human must die. On the human side, many of them raised their heads, including the people in the underground shelters, the martial warriors battling on the ground, and the spectators from all around the country. The martial warriors fighting on the ground had the most direct impact. They were staggered and flabbergasted. Peng Yuanshan, Tong Hu, and the other heads from Hmph Military Academy looked as if they had seen a ghost. They knew that this fellow was a rare talent, but they didn't know that he was so monstrous. Fu Tiandao, Qin Hangshuan, and the others had the same feeling. They looked at each other with bewilderment in their eyes. Even Dan Taishuan, Ye Jixin, Governor Jiang, and the other general stage martial warriors couldn't maintain their composure. Astonishment surged into their hearts. This was incredible. A normal person would be considered a rare talent if he possessed 2 or 3 of the 5 basic elements. Yet Wang Teng possessed all 5. Even more, all 5 elements had reached the general stage. The general stage. It was like ascending to heaven for a normal person to enter the general stage. Many people struggled desperately to enter the doors of the general stage. That was why there were so few general stage martial warriors, but to Wang Teng, it seemed as easy as eating and drinking. In the blink of an eye, one of his force elements reached the general stage. In another blink, another element entered the general stage. Another blink, and the other element stepped into the general stage. It was so fast, the eyes almost got a spasm. How could a normal person do this? This fellow was a monster. He didn't belong to this world. His talent, his merits, they were unprecedented in history. He would remain unparalleled in the future. Wait, Wang Teng still possessed ice force, wind force, and lightning force. Goodness, Peng Yuanshan, Tong Hu, Dan Taixuan, and the people who knew Wang Teng's secrets were dumbfounded. They widened their eyes in astonishment. What the folk was this fellow an all-element martial warrior? They were stunned by their thoughts. Dan Taixuan, what breed is your disciple? Yet Jixin couldn't help but shout at Dan Taixuan while he was fighting. How do I know? I didn't give birth to him. Dan Taixuan shouted in anger. She felt speechless. Yet Jixin laughed loudly. Either way, it's a good thing. Wang Teng might have just reached 10-star Brigadier General stage, but his ability is on par with an 11-star low-tier general. Everyone was elated when they heard this. Among the crowd, Lin Chuhan, Shu Wantong, and the other ladies looked at the figure in the sky with their mouths agape. They couldn't close it. "Chuan, is that really your boyfriend?" Shu Wantong asked, absent-mindedly. "I don't know." Lin Chuhan's mind was in a mess. She had no energy to think about their relationship anymore. She just shook her head in a daze. She didn't expect Wang Teng to have reached this stage. He was a 5-element general stage martial warrior. What kind of concept was that? She didn't dare to think further. "Chuan, I'm going green with envy," Tian Xiao suddenly said softly. Lin Chuhan felt proud when she heard this. Although their relationship wasn't confirmed yet, she still felt happy. The next moment, a sense of urgency wafted into her heart. Wang Teng was moving too fast, and the distance between them was widening constantly. Was she still able to stand beside him? On the other hand, Lin Chuxia, who was beside her, didn't say anything, staring intently at Wang Teng instead. The emotions of this young lady were fully visible in her eyes. Capital Xia, the first university. Ji Xiaming was dumbstruck, and his face was pale. He felt as if there was a mountain in front of him that he was unable to cross. Yu, Tao, Mao, Na, and the other students from the first university looked at Ji Xiaming. They could understand his complicated emotions. Ever since he lost during the national competition, Ji Xiaming had been practicing with all his heart. He hoped that he would be able to defeat Wang Teng the next time he met him and regain his glory. They knew how hard he had worked. However, Wang Teng, whom he had always viewed as his opponent, was far ahead of him. The distance was unreachable. It was a joke to treat him as an opponent now. Wang Teng's vision was much wider than theirs, yet Ji Xiaming was still chasing after him. Yik nig 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 What? Made the... He with an In the past, his principal would always tell him that he was the most powerful person among the younger generation. In the future, he would enter the general stage and be the leader of his generation. But now, even the principal had to admit that they couldn't catch up with Wang Teng's footsteps. Ji Xiaming was unwilling to accept this. It was a huge blow to him. The Ren family. Ren Qingcheng was trembling violently. He wanted to control his body, but he couldn't. He wasn't shivering because he was afraid. Rather, it was a deep sense of helplessness. Huge pressure was pressing down on his head. His body tensed up, and he couldn't break free from this pressure no matter how hard he tried. He gritted his teeth furiously. He wanted to compare himself to Wang Teng, but he didn't have the heart to do it anymore. Frustration, helplessness, bitterness, anger, many emotions flashed past his face. At this moment, Ren Qingcheng's mind was in chaos. He was even more emotional than his Grandpa Ren. Grandpa Ren, who was beside him, suddenly turned red in the face and vomited a mouthful of blood. His weak and old body fell on his wheelchair lifelessly. Grandpa has fainted. Quick, call the ambulance. The family members around him were shocked. They were in a mess. Sometimes the most devastating thing you could do to your enemy wasn't to kill them. It was to destroy their mindset little by little and make them live in agony. Chapter 535, Land Reclamation. Wang Teng didn't know what was happening in the Ren family. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be bothered by it. A defeated failure was not worthy of his attention. He went up to the sky and stopped, overlooking Donghai City. His aura had already reached its peak, and the 5 beams of force had completely merged into his body. The 5 elements forces in his body were circulating slowly, penetrating his spine. His power had undergone a tremendous change. Now his battle power exceeded the 10-star Brigadier General stage and was comparable to an 11-star low-tier General stage martial warrior. After his 5 element forces reached the General stage, the element forces seemed to have gone through some unusual changes. It was just that Wang Teng had no time to pay attention to it. After the sea beasts were stunned for a moment, they roared and lunged towards the human martial warriors again, as if they were trying to get rid of the cowardice and shame that they had shown. It's time! Wang Teng knew he couldn't delay any longer. He pulled out his attributes panel. His gaze swept across all the attribute columns and landed on the blank attributes at the end. Blank attribute, 356,600 countless blank attribute bubbles had appeared in the entire Donghai City as scores of sea beasts were killed. It was so much so that Wang Teng had managed to pick up a terrifying 35600 points. These blank attributes were integral and the key to Wang Teng's plan. He immediately allocated all of his blank attributes without any hesitation. Increase Heart of Zhongyan talent. Previously, his Heart of Zhongyan talent was at 35 points, which was far from reaching the perfected stage. Now, after using nearly 10,000 blank attributes, he perfected his Heart of Zhongyan talent, Heart of Zhongyan. 10,000 perfected. In an instant, Wang Teng felt a mysterious change happening to his body, and his understanding of the Zhongyan clan's talent increased to the maximum. At this time, not even the top genius of the Zhongyan clan would have as much talent as him. Wang Teng then added the remaining 20,000-something blank attributes to Ancient God's body. This special scripture was of an unknown grade. Wang Teng had already realized its strength when he obtained it from the Ancient God's corpse. Now over 20,000 blank attributes were added to Ancient God's body. Boom! There was a terrifying sound erupting from Wang Teng's body as it shook like a supernova. It was so loud that everyone could hear it. What is happening? What's going on? What's Wang Teng up to again? Questions were popping up in everyone's mind. It had only been a while, and something was happening to Wang Teng again. When they saw Wang Teng's solemn expression, everyone thought that he was executing his ultimate move. Yes, definitely. Ever since Wang Teng came back and entered the battlefield, he had not disappointed anyone with anything he did. He was always working hard to help everyone survive. A sense of trust started emerging from everyone's hearts. Ancient God's body, 25635 50,000. 1 star. A strange golden symbol was outlined between Wang Teng's eyebrows. It was only made up of 1 stroke, but it had an indescribable sense of mystery. Although Wang Teng couldn't see the symbol, he felt something strange between his eyebrows. He couldn't help but recall the time when he first saw the ancient god's corpse. It had a complicated symbol between its eyebrows as well. At the same time, there was a change in Wang Teng's body. His heart was beating fast like a drum, and his muscles tightened. His bones became more solid as golden patterns started appearing on them, making them indestructible. His bone marrow was like mercury, flowing and gushing, while a trace of gold appeared in his blood. A powerful force emerged from his body, and it immediately surpassed the maximum potential of 8-level devil scripture and latent physique, which made Wang Teng feel unpleasant. Just 1 star? Wang Teng clenched his fist and looked at the attributes panel. I'm not going to care anymore. His eyes narrowed, and a glint of light burst out. By this time it was too late to regret anything. He had no choice but to do it, heart of Zhongyan. There was a roar in his heart. In an instant, the surrounding rocks seemed to be attracted by some kind of force and flew up into the sky, gathering towards Wang Teng. In Donghai City, the collapsed buildings turned to rocks. Mixed with steel bars, they soared up into the sky. The sea beasts which were stepping on the rocks were flipped over and were in a state of confusion as they didn't know what was happening. Donghai City was a huge and prosperous city with countless high-rise buildings. Most of these buildings had now turned into rubble after being destroyed by the sea beasts. After flying towards Wang Teng, they immediately engulfed him, slowly forming a huge rock body. At the same time, the seawater was churning. The sediment in the seabed broke out of the water, forming a torrent towards the rock body. The scene left everyone puzzled with questions all over their heads. Even though the general stage warriors were well experienced, they couldn't tell what he was trying to achieve, and frowned. What is he doing? Across the screen, martial warriors from all around the country saw this, but no one understood anything and were all perplexed. Do any of you know what he's going to do? I have trained for so many years, but I have never seen anything like this. Donghai's hope might be all on this kid's shoulders, the leader of Martial Arts Association said. His gray hair, tall stature, and extremely deep gaze were unshaken. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Coming out from the leader's mouth, that sentence meant something extraordinary. From another perspective, it was his acknowledgement and praise for Wang Teng. In Donghai, more and more rocks and sediments were accumulating. It was obvious that the rock body centered around Wang Teng was getting bigger. The Lord-level sea beasts roared one after another as if they had felt a strong threat. Roar? Stop him. Destroy that rock body. Don't let him succeed. Let me. A roar came from beneath the sea, and a sea beast broke out of the water surface and rushed towards the rock body in the air. It was a colorful giant lobster with a well-developed, durable shell. Its antennas were several meters long, and its giant claws were massive and horrifying. Its aura had reached the Lord level. Indeed, this was a delicious Lord-level lobster. It soared high into the sky, and its antenna stabbed towards the sky like a pair of spears. The expressions of Dan Taichuan and the others changed drastically. They wanted to stop it, but they couldn't because they were fighting other Lord-level sea beasts. Just as the Lord-level lobster's antenna was about to pierce through the rock body, a terrifying blade glow swept across from a distance. Boom! A 12-meter-long force blade glow clashed with the lobster's antenna, setting off bright sparks. The antenna was parried away by the blade glow. Who's that? The Lord-level lobster roared. A cold scoff came from afar. A man was stepping on the air, walking over with a blade in his hand. His aura was boundless, and there was a strong presence around him. But when everyone looked at him, their expressions turned a little strange. The middle-aged man who suddenly appeared had his hair combed back and was dressed in beach shorts and sandals. He even had a bathrobe on his body that was flapping around in the wind. He had a cigarette butt in his mouth as he walked over without a care. The lobster's strong image was destroyed in an instant because of the stunning blade ray just now. Everyone gasped with their mouths wide open. No one knew what expression they should have. When was there another general stage warrior in Donghai? Dan Texuan and the others were puzzled. At the same time, they were astounded by his attire, their faces covered with weird expressions. Are you sure he's a general stage warrior and not a weirdo? Yi Jixin was speechless. I have not seen this person before. I'm afraid he's a civilian warrior who wanted to have a low profile, Governor Jiang said. The middle-aged man didn't care about the attention he was receiving. He took in a puff of his cigarette and exhaled. Whoa, such a huge lobster. Old brother Wang, it's you! Wang Teng's surprised voice came out from the rock body. This was the man who had rented a house to Wang Teng, the one who possessed 18 demolished houses, Wang Dapao. Wang Teng was in a daze inside the rock body. Is this general stage man really old brother Wang, the one who carries a small electric stove while collecting rent? The henpecked man who couldn't care less about anything? The middle-aged man who brings along goji berry tea where he goes? Seeing the newcomer's attire, Wang Teng became sure. Besides Wang Dapao, who else could be this eccentric? Wang Dapao smiled and didn't explain anything. Little brother Wang, I'll kill this lobster. Let us have a good drink and have your wife cook a lobster feast after the battle is over. All right, Wang Teng laughed boldly, bastard. The Lord-level lobster was enraged. He was a Lord-level star beast, but these two humans were actually discussing eating it right in front of it. A crab could stand this, but not this lobster. Kill. The Lord-level lobster roared and swung its antenna towards Wang Dapao. Little brother Wang, continue executing your ultimate move. Wang Dapao raised his eyebrows and slashed his blade towards the Lord-level lobster. Boom. A terrifying force wave swept the surroundings from the center of their collision. In the rock body, Wang Teng couldn't help but shake his head, but what he said wasn't wrong. He was indeed executing his ultimate move. Wang Teng refocused his attention as rubble started flying over and merging into the rock body, increasing its size and strength. It gradually became a giant sphere of rock in the middle of Donghai. The tragic slaughter continued. Some martial warriors rushed back from the Xingwu continent, while some martial warriors came from nearby cities joining the battle. However, there were just too many sea beasts. Humans were still at a disadvantage. Kill. One by one, martial warriors came forward to fight with the sea beasts, only to fall in a pool of blood. There was blood everywhere. A tragic atmosphere filled the sky above Donghai, and everyone could feel the depressing atmosphere. Countless people in front of the screens watching this scene clenched their fists and prayed for Donghai, hoping that the city could survive this catastrophe. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud boom in the sky. A humongous sphere of rock resembling a miniature planet was finally formed. It covered the sky and blocked out the sun. An immense shadow was cast on the ground. Occasional pieces of rock would fall down, smacking the hearts of the spectators. The rubble on the ground was all swept away, leaving only building foundations and a bare piece of land behind. It was impossible to imagine that this place was once a prosperous city. Everyone looked up and was astounded beyond measure. Was this the ultimate move that Wang Teng had been preparing? Would he use this huge rock to crush the sea beasts to death? Everyone couldn't help but think so when they saw the sphere of rock. An attack like this would hit the human martial warriors as well. Governor Zhang's expression changed slightly, and he shouted. A Lord-level sea beast saw the huge body of rock, and its eyes were filled with horror. Stop him, boom. Just as it had finished speaking, there was a loud bang from within the giant sphere of rock. The giant sphere of rock started quaking. A pair of rock arms penetrated from its body with a loud bang. It clenched its fist and then stretched out, becoming a pair of huge palms. Then came the legs as it stepped down. The body began to undergo a transformation according to human proportions. The head popped out last, and the empty eye sockets were lit up with 2 fiery rays of light. This was an impressive rock giant. Countless people witnessed the formation of the 100-foot-tall rock giant as it stood in the sky, with its head touching the clouds. They were overwhelmed and speechless. They even forgot to breathe as they stared at the rock giant in astonishment. The pupils of the Lord-level sea beast shrank, and there was a storm surging in its heart. Its roar was stuck at its throat, causing it to lose its voice completely. Slurp! Suddenly the sound of swallowing saliva could be heard in the silent air. It was exceptionally abrupt. Someone murmured in bewilderment, "It's Wang Teng, am I dreaming?" This guy, when did he get such a shocking technique? Dan Taishuan took a deep breath and muttered to herself, "Is this something a martial warrior can do?" Yi Jixin showed a rare instance of shock and exclaimed. There was a ray of light in the calm eyes of the Martial Arts Association leader as he said with surging emotions, "I feel like I can see the future of Earth's martial arts in him." The future of Earth's martial arts. Crack! In Donghai's sky, the rock giant gradually lowered its head and looked down. A booming voice came from its throat. "Everyone, please fight for a while more." Wang Teng turned the body of the rock giant and moved out of Donghai. Boom! The air shook. With every step the giant took, the air made bursts of booming sounds, which was extremely terrifying. "What are you doing?" Dan Taishuan and the others asked loudly. The rock giant didn't turn its head and continued heading outwards. Only the thunderous rumbling could be heard, filling up the land. Chapter 536, The Power That Can Pull Mountains. Fill the land. Everyone was in a stupor when they heard this. They thought that it was an illusion. Wang Teng wanted to move the mountains to fill up the land. What a mad thought. Normal people wouldn't even dare to think of such an idea, but Wang Teng was already putting it into action. They were all filled with disbelief and shock. However, when they saw the frightening rock giant, they suddenly realized that this crazy idea might be possible. "Okay." A sudden loud shout was heard. "Fill the land!" Governor Jiang laughed heartily. His laughter echoed through the entire Donghai. "Everyone, since Wang Teng is so bold, why should we be scared?" A burst of courage and valor appeared in everyone's heart instantly. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Angry howls escaped the martial warriors' mouths. The morale of the humans increased exponentially by right. Such a morale boost would never happen in this tragic situation. However, Wang Teng's daring and crazy actions ignited the courage in every martial warrior's heart. When they had first stepped on this martial arts path, everyone wanted to be a hero. They imagined moving the mountains and plucking the stars, but the further they walked on this path, the more they realized that it was impossible. There was a limit to what they could do, including the general stage martial warriors. Plucking the stars was an exaggeration. However, when they saw the rock giant, they saw a glimmer of hope. This rock giant might not be able to pluck the stars, but what it was about to do exceeded the scope of a martial warrior. Everyone saw a wider martial warrior's path on Wang Teng. The Lord-level sea beasts roared. Their hearts were trembling, and they felt a tinge of fear involuntarily. Was this how powerful humans could be? Governor Jiang and the others attacked with renewed vigor and forced the Lord-level sea beasts back into the sea. Dan Taishuan slashed her battle sword. Her sword glows, filling up the sky. 2 huge tentacles of the large octopus were chopped off. It screamed in pain as fresh blood stained the seawater red. Wang Dapao chopped his battle blade furiously. A blade glow shot towards the tough shell of the Lord-level lobster, leaving cracks on it. One of its long antennas was cut in half. It was terrified and wanted to escape back into the sea. "Don't run, I need you for my lobster feast." Wang Dapao hollered. He chased after the lobster relentlessly. "I treated you as my opponent, but you want to eat me. Pervert." The Lord-level lobster's face turned green. It ran away in fright and wanted to rush into the sea. Some distance away, Wang Teng maneuvered his rock body and scanned his surroundings. He locked in on 2 mountains. When he stepped on the ground, it quaked. He strode towards the mountains. These 2 mountains were empty and had no one living on them. There were no signs of any villagers beside them, so he didn't have to worry about hurting ordinary people. Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp. He took a deep breath and stretched his arms out, circling the 2 mountains, one in each hand. He hugged the two mountains together. He was moving the two mountains at the same time, ancient God's body. He roared in his heart and activated his ancient God's body. Boom, in an instant the two mountains trembled with loud rumbles. Huge rocks fell and the trees on the mountain collapsed. Move, move, move. This time, Wang Teng wasn't screaming in his heart. He was screaming towards the sky. He used this method to bolster his spirit to the maximum, releasing every last shred of strength in his muscles. At this moment, the people in Donghai heard his earth-shattering roar. All of them looked at the enormous rock giant in the distance in astonishment. In the underground shelter, when the Wang family witnessed this scene through the screen, they turned dead silent, especially after seeing the rock giant. Was this something that could be done by a human? However, hearing his scream, they could feel how hard Wang Teng was trying for everyone. For all the humans in Donghai, he was giving it his all the best. Wang Teng's cousin, Tian Xinyu, clenched her fists uncontrollably and said in a soft voice. Wang Hao and Fang Qianwen heard her whisper and called out too. Brother Wang Teng, all the best, Wang Yanan said in a low voice. The Wang family's emotions influenced the others around them. Some people started shouting, all the best, all the best. Emotions were contagious. More and more people joined in wishing Wang Teng, and the voices grew louder, shaking the entire underground shelter. All emotions were condensed into these three words, all the best. The collective shout was so loud that it seemed as if it wanted to break through the underground shelter to find Wang Teng. In mysterious ways, these emotions might have their impact. The two huge mountains in Wang Teng's arms trembled violently and started to loosen. Wang Teng was elated. He exerted more strength as if he wanted to release all the potential he had in his body. Get up, his angry roar shook the earth. Amidst a loud explosion, the two mountains finally left the ground. Everyone turned silent as they stared at the huge figure who had managed to move the two mountains. An old story appeared in their minds, the power that can pull mountains. In the past, our ancestors could lift the bronze cauldron. Now we have an unrivaled human hero who can pull mountains to fill up the sea. He's formidable. Thunderous cheers erupted in Donghai City. Wang Teng did it. He really did it. Boom. Wang Teng carried the two mountains towards the shore with his giant rock body, one step at a time. He didn't step on the ground. Instead, he was stepping on the air. However, due to the monstrous strength, the air was erupting. With every step he took, there would be a loud explosion. Everyone retreat. As he got closer, Wang Teng's voice bellowed out. The human martial warriors around him were overjoyed. They scattered hurriedly. The martial warriors on the shore also retreated. Stop him! The Lord-level sea beasts roared. They shuddered in fear as they stared at the huge body coming closer, feeling flabbergasted. Ha ha ha, this is the end of your arrogance, Governor Jiang laughed. He charged towards the Lord-level sea beasts and stopped them from reaching the shore. Dan Taishuan and the other general stage martial warriors acted at the same time. They would never allow the Lord-level sea beasts to block Wang Teng's path. Boom, the huge rock body came closer. Wherever it went, everyone would look up and stare at this lofty figure in bewilderment. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Teng slammed the two large mountains outside the coastline. Numerous sea beasts were crushed to death. The seawater flowed backward, creating huge waves that looked like a tsunami. It was terrifying. The rock giant stood between the two mountains. With a loud bang, it slowly bent its body and turned into a third mountain under everyone's gaze. After some time, the sea calmed down. The two mountains stood erected along the coastline, separating the land and the sea. Wang Teng's figure appeared above the three mountains. He was panting heavily and his face was pale. However, his gaze was intimidating. It shot right towards the sea beasts. His cold voice resounded in the sea. Anyone that passes this mountain shall die. For a moment, none of the sea beasts made a sound. Chapter 537, How Sorrowful It Was to Be Born in the Same Era as Him. The three mountains stood erected along the coastline of Donghai, crushing many sea beasts under it. Fresh blood stained the surface of the sea red. The color was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. many more sea beasts were stopped outside the mountains. If they wanted to invade Donghai, they needed to climb over these 3 mountains first. What did this mean? In this short moment, Wang Teng had forcefully turned Donghai into an easy-to-defend but hard-to-attack city. Although the Lord-level sea beasts could destroy these 3 mountains, they first had to obtain permission from the general stage human martial warriors. Most importantly, most of the sea beasts were shaken by Wang Teng. They were trembling in fear. Any living creature would have fear. These sea beasts were extremely ferocious, but they had developed fear towards Wang Teng. Even the Lord-level sea beasts' gazes were trembling slightly when they looked at Wang Teng. On this young man, they saw something that didn't exist on the other human martial warriors. It was hard to explain this feeling, but they honestly felt their hearts trembling. This young man was a huge threat to the sea beasts. At the same time, the humans turned silent. Their astonishment was unprecedented. So powerful, some martial warriors started muttering to themselves, using 3 mountains to fill up the sea. Wang Teng had managed to achieve such a crazy feat. It was unbelievable. Very soon, they started cheering. The Wang family was over the moon, especially the younger generation. They hugged one another and jumped around as they cheered. "Good," Grandpa Wang knocked the ground heavily with his walking stick. His face was glowing with pride and excitement. As expected of my grandson. Grandpa Li was present too. He pulled Wang Teng's grandmother and shouted happily. Wang Shengguo and Li Xiumei couldn't hide how proud they were. That handsome and formidable young man was their son. They never imagined that one day their child would reach this stage. Every parent hoped that their child could become a successful person. Wang Teng's immaturity had already faded, and he had turned into a real dragon. He was standing at the peak of the younger generation. He was more outstanding than any other young man as his parents. They felt proud, however. When they saw Wang Teng's pale face, they felt concerned for him. This child had suffered so much, Wang Teng's uncles and aunties' families were shocked. Soon their astonishment turned into envy. Wang Shengguo had a good son. They couldn't deny that they were jealous. They wished that they could have an outstanding son like Wang Teng too. Capital, Saya. In the imperial palace, even the composed martial arts leader seemed staggered. He sighed and exclaimed, "What an amazing feat to shift the mountains and fill up the sea. There is no one in the younger generation at the same level as Wang Teng." The Minister of Education said firmly, "We're fortunate to have this talent in our country." The commanders of the military took a deep breath. Everyone nodded, agreeing with each other's words. At this moment, their evaluation of Wang Teng was at an all-time high. Mind you, these were the highest authorities in the country. If their evaluation spread to the outside world, it would astound everyone. Of course, after the war in Donghai, even without their evaluations, Wang Teng's name had already spread to every corner of the country. The whole population was watching the live broadcast of the Donghai battle. The attention generated was unprecedented. Everyone young and old, male or female, knew his name. He was the first in his generation, without a doubt. I regret not persuading him to join the first university, personally. The old principal of the first university shook his head bitterly. It's too late to regret now. The commander of the military sniggered at his plight. He wasn't worried. Wang Teng was part of the military, and this relationship wouldn't disappear. Moreover, the military had taken care of Wang Teng. Even when he was stranded in the Darkland, the military still awarded him a major general title. This special honor was enough to show how much importance the military placed on Wang Teng. The commander felt fortunate that he had made this decision. If he had hesitated slightly longer, this decision might have been suppressed. After all, Wang Teng was too young. It wasn't appropriate for him to get the major general title so quickly. Fortunately, he wasn't so old that his vision had blurred. After this battle, ask him to come to capital Sia. I want to meet him. The martial arts leader finally opened his mouth. What? The commander, the Minister of Education, and the other higher authorities were shocked. The leader wanted to meet Wang Teng. Thinking about it, though, it was understandable. After this battle, Wang Teng's reputation would reach its peak. He was outstanding enough for the leader to view him with importance. They should have a meeting. The commander felt the same way at the first university. Ji Xiaming, Mao Ne, and the other students were dead silent. They were dumbfounded. Ji Xiaming was already so beaten up that he had lost all his confidence. His face was pale, and all his arrogance and unwillingness were beaten into pieces. How sorrowful it is to be born in the same era as him. Yu Tao muttered to himself with a bitter expression. Ji Xiaming shuddered in the past. He would snort in disdain. After all, he was different from Yu Tao and the other students. His talent was much higher than theirs. But now, looking at the figure on the screen, he felt grief. Yes, it was a sorrow to be born in the same era as him. As for the Ren family, Ren Qingchang had gone mad. He smashed everything he could like an injured wild beast. Grandpa Ren vomited blood and was sent to the ICU. The Ren family was in a mess, and it was all because of this person, even though he didn't appear in front of them. He lost. For some reason, he remembered that sentence. It was a sorrow to be born in the same era as him. Ren Qingchang and Ji Xiaming weren't the only ones who felt this way. All the young people in the nation had the same thought. The three mountains weren't just blocking the sea beasts, they were also blocking the paths of all the younger generations. It was a height they could never reach. In Donghai, Dan Taishuan and the other martial warriors regained their senses and gathered around Wang Teng to face the Lord-level sea beasts together. "Are you all right?" Dan Taishuan looked at Wang Teng's pale face and asked in concern. "I'm fine." Wang Teng shook his head. He had used too much strength, but he would be able to recover quickly after collecting a few rounds of attribute bubbles. The sea beasts noticed Wang Teng's weakness, and malicious intent shot out of the Lord-level sea beast's eyes. They wanted to get rid of him quickly. He must die. The leader of the Lord-level sea beasts was a large sea python. It had reached 12-star Lord level. Its huge body circled in the air as it looked down on Wang Teng from afar. Its cold and ruthless voice echoed above the sea, "Kill." The sea beasts didn't give up. They had been gathering strength for many years before deciding to initiate a war today. They wanted to take down this human city and expand the land of the sea race. Hence, they were unwilling to retreat. Chapter 538, Seafood is Best Eaten Fresh. Kill. The Lord-level sea beasts screamed and slammed their huge bodies on the sea. The commotion set off tall waves towards the front. Kill, Yi Jixin, and the martial warriors also turned serious. They charged towards the Lord-level sea beasts with no signs of backing down. "Take a rest first," Dan Taishuan said to Wang Teng. Before he could reply, she had dashed out. At this moment, with the three large mountains blocking the coastline, the chaos in Donghai had calmed down a bit. The human martial warriors only had to clear the remaining sea beasts in the city. Normal soldiers rode up the mountains in aircraft. Each of them was carrying a heavy machine gun. They erected them on the mountain peaks and started firing at the sea. The instant these three mountains were erected, the support department had already made the arrangements. They used heavy machine guns to cover an area and stopped the sea beasts from landing on the shore. Boom, 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 loud gunshots never stopped. Rune bullets rained down on the sea beasts. They possessed enough strength to break through shells, so they claimed the lives of a large number of sea beasts. There weren't just rune bullets. There were large-sized rune cannons, too. Their power on par with a hit from a high-rank martial warrior. Those 5-star and above sea beasts would explode into pieces once they tasted these cannons. There was no way they could survive the attack. Roar. Some high-rank sea beasts that were able to fly wanted to fly up the mountain and destroy the heavy machine guns. However, the high-rank human martial warriors weren't easy to deal with. They stopped these sea beasts in front of the mountains. Wang Teng frowned as he looked at the sea dotted with countless sea beasts. Although he had moved 3 mountains to block Donghai, there were still too many sea beasts. Also, they showed no signs of retreating. This tough battle might continue for some time. "Hey, Lobster, don't run!" Suddenly, a loud shout came to his ears. Wang Tang's expression turned weird. Some distance away, Wang Dapao was chasing after the Lord-level lobster, which was scurrying away like a goose being chased. The Lord-level lobster's dignity was all gone. At that moment, it was running away frantically. "You're bullying me! You're bullying me!" it screamed loudly. It wanted to turn and retaliate, but it couldn't beat the human behind it. If it didn't run, it would turn into a lobster feast. This was too scary. So scary. Suddenly, the Lord-level lobster saw Wang Tang looking at him with a mocking smile. Its two small eyes lit up. This human looked weak and seemed to have expended his energy. He must be exhausted. If it could catch him, it would be a huge contribution. Also, with this hostage, the human behind him wouldn't chase him anymore. Its thoughts turned cruel, and killing intent shot out of its eyes. "Be careful!" Wang Dapao realized the Lord-level lobster's intention and shouted to remind Wang Tang. "It's too late," the Lord-level lobster laughed delightedly. It appeared above Wang Tang in an instant and attacked him with its antennas. The strange look in Wang Tang's eyes got stronger. He didn't do anything and just sized up the lobster. It was huge. It must be delicious, right? He felt a little hungry. "I caught you? Ha ha ha! Ah!" The Lord-level lobster pounced on Wang Tang and tied him up with its antennas. However, the next instant, its laughter stopped abruptly. Its antennas went right through Wang Tang's body. This wasn't his true body. It was just a lingering shadow. "You didn't catch me? I caught you." A calm voice appeared beside the Lord-level lobster seer, feeling astounded. It wanted to turn and run away, but it felt a huge strength falling on its body. Boom. The Lord-level lobster's eyes went wide open as it fell towards the ground. It finally understood why this young human was able to move 2 mountains. Who could withstand his frightening strength? The thought flashed past its mind. It regretted provoking this human exhausted. It was all a show. A show. Boom. The Lord-level lobster crashed onto the mountain. The human martial warriors around it scattered instantly. "Ha ha ha, little brother Wang. I still had to rely on you. This lobster is extremely sly. I couldn't catch it even after chasing it for a long time. But you got it in one move?" Wang Dapao laughed. "Old brother Wang, this lobster looks delicious." Wang Tang laughed and said, "Of course. I felt the same at first glance." Wang Dapao swallowed his saliva. Everyone around them, these 2 people were a bit too relaxed. They were discussing if that Lord-level lobster was delicious. But honestly, that was a Lord-level lobster. If they could have a taste of it, they could boast about it for their entire life. Slurp. Many people swallowed their salivas unconsciously. Ah. The Lord-level lobster screamed. It shivered in anger when it heard their conversation. It struggled furiously and flung its huge pincers around frantically. However, it couldn't break free from the huge strength weighing down on its body. "Stay quiet." Wang Tang stepped on the lobster's back furiously. Bang. The Lord-level lobster's body sunk into the rock. Cracks formed around it like spiderwebs and spread outwards. "Let me go. Have a duel with me if you dare." "What's with the sneak attack? I'm not convinced." The Lord-level lobster rolled its eyes and shouted continuously. "This lobster seems a little stupid. We should just eat it," Wang Tang said. "Yes, that's right." Wang Dapao touched his chin and sized up the lobster again meaningfully. The Lord-level lobster's face turned green. "Are they devils? Can you discuss something more meaningful besides eating?" They kept saying they wanted to eat it. What did it do wrong? Boom! Wang Tang stopped wasting time with the lobster. He slapped its forehead and knocked it unconscious. Then he said to the soldier beside him, "Tie it up and watch it carefully. Don't let it die. It won't be fresh." The soldiers around them were speechless, but they knew that this young man was a powerful martial warrior who could move mountains to fill up the sea. He had made great contributions to Donghai, so they could satisfy his request. The 2 soldiers agreed and moved forward, tying the huge lobster up. Wang Tang nodded. He flew into the half-air and scanned the ground. Then he picked up attribute bubbles to replenish his consumption. Wang Dapao clicked his tongue. Brother Wang, you're not only strong, but your stamina is also amazing, Wang Teng. It seemed like a compliment, but it sounded strange for some reason. Old brother Wang, I feel that the octopus is not bad. That huge octopus leg will be delicious when barbecued. He coughed and pointed at Dan Taishuan and the giant octopus with his chin. Oh, right. Wang Dapao gulped unconsciously. His eyes were shimmering. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and take care of it. We're not doing a lobster feast. We will have a seafood feast along with some wine. Amazing. You can go first. I'll come immediately, Wang Teng said. All right, be quick. Wang Dapao didn't ask further. He charged towards the large-sized octopus excitedly. Wang Teng shook his head with a smile. In the past, he didn't realize that old brother Wang was such an interesting person. He stopped thinking about it and released his spiritual power. All the attribute bubbles flew in and merged into his body. Blank attribute 210, water force 150. Spirit 45, fire force 120. Metal force 80. Blank attribute 145. After some time, Wang Teng stood up and stretched his back. Comfortable. A large number of attribute bubbles had flowed into his body. His tiredness disappeared, and the force in his body was replenished entirely. In an instant, he was the lively and energetic, handsome young man again. Wang Teng looked ahead of him. With Wang Dapao's addition, Dan Taishuan's pressure had lessened considerably. They worked together and suppressed the giant octopus. Wang Teng didn't hesitate. He stepped on the ground and turned into lingering shadows. He shot out. He was always serious about delicious food. He mustn't let go of this giant octopus. After all, it looked tasty. The next instant he arrived in front of the giant octopus. The other party noticed Wang Teng's arrival too. It squinted and swept its tentacle at him. Bang! Wang Teng didn't evade. He stretched out his hand and exerted force, grabbing the tentacle. Move! Wang Teng shouted in anger. He lifted the giant octopus and swung it towards the sea. Boom! 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 The giant octopus had turned into a weapon. It smashed all the sea beasts below the sea into meat patties. Some flew out and turned into black dots, disappearing into the sea. The giant octopus was dizzy from the smash. Its vision turned black. Dan Taishuan and Wang Dapao were bewildered. This fellow was too violent. This was the first time they had seen such a simple and brutal method. For some reason, they found it refreshing, human. The giant octopus was infuriated. It bellowed angrily. Stop shouting, Wang Teng snorted. The frightening power of the ancient god's body surged out. Boom! The giant octopus was slammed heavily on the surface of the sea, forming huge waves and causing loud explosions. In an instant, the giant octopus's eyes rolled back and it fainted. It was knocked unconscious. The remaining Lord-level sea beasts glanced in their direction. They couldn't control their expression anymore. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A Lord-level sea beast got knocked unconscious so easily. This human was a pervert. Dan Taishuan wanted to follow up with a move and kill the Lord-level giant octopus. Master, don't. Wang Teng stopped her. Dan Taishuan looked at him in confusion. Cough. Seafood tastes best fresh. Wang Teng felt pressurized by her gaze. He coughed awkwardly as he spoke. That's right. Lady seafood isn't tasty if it's dead. Wang Dapao helped Wang Teng from the side. Dan Taishuan felt her eyebrows jumping. She was about to burst into anger. I'm doing my best fighting and trying to kill this octopus. But you two are thinking about eating seafood? Ridiculous. Dan Taishuan took a deep breath before replying, Count me in. Chapter 539, How Can You Call a Smart Person's Move Sinister? Wang Dapao and Wang Teng were stunned when they heard Dan Taishuan's words. They looked at her in surprise, but she had already left. She was fighting the remaining Lord-level sea beasts along with Ye Jixin and the other martial warriors. The two people smiled at each other knowingly. Little brother Wang, are we going to hunt more seafood? Wang Dapao bit a cigarette in his mouth and sniggered. Of course, Wang Tang scanned the sea beasts and said in a teasing tone, "We can cook soup with that giant sea python. It should be a good tonic, old brother Wang. One should have more tonic when one reaches middle ages. Sister Han will be elated." Wang Dapao was stunned for a moment. Then he understood and blushed. "Come on. What's going on in your mind at such a young age? I'm healthy and strong. I can swing my blade and slash the sea beasts. Why will I need the tonic?" He spoke sternly as he straightened his back and lifted his chest to show that he wasn't weak. However, he kept glancing at the deep-sea giant python secretly from the corners of his eyes. His gaze shone like stars as he swallowed his saliva. The corners of Wang Tang's mouth twitched. He glanced sideways at this double-faced middle-aged man. Hypocritical. Not wasting any more time, he moved and dashed ahead. "Hey, wait for me," Wang Dapao shouted. He grabbed his large blade and chased after Wang Tang. Boom, boom, boom. In front, the general stage human martial warriors were locked in an intense battle with the Lord-level sea beasts, especially when there was a 12-star Lord-level sea beast among them that was extremely frightening. On the human side, the president of the Jixin Martial House, Yi Jixin, was a legendary figure. When Force first had entered Earth, he foresaw the trend and grabbed the chance to rise in this generation. He even founded one of the top 3 martial arts academies in the country, Jixin Martial House. Also, his ability had reached the 12-star general stage. If it wasn't for him, the humans would have a harder time stopping the deep-sea giant python. Boom! He held a silver long spear in his hand and wielded it like a dragon. The silver light shimmered, giving a sharp glow. It stabbed towards the giant python circling in the air with an unstoppable aura. Roar. The deep-sea giant python roared in anger. The glow of the spear reflected in its blue and cold eyes as it swung its tail out. A series of spear glows landed on the python's tail. The palm-sized scales gave off loud clunks as if 2 metals had collided. This was how hard the scales of the giant python were. Yi Jixin's attack was unable to break its defense. Star beasts were always known for their hard armor, especially star beasts with scales. Their defense ability was astonishing. But this deep-sea giant python's defense ability was even more frightening. Yi Jixin's expression turned grim. He felt a little helpless in front of this deep-sea giant python. This python was exceptionally sly. It protected its vital spots and only revealed its tough scale armor to its enemy. He didn't know where he should attack. A hint of contempt appeared in the deep-sea giant python's eyes. It opened its large mouth abruptly, and an icy blue ray of light shot out from within. It came down on Yi Jixin like a net of rain. Yi Jixin's expression changed. He retreated furiously. Boom! The dense, icy blue light crashed onto the surface of the sea and formed a thick layer of ice on the surface. Although Yi Jixin had evaded the attack with many risks, a little icy rain still landed on his arm. A layer of ice spread over his arm and covered it at a fast speed. Yi Jixin shivered. He released the force in his body and wanted to shatter the layer of ice. However, he realized that this layer of ice was extremely sturdy. It seemed stuck to his bones and was also invading his body. A bitter cold entered his bones, making him shiver uncontrollably. "I fell into the trap." Yi Jixin's face turned black. He tried everything he could think of, but he could only stop the coldness from spreading temporarily. His arm was crippled, and he couldn't move it. "Ha ha ha," the deep-sea giant python laughed. "Humans, let's see how much longer you can hold on." The moment it finished speaking, malicious intent exploded from its eyes. It moved its large body as fast as lightning and twirled around Yi Jixin. With its terrifying presence, even a general stage martial warrior would be in danger if he got crushed by it. Yi Jixin was startled. He tapped his feet and shot into the sky, roar. The deep-sea giant python bellowed and coiled its body. It chased after Yi Jixin furiously and soared into the sky behind him. Boom. However, at this moment a large force net suddenly fell from the sky. The deep-sea giant python was astounded. It couldn't dodge in time, so it fell into the net directly. It was a spider web. This was the force net Wang Teng had created using the spiderweb skill he received from the six-eye poison spiders. What was the best method to catch a snake? A net, of course. When Wang Teng saw this deep-sea giant python, this thought had already appeared in his mind. Hence, before he entered the battle, he spoke to Ye Jixin using voice transmission and told him his plan, asking him to play along Wang Dapao and Wang Teng flew high into the air when the deep-sea giant python wasn't paying attention and hid themselves. There he silently weaved the force net, with his spiritual power controlling his force to weave this huge net was a piece of cake. He didn't need much time. Roar, the deep-sea giant python hissed and thrashed around. It thought that success was with its reach, and it could kill this human martial warrior in minutes. However, it fell into the human's trap instead. It struggled frantically, smashing its body against the force net as it tried to break free. However, the force net was too sturdy. There were many green flames scattered all over the net. Once its body touched the green flames, a hissing sound escaped the point of contact. It felt excruciating pain. Astonishment appeared in its eyes. Damn it! What is this flame? A flame to barbecue you. A burst of soft laughter was heard. The deep-sea giant python turned its large python head in the direction of the voice. It stared at Wang Teng with its narrow pupils filled with killing intent and howled. "It's you. Ha ha ha. What do you think of this trapping, the snake in the net move? You might be as sly as a fox, but you can't beat my little brother Wang's small tricks." Wang Dapao laughed proudly. Wang Teng nodded. He liked the compliment. "If you talk about being sinister, he's a professional," Wang Dapao continued. Wang Teng, "Damn it, I'm going to break ties with him. What do you mean by being sinister? Am I that kind of person? This is called a plan. What do you mean by sinister? How can you call a smart person's move sinister? Unreasonable." Wang Teng glanced at Wang Dapao from the corner of his eyes, his gaze turning dangerous. Wang Dapao didn't notice it, but he suddenly shuddered. He felt a menacing intent engulfing him. When he turned, Wang Teng had already retracted his gaze calmly. Ye Jixin's expression was weird. He felt that Wang Dapao's words made sense. This young fellow was quite sinister. Despicable. The deep-sea giant python shouted furiously. It was unwilling to admit defeat, so it bore with the pain and continued hitting the huge net, trying to break free. Chapter 540, Windstorm King, our king. Old Brother Wang, President Ye, pull the net. "It's time to catch the haul," Wang Teng shouted at Wang Dapao and Ye Jixin when he saw the deep-sea giant python struggling more and more violently. "All right," Wang Dapao chuckled and pulled the net in his hand tightly. Ye Jixin didn't reply to Wang Teng. Although one of his arms was frozen, his other arm was fine. He pulled violently and tightened the net. The three corners of the force net were in their hands. As the three of them exerted force together, the net tightened. The deep-sea giant python was still unwilling to give up. It struggled furiously. The huge force knocked against the net, causing lumps to appear in all corners. It wanted to squeeze out through the gaps of the net, but the three martial warriors weren't easy to deal with either, especially Wang Teng. With the powerful ancient god's body, his strength exceeded that of a 12-star general stage martial warrior. He shouted, and the energy in his body erupted. The force net was tightened to its limit. The deep-sea giant python screamed in pain. Its entire body was twisted awkwardly. It was trapped in the force net and couldn't move at all. Its head was stuck in one of the gaps, so it appeared extremely funny. The emerald glazed flames scattered around the net continued to burn the python's body and force without stopping. As a result, the python never stopped screaming. Ye Jixin and Wang Dapao were astounded. This is it. The two of them were in disbelief. This powerful 12-star Lord-level star beast seemed like an ordinary python in Wang Teng's hands. Ye Jixin took a deep breath. He had been fighting with the deep-sea giant python for a long time, but he couldn't do anything to it. In the end, Wang Teng ended the battle the moment he acted. Did being more sinister make you stronger? He suddenly felt that having a brain was a good thing. However, some people lacked the smarts. For instance, this person he glanced at Wang Dapao at this moment. Wang Dapao was staring at Wang Teng with his mouth agape like an idiot. Dan Taishuan and Governor Jiang noticed the situation on this side too. They widened their eyes in surprise. It all felt like a dream. No one was able to take down any Lord-level sea beast after fighting for so long. Yet when it came to Wang Teng, he caught the Lord-level sea beasts one after another as if he were finding seafood. This was too much of a blow to them. Wang Teng disregarded these people. He dragged the large net to the back and knocked the deep-sea giant python unconscious. He threw it together with the Lord-level lobster and the Lord-level octopus. Watch them carefully. He threw these words at the soldiers around him before returning to the battlefield. The soldiers, this is the third one. Are you really planning a seafood feast? The expressions of all the citizens watching this scene turned strange. This tragic war had suddenly turned into a seafood catching session. The image changed all of a sudden in capital Saya. The leader of martial arts, the commander, and the other higher authorities couldn't control their expressions. They looked at the hard-working figure carrying all the seafood and shook their heads. Wait, they aren't seafood. Those are Lord-level sea beasts. Wang Teng didn't know what everyone was thinking. He finished transporting the seafood quickly and went back to the surface of the sea. Dan Taishuan and the others surrounded the remaining Lord-level sea beasts. Ha 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 ha. These Lord-level sea beasts were frightened. In a blink of an eye, there were only 3 Lord-level sea beasts left. They looked around them and suddenly felt a little lonely. What should they do? They were anxious. They looked at the human martial warriors closing in on them and shuddered involuntarily. Despair wafted into their hearts. Boom! At this moment, some distance away, the surface of the sea exploded, and a huge black shadow rose from the depth of the sea as the gigantic body floated above the sea. A terrifying aura spread out. Useless, a deafening voice came out of its mouth, shaking the sky and the sea. Dan Taishuan, Ye Jixin, Governor Jiang, and the other martial warriors were thunderstruck. The victorious situation suddenly turned around. Everyone squinted as they looked at the huge shadow that had suddenly appeared in the distance. Wang Teng's expression changed too. He looked in the direction. He saw an enormous ape with purplish-blue fur emerging from the surface of the sea. Water fell off its body and gave rise to huge waves. Its eyes were dark purple, and its face was hideous. The domineering aura it gave off made them unable to look at it directly. Suddenly, lightning flashed in the sky and thunder roared. Purple bolts of lightning struck down beside the giant ape. At the same time, tornadoes started forming on the sea. They circled above the giant ape's head, making it look like the son of heaven and earth. A strange phenomenon. The appearance of the giant ape had stirred up many natural strange phenomenons. Everyone's expression was grave. Their gazes were flickering as many emotions ran through their hearts. The people around the country were gradually starting to relax, but with the appearance of the giant ape, their hearts were lifted to their throats once again. The leaders in capital Zaya were staggered. They stared at the appalling beast on the screen. How is this possible? The Minister of Education was dumbstruck. How can there be such a powerful presence among the star beasts? Variable, variable. The leader of martial arts sighed loudly as he muttered to himself. What should we do with this powerful appearance? Dong Hai, the commander, didn't continue, but everyone was thinking about the same thing. This time, Dong Hai might not survive. Dong Hai. The people in the underground shelter lost their voices when they saw the sudden giant figure. Despair submerged everyone's hearts. Things were taking a turn for the better, and everyone thought that the battle was about to end. Yet in the blink of an eye, the situation reversed again. Who could stand this roller coaster of emotions? Normal people were unable to tell how powerful this giant ape was, but they saw the general stage human martial warriors on their guards as though they were confronted by a formidable enemy. Hence, they knew that the giant ape was terrifying. The human martial warriors on the ground felt the most direct impact. The frightening aura surged over from the sea, and made them deeply alarmed. This giant ape was so terrifying that it surpassed the power of all the other Lord-level sea beasts combined. Could any human stop it? Everyone felt hopeless. If heaven wanted Dong Hai to be doomed, Dong Hai was doomed. This seemed like a joke from heaven. It saw them struggling and gave them hope. Then it threw them into the abyss of despair so that they were unable to climb out again. "Windstorm King, our king," a voice broke the silence. The three remaining Lord-level sea beasts lowered themselves in the direction of the giant ape. They were inferior and respectful. Numerous sea beasts kneeled and gave a low howl, although they couldn't speak. They used their own ways to show their respect and submission. Windstorm King, Chapter 541. You crossed the boundary. Every beast above the surface of water pledged allegiance to it. The horrifying windstorm giant ape stood a distance away, accompanied by thunder and storms like a giant primal beast from ancient times. The atmosphere tensed up in an instant. The general stage martial warriors looked extremely solemn. They subconsciously gathered together as they looked at the giant ape as if they were facing a great enemy. "What now? This sea beast is way beyond my expectations," Governor Jiang murmured with an uncomfortable expression. Everyone shook their heads and was speechless. How about we just admit defeat? A despicable voice came into their ears. Everyone looked at Wang Dapao in unison. Wang Dapao was startled. Several pairs of eyes were on him, and he suddenly felt a chill. Embarrassed, he coughed awkwardly. Just kidding, just kidding. In a situation like this, they didn't really have a better idea. They could only surrender or fight to the death. But no one would be willing to surrender to the sea beasts. This was a duel between humans and sea beasts. Besides, it was also the first time that they had clashed on such a large scale. Countless pairs of eyes around the country were watching them. If they chose to surrender, the impact would be too great. Not only would Dong Hai be destroyed, but it would also be a humiliation to the entire country. At this moment, the windstorm giant ape's gaze swept over, and an unprecedented pressure seemed to press down everyone's head, making them turn stiff. Spiritual pressure. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. The windstorm giant ape was indeed a powerful foe. Just one look was enough to put the general stage warriors into a difficult situation. Even if it was a fight to the death, humans had a pitifully low chance of claiming victory unless they had Lady Luck on their side. Boom. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and his imperial realm spirit swept out, nullifying the spiritual pressure exerted by the ape. There was a hint of surprise in the huge eyes of the windstorm giant ape. It fixed its gaze on Wang Teng. Wang Teng remained unfazed as he stared right back at the pair of cold eyes that were high up above. He would never back down in a fight of spiritual power. Boom! A glint shot out from the windstorm giant ape's eyes, thrusting towards Wang Teng's eyes. Wang Teng scoffed as his imperial realm spirit rushed out from his forehead. Roar. It was like a dragon was awakened from its slumber. There was a terrifying roar as it slammed against the incoming spiritual pressure. Boom, 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 a blast of wind swept out when the spiritual powers clashed. The impact and shock reverberated within the spiritual powers. To the spectators, it seemed like the atmosphere had tensed up, and there was an overwhelming aura surging around, making people breathless. Only some people who had stronger spiritual powers had an inkling of what was happening. This is Dan Taixuan, Ye Jixin, and the other general stage martial warriors were naturally not spiritually weak. They immediately noticed something and looked at Wang Teng. A contest of spiritual powers. Wang Dapao's eyes flashed and he cried out, "What?" Dan Taixuan, Ye Jixin, and the others' expressions changed slightly. Before they realized it, Wang Teng was already locked in a spiritual power confrontation with the windstorm giant ape. And by the looks of it, Wang Teng's spiritual power was not weaker than the windstorm giant ape. Dan Taixuan and the others looked at each other and noticed a hint of shock in each other's eyes. Among them, Dan Taishuan knew Wang Teng was extremely talented. However, she never imagined that Wang Teng could actually hold out against that unfathomable windstorm giant ape. This fellow's spirit talent was probably on par with his martial arts talent. Ye Jixin and Governor Zhang didn't know that Wang Teng was talented in both martial arts and spirituality. It was unbelievable to them. What breed of monster was this guy? They had never seen a person with such outstanding talents. Wang Teng had revealed all his cards on the table. A normal martial warrior would be considered a genius if they had even one of those cards, but Wang Teng had a full deck in his possession. Was he related to God? Could he be his foster son at this moment? The spiritual battle between Wang Teng and the windstorm giant ape came to an end. The windstorm giant ape's spiritual power had also reached the imperial realm. Both of them had similar levels, but Wang Teng was slightly better. He was cheating. By picking up attribute bubbles, Wang Teng had a steady stream of spiritual power. Regardless of how big the windstorm giant ape was, he would still win in a battle of attrition. Boom, accompanied by a loud roar. Both their spiritual powers came back to their bodies like a tide returning to the vast ocean. It's over. The eyes of Dan Taishuan and the others lit up. Who won? The windstorm giant ape's eyes were full of rage. It had lost to the puny human in front of it in terms of spiritual power. That was unbearable. The windstorm giant ape roared and abruptly moved its huge body. It brought forth a huge tidal wave as it sped towards Donghai. Everyone's expression underwent a drastic change. Their bodies tensed up like taut bows, and they went on full alert. Little brother Wang Teng, what did you do? You've enraged it, Wang Dapao complained loudly. Damn, this monkey is a sore loser. It can't defeat me using spiritual power, so it's fighting me head on. Wang Teng's face was green. He wanted to run away. His spiritual power was not inferior to the windstorm giant ape. He could win by cheating, but if it came to martial arts, he would definitely be pummeled. Now that he had ticked it off, the windstorm giant ape would not let him off easily. Wang Dapao, Dan Taishuan, and the others were all astonished. Wang Teng actually won the spiritual battle. How far had this guy's spiritual power reached? However, now was not the time to be thinking about trivial matters like this. The general stage warriors looked at the charging windstorm giant ape with grave expressions. They unleashed every bit of force they had, ready for a fight to the death. Although they understood how scary the windstorm giant ape was, they had no other choice. As general stage martial warriors, they couldn't retreat even if everyone else did. Roar. The windstorm giant ape roared, revealing its ferocious primal fangs. Lightning flashed, and a storm came. The horrifying presence surged towards everyone. When it stretched out its hand, the palm marks on its rough hands were clearly visible in everyone's eyes. The huge palm cast a shadow that shrouded everyone in darkness. The onlookers' pupils shrank as their hearts lurched with horror. In the presence of this huge palm, they felt utterly weak and vulnerable. However, they would not wait for death. The warriors executed their strongest skills, directing them at the giant palm. Bang, bang, bang! All the attacks landed on the palm, but were instantly quashed amid loud bangs. The palm proceeded to slam down at a faster speed. The general stage warriors were at the brink of death. Hmph! The sound of the snort was especially ear-piercing, as if thunder was booming in everyone's ears. Clang! It sounded as if a sword was being unsheathed. A dazzling sword glow slashed across the horizon, carrying with it an unrivaled presence. In an instant, it slammed into the body of the windstorm giant ape. The terrifying sword glow did not dissipate immediately. In fact, it forced the windstorm giant ape back a few steps. Boom. The windstorm giant ape lost its balance. It then fell backward, smashing into the sea. You crossed the boundary, chapter 542. Compromise? You crossed the boundary? The voice sounded exceptionally old, and it wasn't loud. However, there was an unhidden firmness and resoluteness in the calm tone. Everyone turned their heads. An old and slouching figure walked over slowly from a distance. He didn't hold any weapons. His hands were behind his back, and his back was bent, with his face full of wrinkles. He looked like an ordinary old man, but he was walking in the air. He floated over the 3 tall mountains, went by all the sea beasts, and finally arrived in front. No one would dare treat this old man as an ordinary person, especially after that astonishing blade. Wang Teng was stunned when he saw the old man. There was astonishment in his eyes. This old man was the old guard at the gate of Hmph Military Academy. Wang Teng was dumbfounded. He never expected the ordinary security guard to be a formidable character that could fight off the windstorm giant ape. It was unbelievable. In the past, whenever Wang Teng left the gates of Hmph Military Academy, the guard would remind him to be careful and to take care of himself all the time. Sometimes when he mentioned it to other students, the Hmph students would also say that this guard advised all the students in this way. He was like a kind old man who was worried for every student who stepped out of the school gates, hence, Wang Teng wouldn't recognize him wrongly. The elder saw him and nodded at him, giving him an amiable smile. Old Han Yu Dan Teixuan was shocked when she saw the old man too. She called out to him hurriedly. However, before she could say anything, the old man raised his hand and stopped her. Ye Jixin, Wang Dapao, and Governor Jiang didn't seem to know this elder. They were confused. When was there such a formidable character in Donghai? Then Ye Jixin and Governor Jiang glanced at Wang Dapao. This was a hidden, powerful martial warrior, too. This general stage martial warrior hadn't revealed himself in the past at all. Does everyone like to keep a low profile nowadays? A smart person hides in the city. As these thoughts flashed past everyone's mind, they immediately looked towards the sea. Waves tossed and rolled. A black shadow shot out from the surface of the sea. Roar. Amidst the loud roar, the seawater shot straight into the sky before falling like heavy rain. In the sea, the large figure of the windstorm giant ape appeared in front of everyone once again. Retreat! Old Han raised his head and looked at the windstorm giant ape with a pair of turbid eyes. His voice was calm. The general stage martial warrior exchanged glances with one another and hesitated. In the end, they still retreated behind him. Old man, who are you? The windstorm giant ape's dignified voice echoed over. It lowered its huge head. All the seawater had fallen off its body. Everyone could finally see it clearly. There was a blade mark on the windstorm giant ape's body, and fresh blood was oozing out of the wound. Human, in comparison. Old Han's voice was extremely composed. His reply was simple and direct. Human. Old Han was right. He represented all the humans now. Both parties remained quiet as the windstorm giant ape stared coldly at Old Han. The atmosphere turned silent. There was no change in Old Han's gaze. He looked at the ape indifferently. After some time, he opened his mouth. Retreat. You shouldn't have come out of the sea and stepped into the human world. What if I don't? Windstorm giant ape retorted. Humans are never afraid of death. Old Han's gaze turned sharp. A domineering aura erupted from his body. His slouching figure suddenly appeared as huge as the giant ape. He said sternly, Or will you like to test how sharp my blade is? Fear flashed in the windstorm giant ape's eyes. It felt the pain coming from the wound on its chest, but it couldn't show its cowardice. Where would it place its dignity if others saw him cowering? The windstorm giant ape scanned his surroundings and snorted. His gaze then landed on the mountain not far away. Release them, and I will consider retreating. If not, let's continue this battle till death. The moment it said this, Wang Teng and the other humans' expressions changed. The windstorm giant ape was referring to the Lord-level sea beasts that were caught. Wang Teng was angrier than the others. Damn it, they were the seafood feast he had prepared for himself. This stupid ape was trying to steal his food. He couldn't bear it. Wang Dapao couldn't accept this either. His dream of enjoying high-quality seafood was shattered. He swallowed his saliva and sighed in pity. As for the other general stage martial warriors, their expressions turned ugly. Asking them to release the 3 Lord-level sea beasts was equivalent to asking them to compromise. This was a blatant threat. The people behind were paying attention to the situation in front. Some felt helpless, while others were unwilling. They felt humiliated and frustrated. However, some people also wished that they could hand over the 3 Lord-level sea beasts to end this long battle. To normal humans, peace was their greatest wish. However, what mattered was the general stage martial warrior's opinion, not theirs. You and the other sea beasts retreat 10 kilometers. Old Han opened his mouth. The windstorm giant ape didn't waste any time. With a wave of its hand, the other sea beasts sunk into the sea, swimming into the distance. At the same time, it also started stepping back. Old Han, are we really going to pass the Lord-level sea beasts to them? We spent a lot of effort trying to catch them, Wang Dapao said unwillingly. Why don't you stop that windstorm giant ape then? Old Han glanced at him and replied nonchalantly. Wang Dapao smiled in embarrassment. He didn't dare to speak anymore. Old Han sighed. He looked at Wang Teng and said, "Bring them over?" Wang Teng was still hesitating. Eventually, he flew back without saying anything and lifted the 3 giant Lord-level sea beasts with his strength. The weight and size of these 3 sea beasts were nothing to him. The 3 giant sea beasts were stuck in the force web. Wang Teng lifted the large net in one hand, dangling the 3 Lord-level sea beasts in the air. Release them. The windstorm giant ape's eyes flickered. His voice shook the air. Wang Teng wasn't affected, though. He glanced at Old Han. Old Han nodded at him. Wang Dapao, Dan Taishuan, and the others opened their mouths, but they didn't say anything in the end. Wang Teng didn't reply to him. He lifted the 3 sea beasts and walked forward. Young human, what's your name? The windstorm giant ape glared at Wang Teng coldly. Its voice was heard once again. Wang Teng continued ignoring it. Instead, he suddenly ignited the emerald-glazed flame on the web. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 Lord-level sea beasts woke up because of the sudden pain, screaming in agony. Soon, they noticed the windstorm giant ape in front and shouted happily, "My king, save us, save us. You seem happy?" An irritating voice sounded beside their ears at this moment. Chapter 543. This stupid brat is creating trouble for him. The 3 Lord-level sea beasts shuddered instantly when they heard the cold and mocking voice. They raised their heads and stared at the cruel human above them. This was the human that caught them and wanted to eat them. He was a devil. The windstorm giant ape frowned when it saw Wang Teng waking up the 3 Lord-level sea beasts but not letting them go. His voice thundered over once again. "Human, are you trying to violate the agreement? Release them." Its tone was stronger this time, carrying a huge pressure in it. Old Han and the others looked at Wang Teng. What is Wang Teng trying to do? Governor Jiang frowned. Is this brat causing trouble again? Dan Taishuan raised her eyebrows as she murmured in her heart. She didn't say this aloud, though. The 3 Lord-level sea beasts felt more confident after hearing the windstorm giant ape's words. They shouted, "Human, release us. Release us, if not, our king will raid your city." The giant lobster threatened, noisy. Wang Teng's gaze turned cold. He released his emerald-glazed flame again. Boom. The force net was engulfed by the green flames. They burnt the 3 Lord-level sea beasts, struggled frantically. They wanted to break through the force net and get rid of the burning green flames. However, they knew how tough and tensile the force net was. No matter how much they struggled, it was all in vain. The gaze of the windstorm giant ape turned chilly. "You're seeking death. You want them, right?" Wang Teng replied calmly. "Since you want them, I'll give them back to you." The windstorm giant ape was stunned. It opened its mouth instantly. "Release that net." Wang Teng nodded. He looked straight at the windstorm giant ape and lifted the net gradually. The 3 Lord-level sea beasts got closer and closer to him. By now, the 3 Lord-level sea beasts had stopped screaming. Their gazes turned malicious, and killing intent burned furiously in their hearts. As a Lord-level sea beast, they had never suffered such a treatment before. The human in front of them must die. The moment they broke free from the net, this human would die. Very soon, Wang Teng pulled the 3 sea beasts near his feet. He looked down on them and suddenly smiled, saying in a light-hearted tone, "Come, let me free y'all." The 3 Lord-level sea beasts were elated. Freedom was within their reach. They would be able to kill this human in front of them very soon and take revenge for the humiliation he had caused them. Wang Teng stretched out his hand towards the deep-sea giant python. Everyone stared at him. For some reason, they started to get nervous. Dan Teishuan and the others were waiting for the sea beasts to retaliate. After all, no one dared to bet on the credibility of the sea beasts. Right. Then a sudden change occurred. A sharp glow shot out of Wang Teng's sleeve without any warning and flew into the deep-sea giant python's eyes. Roar. There was no time for the happiness in the deep-sea giant python's eyes to subside. Its pupils constricted into a line, but it was too late. Excruciating pain racked its body, and it hissed in agony. Then its voice was abruptly cut off. The deep-sea giant python wriggled violently before it stiffened. It was dead. It got killed by Wang Teng. "You, how dare you?" The giant lobster and the giant octopus widened their eyes in disbelief as they stared at the human in front of them. This human dared to kill them right under the windstorm giant ape's nose. He must be crazy. "It's your turn." Wang Teng suddenly turned his head and smiled at them. The moment he finished speaking, the sharp glow came out of the deep-sea giant python's other eye and went straight for the giant octopus's eye. No, the giant octopus gave a furious roar, but it was futile. Splurt. The ray of light pierced into its eye, and everything ended. At the same time, Wang Teng arrived in front of the large lobster. He slapped the lobster while it was staring at him in bewilderment. Boom! The slap was printed straight on its head. A frightening force surged out. The giant lobster trembled. Its body turned stiff, and it died on the spot. In an instant, the other 2 Lord-level sea beasts had died in Wang Teng's hands after the deep-sea giant python was killed. It sounded like it took a long time, but everything happened within 3 breaths. The general stage martial warriors behind were stunned. "Pfft, little brother Wang is crazy." Wang Dapao stared at him with wide eyes. He couldn't help but curse. Everyone behind them was flabbergasted. They almost bit their tongues because of the scare they had received from Wang Teng's sudden move.
"Brutal, roar. You are tempting fate."
The windstorm giant ape regained its senses. It knew that it had been fooled and flared up in anger. "Although fresh seafood is good, frozen ones are not bad either," Wang Teng muttered to himself. However, his voice was quite Laudal's. Everyone almost fainted when they heard this. "Why are you thinking about food at a time like this? Can't you be a little more reliable, you bastard? Also, are you doing this to eat, or what?" He had knocked on the den of the lion when he killed the 3 Lord-level sea beasts. Huge trouble was waiting for them now. Who could pacify the anger of the windstorm giant ape? His words had triggered the windstorm giant ape. It stepped on the huge waves and charged towards him with lightning bolts and storms swirling around him. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles left by the 3 Lord-level sea beasts. He didn't look at them carefully. Instead, he turned back and ran away while screaming, "Old Han, help!" Everyone, Old Han. Everyone thought that Wang Teng had some ultimate move that could defeat the windstorm giant ape. If not, why would he have the courage to kill the 3 Lord-level sea beasts? But in the end, he pleaded for Old Han's help. Old Han's face was black. He almost vomited blood because of his frustration. This stupid brat was creating trouble for him. Wang Teng's speed was outstanding. With a swoosh, he was already behind Old Han, saying hurriedly, "Old Han, I've followed your instructions and killed the 3 Lord-level sea beasts. Now it's your turn." "When did I ask you to kill the 3 Lord-level sea beasts?" Old Han was stunned, the veins on his forehead popping out. "Weren't you winking at me just now?" Wang Teng said. "I completely understood what you meant. These sea beasts aren't reliable? Hence, it's better to kill the 3 Lord-level sea beasts instead of releasing them." "You make so much sense!" Old Han was speechless. I've already killed them, so there's no point talking about this now. You should fight with it. With your ability, you shouldn't cower. Wang Teng noticed that Old Han's expression seemed strange, so he hurriedly gifted him with compliments. Old Han took a deep breath. Get out of my way! Sigh, Wang Teng ran to the back obediently. Old Han, Dan Taishuan, and the others had strange expressions on their faces. They looked at Wang Teng as if he were a jinx. Where's your brain? How can you be so stupid? Ye Jixin was speechless. Principal, I respect you, but you're framing me. It makes me unhappy. Wang Teng rolled his eyes and continued. I'm doing it for everyone. If the sea beasts were reliable, the war wouldn't have happened today. Why aren't we killing the 3 Lord-level sea beasts? Are we waiting for them to invade us again? Yi Jixin, Dan Taishuan, and the others had to admit that Wang Teng made sense, but somehow they still found it strange. Wang Dapao heaved a sigh of relief, feeling that his seafood feast was saved. Admiration swarmed into his heart. His little brother Wang was a vicious man. In that case, tell us what we should do now. Old Han is injured. He has been suppressing it all these years, so he might not be able to stop the windstorm giant ape. Dan Taishuan took a deep breath and said seriously, He's injured. Wang Teng's expression changed. He had never imagined such a turn of events. At first he thought that with Old Han's ability, he would be able to hold back the windstorm giant ape. The other martial warriors would block the remaining sea beasts, and both sides would be on par in terms of strength. They would have some chances of winning. But after knowing that Old Han was injured, their strength wouldn't be equal. Why didn't you say that earlier? Wang Teng said helplessly. I wanted to fool the windstorm giant ape, but I didn't expect you to be so bold. You killed the 3 Lord-level sea beasts instantly. Dan Taishuan didn't know what to do either. She knew that she couldn't blame windstorm giant ape, but she still felt anger boiling in her heart. Boom! While they were speaking, Old Han and the windstorm giant ape had already collided. A frightening explosion occurred. Old Han seemed to have turned into a sharp silver-white blade. His entire body had merged with his blade conscious. He was the blade, and the blade was him. With his body engulfed in an indomitable blade aura, he charged towards the windstorm giant ape with unrivaled energy. Roar. The windstorm giant ape bellowed furiously. A gigantic long staff made from rock appeared in its hand. There was lightning and wind force entangled on it. It crashed into the blade glow loudly. Wang Teng's expression turned grim. He scanned his attributes panel and muttered to himself, It looks like I can only use that. Move. Just now, he had picked up another round of attribute bubbles, so his blank attribute number had increased once again, reaching 15,800 points. Wang Teng added the blank attributes to his space tornado without any hesitation. This skill was the only one that could turn the tides now. After adding 15,800 points of blank attributes, the proficiency of his space tornado increased exponentially. It crossed the foundation level, the small achievement level, and the big achievement level. Stopping at the perfected stage, the requirement of each stage for the space tornado was exponential. Hence, more and more blank attributes were needed to reach each stage. The foundation stage required 100 points, the small achievement stage needed 1,000 points, the big achievement stage needed 5,000 points, and the perfected stage needed 10,000 points. Space Tornado 9776 20,000 perfected. His Space Tornado skill had almost reached the peak of the perfected stage. Wang Teng's understanding of the Space Tornado was almost fully completed. He felt that it wouldn't be difficult for him to execute it now. He could even combine it with his space talent. Some unexpected chemistry might happen. A sharp glint appeared in Wang Teng's eyes when he remembered the space tornado he saw in the dimensional rift. His gaze turned deep. His black pupils were like an endless space with tornadoes spinning in them. He lifted his arms, and the space in front of him suddenly became distorted. Chapter 544, Imminent Storm. The space suddenly shook, and traces of the strange fluctuations spread to the surroundings. Dan Taishuan, Ye Jixin, and the other general stage martial warriors immediately noticed the abnormality. Their expressions suddenly changed. Why are there space fluctuations? Everyone was shocked. They were confused and anxious. Were the dark apparitions invading now? There was a bad feeling in everyone's hearts. After all, they had only seen space fluctuations of a similar scale when the dimensional rifts appeared. And for dimensional rifts to appear on Earth, it would only mean the invasion of the dark apparitions. If that was the case, it would be like adding fuel to the fire. The battle with the sea beasts wasn't over, yet the dark apparitions were already invading them. Were they taking turns? The general stage martial warriors' faces turned ugly, and their heads were clouded with negative thoughts, showing a look of giving up. Cough, cough. An awkward cough broke the silence. Don't think too much. I did that. The person who spoke was Wang Teng. When he saw the expressions on their faces, he knew what was on their minds. Everyone? Several of them were confused as they looked at Wang Teng. Suddenly, they realized that the spatial fluctuations were centered around Wang Teng, so they just made a wrong judgment. You possess space talent too? Governor Jiang asked in surprise. Dan Taishuan's eyes flashed as she suddenly remembered that Wang Teng seemed to have used spatial techniques to kill the 8-arms devil general during the Star Maple City battle. If that was so, it wouldn't be strange. Faced with Governor Jiang's question, Wang Teng declined to comment. It's better for you to step back a little bit. The next one might be more difficult to control. What are you planning to do? Dan Taishuan's expression changed slightly. Nothing much. I just want to test my newly developed move, Wang Teng replied calmly. He shamelessly proceeded to claim the space tornado as his own achievement. Dan Taishuan and the rest naturally didn't. When they heard Wang Teng's words, they still sensed something amiss, especially when they saw his calm face. This brat might be causing some trouble. No, might was not the appropriate word here. This brat was causing trouble, are you sure? Dan Taishuan frowned and asked. Even if Wang Teng had the space talent, the difference between him and the windstorm giant ape was massive. Even if he managed to execute it, he might still not be a match. 50-50, Wang Teng said without changing his expression. Everyone. What do you mean by 50-50? They all knew that was not a serious answer. They were already in such a dire situation he should stop fooling around. Wang Teng didn't speak, and his expression became solemn. With him at the center, the space fluctuations became more and more intense, and the ripples started forming waves that were visible to the naked eye as they spread outwards. Dan Taishuan and the rest were too close and could feel them firsthand. The space fluctuations made them feel unstable, and a strong sense of danger surfaced in their hearts. Space was not something that a normal martial warrior could lay a finger on. It was extremely rare even for a general stage martial warrior to grasp the existence of space. As the spatial fluctuations intensified, the surroundings would suddenly crack. Even a general stage warrior would be torn apart by the dimensional rifts. Even if they managed to escape death, they would not be spared from serious injuries. They exchanged glances with one another before retreating. It was laughable that, as a general stage martial warrior, they couldn't offer much help and could only stand back. The younger generations would exceed the older generation, leaving no path for them. Boom. The windstorm giant ape and old Han clashed, and the shock waves swept the surroundings' impact. The seawater started churning, forming a huge whirlpool. The flow of water was turbulent, but the windstorm giant ape's giant body didn't budge at all. The windstorm giant ape swung the long rod in its hand, smashing it towards old Han. The storm and the lightning came together, painting a devastating scene. There was already a trace of blood on the corner of old Han's mouth. His old injury had relapsed, and the fierce battle made it impossible for him to suppress it any longer. However, he held on, and sword glows erupted from his body, soaring in the sky. The next moment, though, the sword glows shot back. Although the sword conscious returned and converged into his body, it had become even sharper and terrifying than before. Old Han's back suddenly straightened. It was like he had transformed into a peerless sword. Slash! A roar escaped his mouth, resounding through the heavens. In an instant, his body vanished. He turned into a sword glow and rose into the sky, slashing towards the windstorm giant ape, collided. Everything seemed to have fallen into silence. The waves stopped while the whirlpool came to an end. The sea beasts and humans in the distance seemed to freeze at that moment. Clang, a metallic trill, was the only sound in this world. It shook the skies and seas endlessly, boom. Soon after, a terrifying roar finally broke out. The shock waves from the clash blasted the seawater into the sky, and the terrifying energy swept across the surroundings. The faces of Dan Teishuan and the rest changed as they stepped back. Only Wang Teng stood in front. The terrifying shock wave bombarded his body, and the fierce winds made his clothes flap loudly. His long black hair danced wildly in the air. Wang Teng's body was surging with force, blocking the shock wave in front of him. The spatial fluctuations had reached the peak, releasing bursts of crackling sounds. At a certain moment, the space around Wang Teng suddenly cracked and formed deep, dark rifts. Inside them was a bottomless pit of the void. A gust of wind from the void gushed out from the crack and surrounded Wang Teng as if it was manipulated by a certain force. It was gentle, like a breeze in the beginning, but it gradually became faster, turning into a violent tornado. It spun rapidly, tearing apart the surrounding space, forming a terrifying piece of the void. It was the birth of a tornado. Wang Teng's body finally vanished in the swirling tornado. Dan Teishuan and the rest immediately felt a terrifying pull. Not only were they floating towards it, but even their blood and force were also moving, as if they were about to break out of their bodies. Everyone was startled as they retreated even further. They had already retreated previously, but it was clearly not enough. Retreat at the same time, they shouted at the human soldiers behind them. There were still many soldiers on top of the mountains. They had also felt the strong pull. The surrounding trees were all tilted over, and countless gravel was rolling in that direction. Chapter 545, Dazzling. So frightening. The martial warriors beside him felt the frightening suction force and a strong sense of danger. What's Wang Teng doing? Everyone in the country was watching this scene in front of the screens. The terrifying emptiness gradually turned into a frightening tornado, rendering everyone speechless and shocked. Although many people were curious, the martial warriors beside them didn't know anything either. They had never seen such a frightening battle technique, especially the emptiness. It seemed to be birthed from dimensional rifts. What kind of battle technique could move space? Numerous martial warriors stared at the tornado in bewilderment. Capital Zaya, the leader of martial arts, suddenly took a step forward as if this was the only way to see the situation on the screen clearly. His gaze turned sharp and bright, and he let out a huge sigh after some time. This is space skill. The commander of the military and the principal of the first university had noticed it too. They were astounded. Even they couldn't maintain their composure at this moment. Wang Teng has grasped a space battle technique, the commander of the military said in disbelief. How did he do it? The Minister of Education's eyes were shimmering. From what I know, you need to possess the space talent if you want to execute a space battle technique, the leader of martial arts said slowly. There was no need to say things clearly. Everyone understood. This was his talent. They could only feel jealous above the Donghai Sea. While everyone was in a daze, a tornado with Wang Ting in the center was spinning at a frightening speed. The shrill sound of the wind spooked the listeners. At the same time, an appalling suction swept everywhere. The seawater was swept up into the sky. On land, the tree and broken rocks on the mountain were blown up and sucked into the tornado. Everyone was staggered. They stopped hesitating and dashed down the mountain. Dan Teishuan and the others flew past the mountains with stern expressions on their faces. They watched the scene from a distance. Fortunately, the huge mountains were blocking them. Without it, the human martial warriors might have to retreat much further, so that they wouldn't get implicated by the tornado. Boom. The battle between Old Han and the windstorm giant ape finally stopped. The seawater fell back into the sea, revealing the situation behind it. A figure flew out abruptly. Splurt. Old Han vomited a mouthful of blood. His old body slammed down from the sky like a broken gunny sack. Killing intent was burning in the eyes of the windstorm giant ape. It wanted to throw its long rod out once again. Old Han's body suddenly started flying backward at a fast speed, as if there was an invisible force pulling him. Dan Teixuan and the others immediately dashed out and caught Old Han. Cough. Old Han's face was pale. He coughed out blood again. "Old Han, are you all right?" Dan Teixuan asked worriedly. Old Han's frail hands were trembling slightly, but he still waved them and said, "Put me down." "Your injury?" Governor Jiang couldn't help but ask. "I won't die anytime soon." Old Han's face had gotten whiter, but no one could stop his stubbornness. They put him down. He wobbled in the air like a kite without its string, looking like a strong gust of wind would take him away. Everyone was worried for him. Old Han looked in front. Astonishment flashed past his eyes as he asked, "Did Wang Teng make that?" "Yes," Dan Teixuan nodded and replied. "Good riddance. No wonder he dared to kill the 3 Lord-level sea beasts in front of the windstorm giant ape." Old Han smiled. As they were talking, the windstorm giant ape also looked at the space tornado in front and turned vigilant. He could sense a strong sense of threat from it. At this moment, the space tornado started spinning furiously and gradually moved forward. An even more powerful suction force came out from within the tornado as it swept towards the sea beasts. The sea beasts screamed in fear. They scurried around, but under the strong suction force, their bodies soared into the sky uncontrollably and flew towards the space tornado. Roar. Amidst the agonizing cries, multiple sea beasts merged into the space tornado. Before they could scream, they were shredded into pieces by the tornado. Blood scattered down like rain. The remaining sea beasts ran away frantically. They swam towards the distance and the bottom of the sea, wanting to evade the powerful space tornado. However, the space tornado continued moving forward firmly. The sea beasts near it couldn't escape their fate of death. Roar! The windstorm giant ape bellowed when it saw the scene. "Humans, stop!" A cold snort answered him. Wang Teng's voice came from within the space tornado. "It's too late. Do you think that humans are made of mud? Any invaders must pay the price. I will not let any of you return." His voice grew louder and louder. Toward the end, it spread over the sea and resounded everywhere. The humans behind the mountains felt a rush of adrenaline in their bodies. They looked in front. Even though they couldn't see his figure, excitement still rose in their eyes. Well said. We must let the sea beasts know that we humans aren't easy to bully. Roar! The windstorm giant ape howled. Watching the sea beasts getting sucked into the space tornado one by one and finally being shredded into pieces, its eyes turned bloodshot. "You should die," it screamed. The storm and lightning around it increased exponentially and formed an equally frightening lightning windstorm. It engulfed its bodyway. At this moment, the windstorm giant ape seemed to have turned into a lightning windstorm. It was the king of storms. It was the ruler of lightning. Amidst the frightening aura, it roared to the sky and knocked forcefully into the space tornado. Boom! The space tornado and the lightning windstorm collided above the sea. The scene was extremely frightening. It was like the dawn of a calamity. Humans couldn't stop it. The seawater was churning while the sky was pitch black with black clouds covering the sun. This area seemed exceptionally gloomy and depressing. The 2 tornadoes spun furiously, corroding and destroying each other. Boom, 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 the explosions in the sky never ceased. It was like the dawn of the apocalypse. The humans behind were all shocked and flabbergasted. There was no way to describe their emotions. Suddenly, a huge wave splashed into the sky, blocking everyone's view. They could only hear continuous explosions. The windstorm giant ape won in terms of ability, while Wang Teng won in terms of the frightening level of the space tornado. Both sides were at a standstill. They were arch-enemies, so no one was willing to admit defeat. They would either win or die trying. Roar, die, the ape and the human bellowed furiously, pressing their attacks down on their opponent. Boom, a dreadful explosion suddenly erupted from the point of collision between the two tornadoes. The world turned dead silent. Who won? The people at the back stared in front absent-mindedly. They were extremely nervous. Their hearts had risen to their throats as they waited for the result. The sea waves subsided. Two figures faintly appeared in everyone's vision. One of them was the huge figure of the windstorm giant ape. The other appeared extremely small beside it, yet his back was straight and he stood erect in the air. He wasn't far from the windstorm giant ape. There was a huge commotion in the ranks of the humans. The windstorm giant ape was drenched in blood, its body marred with numerous wounds. It looked tragic and miserable. It was panting heavily as it stared intently at Wang Tang, wishing to skin him alive. Wang Tang had multiple wounds on his body, too. Fresh blood stained his clothes and dripped down his body. However, there were no emotions on his face. His gaze was calm and composed as he stared at the giant ape. The human martial warriors behind, the normal people in the underground shelter, as well as all the audience in front of the screens in the country. Everyone was focused on them with bated breaths. The fate of Dong Hai lay in Wang Tang's hands. Retreat. At this moment, a resolute voice came from Wang Tang's mouth. Silence. Dead silence. The windstorm giant ape glared at Wang Tang. After some time, it finally opened its mouth. Human, tell me your name. Its voice remained loud and dignified. However, there was a hint of tiredness and weakness hidden in it. Wang Tang, he replied after a moment of silence. I'll remember you. The windstorm giant ape gave Wang Tang a deep look. Then it turned around and walked towards the depth of the sea, its huge body submerged into the seawater step by step before it finally disappeared. The remaining sea beasts followed closely behind and disappeared entirely from the surface of the sea. We won. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they regained their senses. A loud cheer suddenly erupted. We won! We really won! Wang Tang! Wang Tang! Wang Tang! Someone took the lead and shouted Wang Tang's name. His name echoed above the Donghai ruins for a long time. The dark clouds were swept away, and a ray of sunlight scattered down, lighting up the young figure in front. He was dazzling. Chapter 546. It was worth the hard fight. As the last sea beast disappeared into the deep sea, the water resumed its calmness. The cheers of the humans resounded in the sky above the Donghai ruins. Wang Tang stood erected on the surface of the sea under the golden sunlight. His slender body seemed exceptionally tall and lofty at this moment. It was even a little holy. Respect appeared in everyone's eyes. It came from their hearts. The brutal sea beast riot had been quashed with Wang Tang's help. Without him, many Donghai martial warriors as well as the ordinary people wouldn't be able to survive the sea beast's slaughtering. He had helped the human martial warriors kill a large number of sea beasts. He also carried 2 mountains and built an almost indestructible defense on their coastline, blocking the majority of the sea beasts outside. He fought to let the human martial warriors have a higher chance of survival. It was also him who defeated the frightening windstorm giant ape and forced it to retreat, protecting the homes of the Donghai citizens. Who else had the ability to do this in the underground shelter? The Wang family felt extremely proud when they heard the cheers around them and the people calling out Wang Tang's name. They looked at the young figure on the screen. There was only astonishment in their mind. It's our family's luck to have such a child. Grandpa Wang clenched his cane tightly as he stuttered. Wang Tang's uncles and aunts felt the same way, how fortunate they were to have such a formidable presence in their family. Many families were unable to groom a martial warrior even after pumping in huge amounts of resources. On the other hand, the Wang family didn't do anything. Yet Wang Tang had risen to such an astonishing level, it was like a pie dropping from the sky. Whenever the other families mentioned them, their eyes turned red in jealousy. At the same time, the other citizens of the country finally heaved a sigh of relief. Dong Hai was saved. This was the best result. Although the city itself was in ruins, the people had survived. They could rebuild the city as long as the will was there. Then, everyone's gaze landed on Wang Teng unconsciously. They couldn't hide the amazement on their faces. This young man was so outstanding. Through this sea beast's riot, he allowed everyone to see what an unsurpassed talent in his generation meant. Indeed, to everyone, Wang Teng was worth such a high appraisal. He was the first in his generation. He had surpassed all the talents of his generation. Although no one specially mentioned this glory, they still placed this honor in their hearts in unplanned unison. Capital Xia, Imperial Palace, the leader of martial arts sternly gave an order. Immediately dispatch medical staff and alchemists to Dong Hai. We must save every single life we can. Prepare all the resources needed. We'll do our best to help rebuild Dong Hai. All the departments must cooperate. If anyone slacks or makes a profit out of this, they will be punished with due severity. Also, send some rune masters to Dong Hai and build the strongest defense on the coastline of Dong Hai to prevent another invasion of sea beasts. After he finished speaking, he left instantly. When he reached the door, he stopped and said, "Order the entire nation to keep a close watch of our surroundings, especially the grasslands, the forests, the mountain ranges, and the seas. I don't want to see another similar event happening." Then he disappeared from everyone's vision. Yes, the Minister of Education and the various leaders replied hurriedly. The impact of this sea beast riot was huge. It had gained great attention from the higher authorities. Dong Hai had already suffered heavy losses. Their country couldn't afford another turmoil like this. The orders were sent out from the Imperial Palace and spread to all corners of the country. The entire nation went on full alert, and the atmosphere turned tense. Dong Hai. Wang Teng stood on the surface of the sea until all the sea beasts had disappeared. Next, he heaved a sigh of relief. A wave of overwhelming exhaustion was spreading throughout his body. His body and mind had reached their limits. He had never felt so empty and helpless. It was as if his body didn't belong to him. He wasn't standing there because he wanted to put on a show. It was because he couldn't move a muscle. His whole body would scream in protest if he made even a small movement. All he could do was use the last morsel of force to maintain his body floating in mid-air. Fortunately, the windstorm giant ape didn't notice that he was at his wit's end. Or rather, it didn't matter if it discovered anything. It was faring not any better. Wang Teng was confident in the power of his space tornado. The windstorm giant ape wasn't stupid. It knew that if it continued fighting, it wouldn't gain any benefits. Because of Wang Teng's appearance, most of the general stage human martial warriors had kept their lives. This was a huge threat to the sea beasts. They had no other chances of winning. At this moment, Dan Tai Xuan and the others finally noticed Wang Teng's abnormality. They flew over quickly. "Are you all right?" Dan Tai Xuan asked worriedly. "Hold me." "I can't move." Wang Teng opened his mouth and said in a hoarse tone. Dan Tai Xuan's expression changed slightly as she hurriedly held on to him. Everyone returned to the back. Others crowded around them, including Peng Yuanshan and Tong Hu from Huanghai Military Academy. There were also Qin Hangxuan, Fu Tiandao, and some other people close to Wang Teng. Of course, there were some unfamiliar faces, too. They looked tired and were covered with blood, but at this moment they were all worried. They started talking at once. "How are you? Are you all right? Is your injury serious, Wang Teng?" Felt a little weird that a bunch of old men was surrounding him and showing him concern, but he was touched. At the same time, he felt fortunate that everyone had lived. It was worth the hard fight. "Make way! Are y'all trying to block the path?" Dan Taishuan frowned and shouted as she carried Wang Teng. The crowd was stunned before they hurriedly cleared a path. Dan Taishuan snorted, carrying Wang Teng to an empty patch not far away. Dong Hai had already turned into ruins. Also, Wang Teng had to form the rock giant, so he forcefully pulled out all the rocks below the ground, hence it was empty everywhere. They could only find a leveled ground to let Wang Teng rest. Dan Taishuan placed Wang Teng down and took out some healing pills for him to consume. Wang Teng didn't waste any time. After swallowing the pills, he closed his eyes and started recuperating. Despite everything, he didn't forget to leave a string of spiritual power to pick up the remaining attribute bubbles around him. No matter how serious his injury was, he must not waste his attribute bubbles. Very soon, all the attribute bubbles were picked up by Wang Teng. He finally recalled his spiritual power and focused on recuperating. After some time, Wang Teng opened his eyes and heaved a long sigh. The sky was getting dark. It was evening now. The night was dawning soon. Suddenly, Wang Teng noticed a group of people beside him. He was stunned. Dad, Mom, Grandpa. Why are you here? The people in front of him were his family members. When they came out from the underground shelter, they heard that Wang Teng was injured, so they stood around him and never left. Son, you're finally awake! Li Shumei heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, she cried in happiness. Chapter 547. Just worried of wild cats and dogs as his mother, Li Shumei was the most anxious for Wang Teng. Thus, when she saw him waking up, there was no need to explain her happiness. She hugged Wang Teng tightly as if afraid that he would suddenly disappear. Mom, I'm fine. I'm good. Wang Teng was touched. He patted Li Shumei's back and consoled her. Li Shumei wiped her tears and said, "Don't fight so hard next time. How am I supposed to live if something happens to you?" "All right, I'll listen to you. I'll escape far away next time." Wang Teng agreed without thinking. "I know you're just comforting me." Li Shumei rolled her eyes angrily. He had agreed so quickly that it must be fake. All right. Our son is doing this for everyone in Donghai. He's a hero." Wang Shengguo's eyes were red, but he didn't cry. He patted Li Shumei's face as he spoke in a proud tone. "To hell with being a hero. I just want my son. I don't want a hero." Li Shumei glared at Wang Shengguo and scolded him. Speechless, Wang Shengguo felt embarrassed. The people around them didn't know what to say. Some martial warriors who passed by opened their mouths and wanted to refute. However, when they remembered that she was Wang Teng's mother, they gave up to a mother. Nothing was more important than her son. Grandpa Wang coughed awkwardly and said, "Shiwa Mei, it's good that he's fine. Let's stop talking about this." Since Grandpa Wang had spoken, it wasn't appropriate for Li Shumei to continue on this topic. Moreover, she knew the old saying, with greater strength came greater responsibility. If a powerful warrior like Wang Teng didn't step up to the challenge, no other humans might be able to step out and fight with the sea beasts. She sighed in her heart. Then she spoke to Wang Teng in a gentle tone. "Are you hungry? Let me make some food for you." When she said this, everyone's stomach started growling. They hadn't eaten for a whole day. When they came out from the underground shelter, they received some dried goods, but they didn't have any appetite. They just drank some water and didn't eat anything. Now, after seeing that Wang Teng was fine, their worry was gone, and naturally they felt hungry. "Our house is gone, so there's nowhere we can cook. We can only make do with some dried rations." Wang Teng's aunt, Zhao Huili, said dejectedly. Li Shumei finally reacted, frowning uncontrollably. Her son was injured, so he should have some nourishment, but everyone was homeless, so she couldn't make food without the ingredients. Wang Teng is awake. At this moment, a bunch of people came from afar. They were Dan Taishuan, Peng Yuanshan, Fu Tiandao, and many others. At the same time, there was a group of medical workers when they saw Wang Teng. Their gazes turned intense and were filled with respect. A beautiful female doctor around 30 years old said, "Mr. Wang Teng, nice to meet you. I'm your personal doctor sent by the higher authorities. I'll be in charge of your body condition for the next few days." Wang Teng was a little stunned by the female doctor's beauty. Normally, he didn't mind creating some secret stories between a patient and the doctor. However, he couldn't act on his fantasies because his parents were around. "Cough. There's no need for that. I'm fine," Wang Teng said. He didn't mean it at all. "No way. Your body is extremely important. We must be careful with it. We'll be monitoring all the indexes of your health now. Please cooperate with us, the female doctor said. Son, listen to the doctor and accept the checkup. Li Shumei immediately agreed. Wang Teng felt helpless. Closing his eyes, he nodded. Okay, I will hand my body to you. Now, the female doctor waved her hand, and the staff around her immediately started erecting a simple tent. Then they started a body inspection for Wang Teng. The checkup was quite simple, just a body inspection. After some time, the procedure ended, and the female doctor walked out of the tent. Li Xiumei and the others crowded around her and asked, "Doctor, how's my son?" The female doctor was a little stunned. She regained her senses when she heard the question and replied, "Oh, Mr. Wang Teng's body has almost recovered completely. He's fine. This is astonishing. It's my first time seeing a body with such amazing healing power." As she spoke, she saw Wang Teng coming out. Her eyes lit up and she asked shyly, "If possible, can you give me some blood so that I can research it?" Wang Teng stumbled, looking at the other party weirdly. This lady just saw him naked a moment ago, and now she wanted to study his body. This was too much. "Doctor, you can't do research on a martial warrior's blood for no reason." Dan Taixuan opened her mouth and said, "All right." The female doctor shook her head sadly and left. Although she was Wang Teng's personal doctor, he asked them to treat the other patients and not waste time here. After all, he understood his body the best. With his recovery ability, his injury would soon heal. There was no need to waste any medical resources. Have a good rest. We'll see if there are others who need help. Dan Taixuan and the others noticed that Wang Teng was fine, so they also left. There was still a pile of matters waiting for them to resolve. Everyone went to do their things, leaving only the Wang family and Lin Chuhan's family. The Lin family had always been there, resting close to the Wang family. They only came when they noticed that Wang Teng was awake. Wang Teng met Lin Chuhan's eyes and read the complicated emotions in them. There was worry, relief, respect, and love. Both of them remained silent. Li Xiumei gave an amiable smile when she saw this scene. She waved her hand silently to ask the people around to leave. Then she pulled Mother Lin's hand and started chatting happily with her at the side. If others didn't know them, they might think that they had known each other for more than 10 years. This was the first time Wang Teng's family had met Lin Chuhan's family. No one expected it to be in this situation. "I'm very strong. I'll be fine." Wang Teng broke the silence and said with a smile, "Act according to your ability next time. Don't push yourself too hard. We're all worried for you." Lin Chuhan's throat was dry and her voice was hoarse. "How worried are you?" Wang Teng looked at her pretty face and suddenly felt like teasing her. Lin Chuhan took a deep breath when she saw his cheeky look. She glared at him and said stubbornly, "Not too much, just like how I'm worried for wild cats and dogs." Wang Teng was rendered speechless. He felt that he was so miserable. He was on the same level as wild cats and dogs, Chapter 548 bullshit. Lin Chuhan had only spoken a few words with Wang Teng before Lin Chuxia came over impatiently. Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes involuntarily. Lin Chuxia didn't have any idea that she was the third wheel. She chuckled and said, "Brother Wang Teng, where have you been for so long?" Once Lin Chuxia took the lead, Xu Wantong, Tian Xiaoxiao, and Wang Teng's classmates from afar walked over too. Lu Shu, Ho Pingliang, and some others were among them. Wang Teng smiled at them. They were all martial arts students, so there was no need to hide anything. He replied, "I accidentally went to the Darkland." "Darkland?" They were shocked. "Are you sure you went to the Darkland?" Ho Pingliang asked curiously. "Why would I lie to you?" Wang Teng rolled his eyes at him. "Ha ha, that's not it. We just find it unbelievable." Ho Pingliang smiled awkwardly, then he followed up. "What is it like there? The whole place is filled with high-level dark apparitions. What do you think?" Wang Teng asked. Ho Pingliang and the others felt their head turning numb when they heard this. Think about it. Alone in the Darkland, surrounded by numerous dark apparitions. Goodness, just imagining the scene gave them goosebumps. It was too scary. Everyone looked at Wang Teng in astonishment and bewilderment. How did Wang Teng manage to escape in that situation? How did you escape and come back? Shu Wantong asked the question on everyone's minds. Escape? Wang Teng gave a look of contempt. I slaughtered my way back. You should have seen that scene. I lifted my sword again and again, chopping my way from the south of the dark apparition's holy city to the north. It was a magnificent moment. So escape isn't the right word for it. Look at you boasting. Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes. He was so exaggerating. If he wanted to fool them, he should do it properly. Did he think that they were stupid? I never knew that you were so good at boasting. Shu Wantong was speechless. She turned and said to Lin Chuhan, Chuhan, you must be careful in the future. This fellow is full of bullshit. He might be a scumbag. Pfft, you're framing me. Wang Teng was furious. He glared at her. You have to believe me, before I left, I bombed the holy city of the dark apparitions and even took their trisu. Wang Teng caught himself in time. Damn it, he almost spilled the beans. Took what? A burst of laughter came from the distance. Governor Jiang Ye Jixin and some others accompanied Dan Taishuan over. They weren't here just now, so they came to take a look after they heard that Wang Teng was awake. The speaker was Governor Jiang. His eyes were shining like a hungry wolf who saw its prey. Nothing, nothing. What treasure, Governor? You heard wrong. Wang Teng shook his head and denied it firmly. Then he looked innocently at Dan Taishuan and asked, Master, you just left. Why are you back again? Are you saying I can't come back? Dan Taishuan looked at him calmly and asked. Wang Teng's heart dropped. He hurriedly laughed and said, Of course not. Who dares to stop you? Dan Taishuan heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Teng was stronger than her now. It would be embarrassing if she couldn't suppress him. Fortunately, this fellow still respected his master. Governor Jiang opened his mouth impatiently and asked, Wang Teng, did you take the dark apparition's treasures? Everyone looked at Wang Teng strangely when they heard this. Did this fellow honestly do that? How's that possible? I don't have that ability. I was just boasting. Wang Teng shook his head hurriedly. I don't believe you. Dan Taishuan scoffed in her heart, but she didn't say anything. Wang Teng was her disciple. She couldn't help outsiders. Governor Jiang continued, based on your personality. It's not out of the picture. You got the treasures based on your ability. No one will snatch them from you. There's no need for you to hide anything. Why will I believe you? Wang Teng snorted in his heart. His reaction was the same as Dan Taishuan, but it was directed at a different person. Did Governor Jiang think that he was as easy to fool as a 3-year-old child? If he showed his treasures to them, it would be inappropriate for him not to donate them, Mary. I really didn't. I saw them, but I didn't have the time to take them. Wang Teng spoke in a regretful tone, putting on a professional performance. Governor Jiang didn't care if he took it or not. He pointed around him and said, Look at Donghai now. It's in ruins. Many people have lost their homes. The old had no food and the young can't go to school. Do you have any feelings when you see this? Wang Teng's face turned black. He was guilt-tripping him. As expected, a righteous clause was slammed on him. Should he help or not? Governor, let's get straight to the point. Our Wang family is in Donghai too, and we also suffered losses. Look at our house. We don't even have a home now. We are a bunch of homeless people. Wang Teng didn't respond to the question, complaining about his plight instead. He wouldn't fork out anything. He was just a normal person, not a saint. He was already sacrificing his interest when he stepped out and risked his life to win the war. There was no reason for him to empty his pockets too, right? Furthermore, he wasn't the governor of Donghai, so it wasn't his responsibility to give the money. In these circumstances, he needed to think for the Wang family. What would their future be like? How could they build their business again? Money was a necessity, so his treasures could be put to use there. Anyway, besides some special items, most of the treasures were useless to him. He would rather use them to develop the Wang family. It would benefit him if the Wang family grew stronger. Grandpa Wang and Wang Shengguo heard their conversation and understood the situation somewhat. At the start, they were worried that Wang Teng couldn't withstand the guilt trip and would cave. From the looks of it, this fellow wasn't that naive. His acting was on par with sly old foxes like them who had been in the business world for a long time. Governor Zhang felt a little awkward when he heard Wang Teng's reply. He now looked like a bad guy trying to snatch the other person's treasures. Dodging Wang Teng's gaze, he looked at Grandpa Wang. "Mr. Wang, what do you say?" "Greetings." Grandpa Wang was polite. He bowed before he opened his mouth. To be honest, the Wang family has suffered heavy losses this time. The majority of our business is destroyed, and we don't know if we can stand up again. We can't offer any help. Also, Capital Xia will definitely do something about the Donghai crisis. Reinforcements will arrive soon, so there's no need to hurry. Chapter 549, The Ending of the 3 Lord-level Sea Beasts. Grandpa Wang was more artistic in his words. He wasn't as direct as Wang Teng. Instead, he mentioned the country. No matter what, the country had to take the lead in this. It didn't make sense if Wang Teng was to act before the country. Governor Jiang was forced into a corner by Grandpa Wang's words. He gave a bitter smile and said, "That makes sense, but relying on the country isn't enough if we want Donghai to regain its glory. We need help from everyone. We can discuss that later. You can gather people from all walks of life and hold a meeting to discuss this issue. I think that everyone will be happy to help Donghai," Grandpa Wang said calmly, pushing the responsibility away. Governor Zhang felt his head hurt. Both the old and young from the Wang family weren't easy to deal with. In the past, he hated talking to businessmen the most. If he couldn't win them in speech, he would force them to agree with his authority. But the Wang family was different. Wang Teng belonged to the military. He had a military title and was powerful. Governor Jiang felt that he couldn't win against Wang Teng. He was a monster. He was a rock that was hard to bite. No, he was a diamond. He would only break his teeth if he tried to bite him. Wang Teng sniggered in his heart when he saw Governor Zhang's helpless expression. He secretly gave Grandpa Wang a thumbs up. The older, the wiser. Grandpa Wang raised his eyebrows. However, his expression remained the same, not giving himself away. "All right, let's put this on hold. We'll come up with a plan in the future." Governor Zhang gave Wang Teng a meaningful look. The brat must have taken countless treasures from the Dark Land. He had to get some from him. In the end, Governor Jiang left unwillingly. He would be back, though, seriously. Dan Teishuan pointed at Wang Teng and smiled as she shook her head. Although she didn't say anything just now, she had already shown her stand. If possible, she hoped that Wang Teng would offer a helping hand. Wang Teng smiled and didn't reply to her. "They won't ask you to give them money for nothing. You will be able to get some benefits too. You can decide how you want to grasp the chance," Dan Teishuan continued. Wang Teng started considering it seriously. He nodded. He hadn't thought of that possibility. If there was an exchange, he might be able to accept it. I wonder how many people are still willing to stay in Donghai after this riot. Yi Jixin sighed. His words stunned everyone. The Sea Beast riot had destroyed Donghai completely. The consequences were too terrifying. Despite the positive result, everyone probably still had lingering fears, so the normal citizens might leave the city and not stay here anymore. Inland might not be safe either. Although the coast has sea beasts, the inland has star beasts, Dan Teishuan said. To strengthen the defense of Donghai, we can carve rune arrays on the 3 mountains and make them our first line of defense. Normal sea beasts won't be able to pass through them, Wang Teng said with a glint in his eyes. "I forgot that you're a rune master too." Dan Teishuan glanced at him and nodded. "There will be rune masters coming to reinforce us very soon. You can discuss it with them. This is your forte." Wang Teng nodded. Shu, Wan Tong, Ho Pingliang, and the others were dumbfounded when they saw Wang Teng talking to all these important characters on equal footing. They looked like they had seen a ghost. We went through 9 years of compulsory education, too. Why are you able to calmly talk to the bosses while we are shivering at the side? The difference was a bit too much. Night arrived. Everyone sat on the ground and took out dried goods. They started eating their food. Stars shone brightly in the night sky, casting a dim light on the wreck. The people looked at the ruins in front with a heavy heart. They were still alive, but many people had lost their families and friends. After this sea beast riot, many people were unable to come back anymore. Wang Teng's eyes flickered. He said, "Stop eating dried goods. We have so much seafood. What a waste if we don't eat them." His words were accompanied by a loud bang. The corpses of 3 huge sea beasts appeared on the empty ground in front. Everyone was dumbstruck. These were Lord-level sea beasts. Were they really going to eat them? This was a little extravagant. Hearing the commotion, Wang Dapao and Dan Taishuan hurried over. They gathered in front and looked at Wang Teng with an intense gaze. They seemed to be saying, "Hurry up and start cooking." Lin Chuhan, Shu Wantong, Ho Ping Liang, and the others went speechless when they saw this scene. They were general stage martial warriors, shouldn't they take care of their images? But they could finally confirm that they really planned to eat the Lord-level sea beasts. They were astounded, and their eyes also started shining. These sea beasts were huge. A few more servings shouldn't matter, right? They wouldn't eat much. Just a little was enough, after all. These were Lord-level sea beasts. They didn't know if they would ever have the chance to taste such a delicacy again if they missed this chance. The Wang family exchanged glances with one another and swallowed their saliva unconsciously. Wang Teng smiled. He immediately waved his hand and a green flame emerged. The 3 sea beasts were immediately engulfed by the flames. Wang Teng controlled his spiritual power and lifted them in midair. He started barbecuing them from all corners. It was time for the Force Chef Master to come out again. Wang Teng immediately started his amazing show. There was no way he could do it normally. The sea beasts were huge, so he had to fly up and down to scatter the seasonings evenly on them. Keeping their size in mind, a large amount of seasoning was needed. Wang Teng's stash wasn't enough, but fortunately he received some from the other martial warriors. After some time, a strong fragrance wafted out. The 3 Lord-level sea beasts had turned golden brown. One look was enough to whet one's appetite. The windstorm giant ape would never have thought of this ending. Even the people further away noticed the situation here. They looked over and swallowed their saliva. "All right, free for all, eat as much as you can." Wang Teng waved his hand and cut a few pieces of meat. He distributed them to the Wang family and Lin Chuhan's family. This was an obvious bias. Everyone rolled their eyes uncontrollably. However, Wang Teng caught these sea beasts. Back then, everyone thought he would hand the 3 sea beasts over. Yet he killed them right in front of the windstorm giant ape. He was a little bold and reckless, but he managed to keep the 3 sea beasts. If it was another person, they would have handed them over. It was impossible for them to taste this Lord-level seafood. Lin Chuhan blushed slightly when she noticed everyone's gaze. This fellow favored her in front of everyone. Making her a little shy, Shu Wantong and Tian Xiaoxiao winked at her and teased her silently. However, they were a little jealous too. Hao Pingliang, Lu Shu, and the others chuckled and looked at them ambiguously. Although they had injuries on their bodies, it was nothing serious. They would recover after some rest. With his thick skin, Wang Teng didn't mind the attention. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. Mother Lin smiled when she saw his reaction. She was starting to like Wang Teng more and more. Lin Chuxia didn't care about any of it. She grabbed the seafood and took a huge bite. It was freshly barbecued, so she got scalded, crying embarrassedly in pain. The others were getting impatient. They pounced on the seafood as if they hadn't eaten for many days. "Oh my God, as expected of Lord-level sea beasts, this lobster meat is tender and delicious. It's amazing," Wang Dapao exclaimed. "Look at you." Sister Han slapped him on the shoulder. She felt that he was embarrassing her. Wang Dapao shrunk his neck and chuckled. He was known for listening to his wife. There was no chance of him getting rid of this title. Sister Han was too lazy to bother about him. She took a bite of the seafood and her eyes lit up. "This tastes good. It's delicious, right? See, I was right," Wang Dapao said proudly. "Why are you taking the credit? Without little brother Wang, we wouldn't be able to eat this." Sister Han glared at him from the corner of her eyes. It's the same. I did my part too, Wang Dapo said softly. Everyone laughed as they watched the couple quarreling as usual. The Wang family didn't get much. A normal person wouldn't be able to withstand the energy within, but even with the small piece of meat they savored it happily. They were afraid of finishing it too quickly. I'm fortunate to be able to taste Lord-level star beast meat at this age, Grandpa Wang said with a smile. Grandpa, what are you saying? With me around, I promise that you will get to eat it in the future, Wang Teng replied. Ha ha ha, good. Grandpa Wang laughed heartily. The Wang family looked at Wang Teng and smiled involuntarily. Little brother Wang, have some liquor. Wang Dapao took out a bottle of white liquor and threw it at him. How can you have seafood without alcohol? Let's drink mine. Wang Teng took out the high-quality wine he received from the dwarves. He poured the white liquor away and filled the bottle with the wine, then he tossed it back to Wang Dapao. Wang Dapao caught it and took a huge gulp. He gave a satisfied burp. His eyes were shining as he sighed and said, Good wine. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Wang Teng couldn't be bothered with him. Yi Jixin's nose moved. He seemed to have smelled the fragrance of the wine, and a smile formed on his lips. Pour me some. Dan Teishuan glanced at Wang Teng. She didn't say anything, but she signaled with her eyes. Wang Teng acted instantly. He distributed some wine for everyone. It wasn't much since there wasn't much wine left. He needed to save it. The next time he visited Xingwu Continent, he felt that he should visit the dwarves again. His stock was running low. You're having a comfortable time here eating good food. Governor Jiang and General Chen from the Donghai military walked over from afar. They had been working the entire day and were famished. They started eating without any invitation. Then Peng Yuanshan, Tong Hu Fu Tiandao, and other general stage martial warriors rushed over. No one could resist the temptation of delicious food. As more people gathered with the accompaniment of good food and wine, the atmosphere turned lively. Wang Teng didn't plan to keep the food to himself. He asked the soldiers beside him to distribute the seafood. There was enough for everyone to eat. Governor Jiang ordered the force chefs of Donghai to cook some edible seafood and distribute it to everyone. A strong fragrance floated over the entire Donghai. With the help of delicious food, more smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Chapter 550, Ultimate Stage Talent. The night was dark and starry. The seafood feast had ended, and many people were physically and mentally exhausted. A majority of them were already in deep sleep. However, many of them were frowning. They might not even find peace while dreaming. He just hoped that time could heal all those wounds. Wang Teng gazed at the night sky and sighed. When he turned and saw everyone in deep sleep, there was an inexplicable calmness in his heart. At least his family and friends didn't have to go through all of this at this moment. He finally understood the benefits of being powerful. It was not only for himself, but also for those around him. Why are you not asleep? A soft voice woke him up from his thoughts. Wang Teng looked at Lin Chuhan, who was lying nearby with Mother Lin, and smiled. I'll cultivate for a while more. Go to sleep. Looking at his face, Lin Chuhan was filled with emotions. Others only saw his unmatched talent, but not how he was still cultivating late at night. It was no wonder that he was so strong at such a young age. That was what he deserved. If Wang Teng knew what she was thinking, would he be ashamed of himself? Probably not. He was too thick-skinned. Lin Chuhan was lost in her thoughts. She felt that his face had a different kind of charm. This guy was actually good-looking. Such a beautiful misunderstanding. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Wang Teng asked curiously. It's nothing, you. You should get some sleep. Lin Chuhan blushed slightly and was a little flustered. She wrapped herself in the sleeping bag and hurriedly closed her eyes. Wang Teng shook his head with a smile and sat with his legs crossed before closing his eyes. After a while, Lin Chuhan sneaked a glance at Wang Teng. She saw that he had already entered the state of cultivation and was slightly relieved. Smiling, she closed her eyes. After a while, there was a regular breathing sound escaping from her nose. Wang Teng focused on his attributes panel. He had gained a lot during the sea beast riot. First off were the spirit and enlightenment attributes. These two attributes had improved by a small amount. Spirit 103,300 Imperial Realm. Enlightenment 125,000 Imperial Realm. After all, the sea beasts were not as spiritually chaotic as the dark apparitions and would not drop as many spirit attributes. That was why his spirit attribute did not increase much this time. It was the same for the enlightenment. Since the sea beasts didn't seem to be very intelligent, they would naturally drop fewer enlightenment attributes. The source of these enlightenment attributes was basically from humans. Then came battlefield awareness. It remained at the 9-star level ever since the battle at Star Maple City, even after increasing by 2,000 points. Battlefield awareness, 3530, 9,000, 9-star. However, at his current level, it was enough to crush ordinary general stage martial warriors. Next was the talent column. Wang Teng's gaze swept through the board and saw a few changes in the talent attributes. Among those, the water talent had improved a lot. After all, it was the most common amongst sea beasts. Furthermore, he had killed 3 Lord-level sea beasts and had obtained a huge number of advanced stage water talent attributes. Ultimate stage water talent 560,500. Without a doubt, the water talent had reached another level. From the advanced stage to the ultimate stage, Wang Teng could feel his body changing, and his affinity with the water force had increased multiple times. He could feel the abundance of water force in the faraway ocean. It felt as though he could draw out the water force from its depths and use it as his own. On top of that, there were also 2 other talents that had reached the ultimate stage lightning talent, DATHT 500 5,000, ultimate stage wind talent, 305,000. These 2 talents' attributes were from the windstorm giant ape, a terrifying sea beast with the attributes of water, wind, and lightning. Wang Teng was impressed. It was his first time seeing an ultimate stage talent, but he had managed to obtain 3 of them from the windstorm giant ape. No wonder it was able to reach such a powerful stage. Now that he was thinking about it, Wang Teng had a lingering fear. The rest of his talents had also improved, but not as much as those 3 Wang Teng then looked at the force column and smiled with satisfaction. The 5 elements had all reached the 10-star general stage. There was probably no one who could compare to him. Metal force, 3,200, 4,000, 10,000, 10-star. Wood force, 256, 10,000, 10-star. Water force, 76, 3,000, 10,000, 10-star. Fire force, 1530, 1,000, 10-star. Earth force, 1710, 10,000, 10,000, 10th. Among them, the water force was undoubtedly the attribute that had increased the most. It had reached the 10-star advanced stage and was not far from a breakthrough. It was mostly because there were too many sea beasts. The amount of water force they provided was simply staggering. In fact, many of the water force attribute bubbles had vanished automatically. Wang Teng didn't have the luxury to collect them at any given time. Otherwise, his water force might have reached the 11-star low-tier general stage. It was such a pity. What a huge waste. Wang Teng shook his head and didn't want to dwell on it. If he thought about it any longer, he might die in regret. He looked at the other elements and became happy again. This time around, even his ice, wind, and lightning force had improved a lot. Ice force, 324,000, 6-star. Wind force, 1150, 4,000, 6-star. Lightning force, 535, 9,000, 9-star. There were quite a few mutated beasts with the ice attribute. Even the deep-sea giant python had the ice attribute. As a result, Wang Teng's ice force had increased by a huge margin, reaching the 6-star soldier level. The wind force was from the windstorm giant ape, and it had increased a lot as well, similarly reaching the 6-star soldier level. The lightning force was also from the ape. Although it was at the 9-star soldier level, it had improved by thousands of attribute points. Well, the windstorm giant ape had really provided him with a whole lot of attributes. Thanks. If there was a chance, Wang Teng would still want to kill it. He would definitely gain more. But the windstorm giant ape was too strong. It might have reached the 13-star Lord level. This time he had to use the space tornado and cheat his way through in order to scare it away and make it retreat. Besides, there were many human martial warriors at the back, which was one of the reasons why the windstorm giant ape was afraid. Otherwise, if it was Wang Teng alone, the windstorm giant ape would have pushed on till the very end. Therefore, before he reached the 12-star general stage, Wang Teng would not dare to provoke it. He still wanted to live longer. Wang Teng turned to the section of scripture and battle techniques. It was a pity that there weren't any advanced stage scripture and battle techniques. After all, there were no casualties among the strong ones. Ahem, that was a good thing. Wang Teng suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart. He should never have such thoughts. Suddenly, Wang Teng's eyes stopped. He had noticed a special kind of skill, deep-sea breathing. This skill must have come from some kind of sea beast. Wang Teng was certain. When he saw the skill, the relevant information immediately appeared in his mind. It was a skill that could allow him to breathe in the deep sea. It might not seem like a powerful skill, but it was very useful. I can actually use my nostrils and breathe. That's amazing, Wang Teng said to himself with excitement. General stage martial warriors could hold their breaths underwater, but there was still a limit. Furthermore, it consumed their force. It was not as good as deep-sea breathing. Wang Teng really wanted to try it right away, but he gave up in the end. In a situation like this, it was best not to walk around. If someone woke up and couldn't find him, they would worry needlessly. Lastly, it was the blank attributes. They were the ones that Wang Teng picked up the most this time. He had used them on Heart of Zhongyan, Ancient God's Body, and Space Tornado. As a result, there was not much left. Fortunately, these three skills were powerful, and the blank attributes were not wasted. Blank attribute 4,600. At this point, he had 4,600 blank attributes remaining. It seemed like a lot, but as he got stronger, these blank attributes were naturally not enough for him. He needed to employ limited resources where they were needed most. Wang Teng decided to stay put for the time being. He would consider how to use them once he picked up more blank attributes in the future. After counting his gains, Wang Teng let out a sigh of relief. Every time there was a huge battle, he would reap huge benefits and his strength would skyrocket. It was supposed to be something to be happy about, but he felt burdened. In every battle, death was inevitable. The attributes he had were all exchanged with the deaths of martial warriors. Wang Teng shook his head. It wasn't because he was sentimental, but because he felt that these attributes were stained with blood. It would be fine if it was only the blood of the dark apparitions and star beasts. However, lots of human blood was also spilled, making the attribute bubbles seem heavy. He suddenly felt that when God gave him this attribute system, he didn't mean well. That was right. That must be it. He didn't understand it before, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that way. He felt rage in his heart and pointed his middle finger to the sky. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.